if you gave us a shout out for like stock and super street, we got relatively small numbers. The Indy stock, Indy super street, maybe we just call
Stock, super street, and super stock.
Call it Indy stock, Indy super street.
If you call stock, super stock, and super street, you got 29 cars.
We can handle that.
How are you this morning?
I'm good. But I'm saying I think I would refer to Indy stock, Indy super street.
All right, boys and girls. Indy stock, Indy super street, and Indy super stock. Our 12 cars left in stock from Indy. Our 7 cars left in super street from Indy. And our 2 cars left in super stock from Indy. We need you all to the lanes, please. Indy stock, Indy super street, and Indy super stock. 12 in stock, 7 in super street, 10 in super stock. We need our Indy cars left in competition. Stage lanes, please. Stock, super street, super stock. 12 in stock, 7 in super street, 10 in super stock. We need you to the lanes, please. We'll have a starter down there at the starting line momentarily, provided he can eat, walk, and navigate steps at the same time.
That's a lot to ask.
Well, yeah, there we go. Once again, Indy stock, Indy super street, and Indy super stock. We need those 29 cars. The stage lights, please, for your time run this morning before we resume Indy eliminations. Indy stock, 12 of you. Indy super street, 7 of you. And Indy super stock, 10 of you. We need you to the lanes, please.
or tune us out as the case might be. But anyway, 88.5 on the FM dial. I want to welcome everybody to the 10th annual Cavalcade of Stars presented by Budweiser here at Summit Racing Equipment Motorsports Park. Glad to have each and every one of you in the house. Looks like it's going to be a full house weekend this weekend. Lots of cars rolling in yesterday. Linder's lot was full for the predominance of the afternoon. Tip of the cap to everybody here at Summit Racing Equipment Motorsports Park. The proficiency at which they got everybody in and out of Linder's lot and park. Tip of the cap to you guys and gals. Wonderful job, as always. Just know how to rock and roll and get it done. But again, welcome to everybody. Glad to have you here at Norwalk and Summit Racing Equipment Motorsports Park. Stop number 2 of the 2016 NHRA Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series Tour. Got to get Indy finished up. We'll get that done today, and then we'll get into our Norwalk race as well. So lots of activities going on throughout the day today, tomorrow, and Sunday to crown not one set of champions, but 2 set of champions for the first 2 stops on the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series Tour here in the Division 3 locale. Again, a tip of the cap to everybody for rocking and rolling in yesterday, getting everything in, getting it set up, getting it ready to go. Right now, stock eliminators, Super Street, Super Stock, and Super Gas. Our competitors from Indy, let's see it. I got 12, 7, 10, that's 29, another 25, that's a little over 50 competitors looking for you in the staging lanes right now. Indy Stock, Indy Super Street, Indy Super Stock, and Indy Super Gas competitors. Those of you that are left in eliminations, need you to lanes, please. Going to get rocking and rolling here in just a few minutes. Stockers will be the first out, Super Street to follow. Again, Indy competitors in Stock, Super Street, Super Stock, and Super Gas. Need you to lanes, please, for your time run this morning before we get started into finishing off the race from Indy. Got home after Indianapolis and was describing to my wife all of the activities that were going on, and she said, okay, she said, let me get this straight. You warned everybody to take shelter because there's a tornado warning in the area. So everybody was huddled in a tunnel underneath the oval track. And where were you? Yeah, honey, I was standing on the second floor of the tower watching out for everybody behind huge panes of glass. She just shook her head and walked away. Indy Super Comp. The word now goes out for you to the lanes, please. Indy Super Comp. Indy Super Comp. Need you to start making your way to the lanes now, please. Indy Super Comp. Need you to start making your ways. And our round 2 competitors, our 16 cars left from Indy and Top Dragster. You might as well start gathering up your bits and pieces and heading this way as well. We have not that many cars to send down track in front of you. So Super Comp and Top Dragster, our Spitzer race cars, Top Dragsters, left in competition from Indy. We need you to the lanes now too, please. So we've called Stock, Super Street, Super Stock, Super Gas, now Super Comp and Spitzer Top Dragster. We need you to the lanes, please. And stock, super street, super stock, super gas, super comp, and top dragster are competitors from Indy. You have been called to the lanes. Indy stock, Indy super street, Indy super stock, Indy super gas, Indy super comp, and Indy top dragster. Those competitors have been called to the lanes this morning. Looks like we're about ready to get stock eliminator rolling. Their time run before we get back into Indy eliminations just a little bit later on. But right now we're calling only our Indy competitors, those left in competition when Mother Nature brought an abrupt end to everything over at Indianapolis Raceway Park a few weeks ago. See, our stock are starting to roll around the corner. Their time run before we get rolling in with everything this morning. Jim Cakel rolls in, is 74.42. Young Andrew Hill wheeling and dealing that sharp-looking 70 Camaro. D-stock automatic right side, E-stock automatic machine in the left lane. Now, for those of you sitting in the stands, we had a race in Indianapolis a few weeks ago. Mother Nature rolled in with tornado warnings and rain and a little bit of hail even. We had to bring the Indianapolis event to an abrupt conclusion. We've got a few cars left in competition. We're going to finish our Indy race today as well as get these cars qualified for the Norwalk event. The event here this weekend, 1090, 120 for Cakel, 1076 for Andrew as he takes that Camaro on through. Rick Winchester up his 72 Corvette. The unfinished business machine coming up from Cincinnati, and Joey Shep out of Whiteland, Indiana, making his way over the race. Skillman Chevrolet 70 Nova over here on the right-hand side. Another F-stock automatic entry. G-stock automatic. 350 small blocks, a pair on the line right now. Corvette Nova. Again, a time run for these competitors. These are 12 cars still left in stock eliminator action from our race in Indy. We will crown our Indy champion a little bit later on today, as we will also be working our way into our Norwalk qualifying. Joey Ship, 11:41 at 113, 11:25 by Rick Winchester in his Corvette. Mike Delahunty up classic 64 Plymouth Belvedere. How about the 62 Pontiac Grand Prix of Bob Michael? Lebanon-based runner, 72 years young. Wheeling and dealing the poncho over here on this side. 389, 62 Pontiac Grand Prix. Sweetheart of a race. And certainly not a lightweight machine. Delahunty taking the AA stock automatic, 426 Belvedere through, 1034 at 128, 1177 for Bob Michael, 111 miles an hour. Bill Simsprot. Up now his Chevy, 66 edition, a short body run for General Motors back in the 60s. Only 1966 and 67 was this body style Nova produced. This one's a 283 4-speed combination for Simsprot over on the left-hand side. MJ Quinn, the interior trim man. The upholsterer over here on the right-hand side. Woodrow Josie Power, 85 Camaro, H-stock automatic entry, working its way down track. MJ drifting us a little bit out of the groove. Eases it back in, goes 11:46 at $1.16. 1146 for Simsprot as well at $1.14. Kevin Zaskowski, E-Stock automatic, 396, 68 Camaro, a little 3 1/4 horse machine left side. John Kunsak right, that's a Copo Camaro. First generation, latest edition generation. Chevrolet Camaros on the line. Cyrus holding up Kevin just a moment. Going to motion for John to bump back. Courtesy staging always in effect. Light your top bulb. Wait for your competitor to do likewise. Then both of you can roll on into the stage beam, signifying that you are on the starting line and ready to go. Ready to go. There we go. Kunsak in. Zaskowski in. Gopo picking the front end up, setting it back down. Kevin Zaskowski through 11:09 at 105, 9:42 by Kunsak, 144 miles an hour. Drew Skillman up in his Super stock cars getting their motivation down track. That is a modular motored Mustang super stock ride on the right hand side, 972, 137, 1012 for the Tin Soldier Firebird over here on the right hand side at 131 miles an hour. Again, a good morning and welcome to each and every one of you here at Summit Racing Equipment Motorsports Park. Glad to have you in the house for the 10th annual. Mickey Mart Cavalcade of Stars presented by Budweiser here this weekend. Jeff Dona's Super Stock J Automatic. Pontiac Firebird up on the left-hand side. Gorgeous automobile. And the heads up. Dave Lair machine over here on the right. Chevy Cobalt. GT category machine. Driver's just a tad quick on the green down here on this end, but that's all right. This is their practice run. 981 by Lair, 134. For Jeff Dona, 975 lap at 136 miles an hour. Alan Hollingsworth up, that gold 71 Firebird. Formula bodied machine, 455 for motivation. Super Sleeper, Oldsmobile. Young Mr. running over here on the right-hand side, coming down from Michigan. $10.53, 122 by running, $10.94 to 120 for Hollingsworth. in the Firebird. Mr. Wilkes coming up. Randy on the right-hand side. Again, Comp Eliminator and Top Sportsman. Looking for you to the lanes now, please. Our Indy Comp Eliminator, our Indy Top Sportsman competitors, we need you to the lanes now, please. Indy Comp, Indy Top Sportsman. Looking for you to the lanes. Brodick, Steve Schmidt, cylinder head, or Steve Schmidt engine. Top Sportsman cars, 935 for the Camaro, 143, 1014 for Randy Wilkes at 130 miles an hour. Ryan Merkel's up, his B stock automatic. Firebird and Bill Skillman. Ray Skillman Ford. Cobra Jet there on the left-hand side. Got to tell you, stock Eliminator has seen a resurgence with the Cobra Jets, the drag packs, the Copo Camaros, now in competition. Running in the 9s in the 8-second zone. 150 mile an hour stock Eliminator. Watch the Cobra Jet. Just barely lifts the front end off the ground. Sets it back down. Headed now for the other end of the racetrack. Coming, 898. 137 miles an hour. 1071 by Merkel. 110 mile an hour shot. Scott Stillings rolls up next. Stillings up in his Pontiac Grand Am, which has carried him through to more than one final round. Again, Comp Eliminator and Brodick, Steve Schmidt, Top Sportsman cars. Need you to the lanes, please. 863, 157 for Scott Stilling. Kerr's little Chevy 2 working its way down track now as we get our stock and super stock competitors, their time run, our Indy competitors, 1049, 123 for the McCreary Nova. We'll roll now into our super street category cars, our 1090 cars getting ready to come up. Looks like one of the names is still in competition. Mr. Rudy over there on the left-hand side of the racetrack, the Summit Lane. Rudy Matthews up alongside Fred Squire. 7 cars left. Super street competition, the 1090 category. Full body door cars for everybody. Driver sits on the left-hand side. Rudy's 17 on the tree. Freddie is 001 red. Now we look to see if we can light up 1090s. 1086, 147 by Rudy. 1085, 33 for Fred. Ryan Richardson up. It's Firebird. Coming over from the Hoosier State, Mike Gramlich. Come down from Michigan. Maybe. No, seriously, he's from maybe Michigan. I wouldn't try to lead you astray at all. 500 cubic inch, big motor, 78 Malibu for the Michigander. Michigan. Yeah, from that guy from maybe. 1066, 140. Michael, you might want to slow it down a little bit. Brian Richardson, 1087. 145 miles an hour. Craig Meyer up. The vintage 62 Plymouth Fury. A face only a mother could love back in 1962. I'm sorry. The early 60s Mopars just were not. The lookers, let's put it that way. 1087 at 138 for Craig Meyer. Makes a good race car for him, though. 138 miles per, and away we go. Danny Napier. And Phil Smida. We roll in and pretty much getting ready to finish up. Phil over here on the right side. The Buckeye runner, wheeling and dealing his Chevy Cavalier. And how about that Vega? Napier out of Pataskala. 77 model. Whoa. Denny's time run just kind of went to oops, and well, you get the idea. 1087, 150 for Phil in the Cavalier, 1462. Just 30 years before Columbus sailed the ocean blue. 1462, 72 miles an hour for Denny. Napier, he'll be back trying to figure out exactly what went wrong with that run. So we get ready to roll it into Super Gas. Our 990 cars. Again, top dragster, comp eliminator, top sportsman. Indy competitors, you've been called to the lanes if you would like a time run this morning before we get into eliminations. Rocky Clark and Larry Turner going to lead off our Indy Super Gas competitors. Rocky over there on the left-hand side, the low slunk Pontiac Grand Prix. Larry doing it the old school way, the 2017 Roadster. Used to be a gaggle, a flock, a plethora of 27 Ford Roadsters, but the body style seems to have fallen from favor for the Corvette Roadster body style. Larry says, I like my car just the way it is. Good looking automobile and all. Big block Chevrolet motors through. 983, 141 for Rocky, a 977 lap. 179 miles an hour. Here's one of the aforementioned Corvette Roadsters. Justin Mosier, right-hand side. Rob Mosier, left lane. The Mosier team car. Left in Super Gas. We'll see how the field whittles down. Chevy S10 for Rob over on the left-hand side. 986, 157 for Justin, the youngster. Over here on the 983 lap at 175. Here's another one of the aforementioned Corvette Roadster bodied machines. The C5 body style for Ed Rudy out of Illinois. How about a 67 Chevy 2 two-door wagon? Robert Eaker out of Canby, Indiana, said, hey, looks like a good race car to me. 991, 147 for Eaker, 978 by Rudick at $1.66. 68 Dodge Dart, Jim Falby out of Illinois. Runner coming over from the Land of Lincoln, pulling up alongside the Hoosier base, Steve Williams, Ford Probe machine. Let's see, so far this morning we've seen a 63 Fury, couple of Vegas. Now we've got a Ford Probe. A bit of automotive history taking place here on the racetrack at Summit Racing Equipment, Motorsports Park. Got any young guns out there? Kids are probably looking at Dad going, Dad, what the heck kind of car is that? 897 by Falby at $1.52. Steve Williams, 992 out of the True Blue Probe, 146 miles an hour. Devin Eisenhower said, you know what? Those Corvette Roadsters are kind of cool, but I want a Camaro Roadster. 67 edition. Chevy Monza alongside, belongs to Hank Stewart. No relation to Hank Williams, by the way. Stewart going through, 977 at 138. 993 for Eisenhower's Camaro, the 19-year-old youngster out of Indiana. Larry Burnshausen, a Vega wagon. And Doug Croft. Doug in his 68 Firebird, the runner out of Wabash. We all know Wabash is, well, in Indiana. Burns House. Small block Chevrolet, little 407 combination underneath the hood of the Vega. Just got to be able to run 990s consistently. He runs 983 and a $151, 983.9 for Doug. Now, if that had been a round of elimination, Doug would have won by 3 thousandths. Closer to the dial for both cars breaking out. Ryan Boland up the Mustang out of Illinois. Carl Roots, gorgeous, and I do mean spectacularly good looking. 63 Chevy too. Man's been known to lay some paint. 588 cubic inch big block Chevrolet, romping, stomping, big end, 984. 162 for Carl. Boland takes it through, 988. 145 for the Mustang. Another early model roadster, this time a 33 Ford bodied machine. Tim Gillespie out of Ohio. Troy Coughlin Jr. out of Ohio. The Jags car. 57 Corvette. Another one of the aforementioned Corvette roadster body styles. Third generation racer. Troy Jr. over here on the right. Tim Gillespie on the left. Here comes the Corvette. Tightening it up. Top end, 987, 167. 983 by Tim Gillespie. 153 miles an hour. Another one of the 27 Ford Roadster body style. Robbie Sesko out of Lansing, which is in Ohio and not Michigan like you were probably thinking. 27 Ford Roadster, the Dada Motorsports entry, and Leo Zinda, the Ring and Pinion shop. It's been known to set up a few drive lines over the years. Leo out of Clinton Township, up in Michigan. 988, 166 by Zenda, 983 by Robbie. 147 miles an hour. Jason Lynch, Racing Jason. The CarsProtectionPlus.com entry there on the left-hand side. Marcus Bush, Illinois-based educator, teacher, over here in the right lane. 77 Chevy Nova. 77 Novas with the 5-mile-an-hour bumpers just never really did catch on as a hot rod. Just didn't have that look. Marcus says, hey, I got a good deal on one. I'll make it a race car. Bush motors through 968, 158. Something about that number might be wrong. About Racing Jason. 17 on the tree, dead on one. 9901. An 18 thou package on his one-time run before we go into elimination. Go figure. Mia Tedesco up, another CarsProtectionPlus.com entry. This time Mia wheeling and dealing the Cavalier. Larry Rodell over here, another 27 Roadster. Another car out of the Don Davis race car shops. Another big block Chevrolet powered machine. On and off the throttle stops. Top end charge. Motored on through. 985 by Mia. 167 miles an hour. 984 by Larry. True difference between those two cars going down the racetrack and the lapse time. Mia would have gotten the win by 8 thousandths of a second. Here's Steve Hoyt. Steve had a pretty good year last year. Took this Corvette Roadster to the winner's circle. Steve and Jan out of Fort Wayne over Indiana way. 10 on the tree, 92 on the number, 992.8 at 173 miles an hour. Indy Top Dragster, Indy Comp, and Indy Top Sportsman. If you want your time run, you should be in the lanes because you're going to be coming up shortly. Got Todd Kajawa up on the vintage trailers machine. That bright green car over the left-hand lane. Again, tip of the cap to everybody at Vintage Trailer and their local dealer for putting on the feed last night. Appreciate that. Chuck Ridenauer out of Plainfield. Over here on the right-hand side as we're into the 890 cars now, our Super Comp machines. $884 by Kajawa for Vintage Trailers. $898, $173. For right now, over here on the right-hand side, Shannon Minji, Urbana Bay, VFW, Berberich, TLC detailing machine here on the right-hand side. Pat Martin's car out of London, Ohio. The Armor Paving and Sealing. Good-looking car there on the left-hand side. Well, I'll tell you what, from our vantage point up here in the tower and the sun coming over our shoulders, chrome on these cars just sparkling in the morning sun. Shannon's a little quick on the tree, but hey, it's practice. 892, 181, 899 for Pat Martin's Armor Paving machine. 183 miles an hour. Dave Gones coming out of Plymouth, which we all know is in Michigan. And Rock Haas, the Haas and Carruthers machine over here on the right-hand side. Another Michigan-based runner. Rock rocking the right lane. The Budweiser lane here at Summit Racing Equipment, Motorsports Park. Dave over on the left-hand side, the Summit side of our quarter mile. Oop, Rock's got problems. Rock is not rocking along, and that's not good. 882, 172 for Dave, 1110 for Haas over here on the right-hand side. Only 81 miles an hour. Rock will have to over here in the right lane. Lamont, wheeling and dealing, the Lamont Auto and Trailer Sales entry there on the left-hand side, and then McElvain race cars out of Whitefoot Racing for the young lady here on the right-hand side. A practice run, a time trial run before we get back into our Indy eliminations. Pat goes through 881 at 171, 897 for Stephanie. 175 miles an hour. Swan in, the Ray Skillman Chevrolet. Race to Win Motorsports entry. Runner out of the Hoosier State, making the tow east. Goes 876, 176 for Janice. Again, top dragster, comp eliminator, top sportsman competitors from Indy. 16 cars in top dragster, 12 in comp eliminator, 14 in top sportsman. Boys and girls, if you're looking for your time run this morning, you should be in the lanes. Top dragster, comp, and top sportsman from Indy. You should be in the lanes. Bill Riddle, right side. Morgan Motorsports, Michigan-based machine. Making his run down the racetrack. Budweiser scoreboard lights up 883, 169 miles an hour. All right, our top dragster competitors. Lots of discussion in the pits yesterday about possible record-setting field here this weekend with the barometric conditions being what they are, atmospheric conditions being what they are. Al Peebler, BJ Sexton making their way down track. Peebler goes through 6:35, 214 miles an hour. 6:47 by BJ. 207 mile an hour lap. Quick Fuels Technology Machine. Next to Johnny Deacons out of Louisville. Designer for Quick Fuel Technology. Putting all the applications to work in 767 cubic inches. Michael Smith out of Michigan making his way down. Bowen fabricated, Oldsmobile powered, big blower sitting up on top, top dragster combination. Our 16 cars left in competition from our race in Indianapolis just a few weeks ago. Time run for them this morning. Second round of elimination. Coming up here in just a bit, Michael Smith's machine lifts the front end up, sets it down. Little puff of smoke out of it. John Deacons goes 6.33. 216 miles an hour, quicker run than his qualifying run at Indy. That tells me the atmospheric conditions are looking pretty good this weekend, at least right now. So we'll send a crew out to pick up Michael Smith, check out the racetrack, make sure we're lean, mean, clean, and green before we get ready to send our next car down. Looks like it will be another one of the Jegs machines. Left in competition here in top dragster action. Ashley Tidrick out of Cynthiana, Kentucky. Another blown combination here in our top dragster category. The Mickey's on the back, getting ready to see if they can take all the torque and the horsepower coming out of that 468 cubic inch blown big block over here on the right-hand side. Mike Coughlin over on the left, obviously the Jegs machine. Brand new race car for them, still trying to get everything sorted out. Greg Cody says, we're still trying to get this one lined out. Got one of the Pro Chargers, centrifugal Chargers on the 526 cubic inch combination. Again, top dragster competitors left over from Indy Racing. 15 cars left. Second round of elimination. Opportunity for the drivers to get a time run in before we get back into elimination. 6:15, 2:23 by Ashley. 6:16, 2:27 by Michael. And both drivers there running better than their qualifying numbers at Indy. Marco Abruzzi up on the left-hand side, the transmission man out of Warren, Ohio. Marco carrying the first ever #1 for the RacingRVs.com Top Dragster National Championship. Ed Dudley up on the right-hand side, his Fisher's based. Mike Spitzer built race car. 845 cubic inch Ford over here on the right-hand side for all you blue oval aficionados. A preponderance of big block Chevrolets, a smattering of Fords, and a dusting of Mopars. Kevin down in the pits is going, what's all these big words you're coming up with this morning, Unc? A smattering, a preponderance, a dusting. Yeah, well, hey. Hang on there, Marco. Little drifting around there in the middle. Goes 638, 193, 660 by Ed Dudley. Spitzer machine over on the right-hand side. That Ford-powered hot rod motor's through. 204 miles an hour. 638 by Marco, but only 193. Down on the other end of the racetrack, down by about 20 miles an hour from where he normally runs. Zach Sackman up. Rob Mosier alongside. Saw Rob up just moments ago in his super gas truck. He's still alive in a couple of categories. Now he in his top dragster machine. Spitzer race car, top dragster category. Sackman over on the left-hand side, the 20-year-old youngster out of Illinois. Another Spitzer chassis race car. These two drivers qualified number 11 and 12 for the fields in Indy. Made it through first round of eliminations, both looking to make it to round number 3 coming up here in just a little bit. Mosier's machine getting up and on the tires. He'll just kind of coast on through. 6'11", 233 by Sackman down at the other end of the racetrack. His car much quicker, much faster than it was in Indy a couple of weeks ago. All right, boys and girls, guys and gals, ladies and gents, Norwalk needs you to the staging lanes for Super Street. Norwalk event. That means like everybody. Super Street needs you to the lanes, please, for your first run. Super Street, or for Norwalk, needs you to the lanes, please. Don't forget the Mosier Engineering Shootout. Brought to you by Racers for Christ and Draw. Open to all Super Comp, Super Gas, and Super Street competitors. You must already be signed up. $20 entry fee payable to NHRA at the T&E registration trailer. Top 8 competitors running closest to their respective index in the designated qualifying session We'll advance to the draw. RFC Super Eliminator Shootouts presented by Mosier. So don't forget to get signed up for the Mosier Engineering Draw Racers for Christ Shootout. You haven't done so already. But right now, Super Street needs you to the lanes, please. Super Street needs you to the staging lanes, please. Here's our next pair. Rolling up to the box, Craig Sullivan. Another Ford powered entry. There on the left-hand side. Runner out of Avon. And Joe Hessler out of Toledo. Another one of the Pro Charger machines. Goes 621, 227. Sullivan a 640 lap at 208. I started to say a little while ago that there was a ongoing discussion in the pits yesterday regarding a probable record-setting top dragster field here this weekend. Simply because of the cool atmospheric conditions, the good barometer that we've got, the dry air, just all lends itself quite well to being able to make horsepower. And of course, the track here at Summit Racing Equipment Motorsports Park always lends itself well to accepting the horsepower that is being made. Talked a moment ago about Rob Mosier still being alive in a couple of classes. So's Troy Coughlin. So's Leo Zinda. A few other competitors. We still got some whittling to do to get through and crown our champions. Coughlin in the left lane out of Ohio. Obviously, the Jegs team car. Zinda on the right-hand side. The Ring and Pinion Shop up Clinton Township Way. Always like to make comments that Leo should be in the marriage counseling business. Because once she gets a ring, you're going to get the pinion, or the opinion. 892, 180 by Leo, 892, 181 by Troy. Got a pair of good cars going down track, absolutely separated by a scant 0.003 of a second down at the other end. Phil Smida. Jason Lynch, another pair of drivers. Both these drivers in Super Comp and Super Gas. Saw Jason up a little while ago in the Super Gas car, put down an 18,000s package. Like to have that one back for the next round of eliminations, I'm sure. Smida took his Cavalier down. Got his time run. Eight, 903 by Phil. 183 miles an hour. Again, Super Street, Norwalk competitors. Well, that means basically everybody that's here this weekend and wants to run Super Street. Super Street needs you to lanes, please. Super Street. To the staging lanes, please. All right, Racing Jason off and running now. 005 on the tree, runs 91.4. Well, he had an 18 package in his Super Gas ride. He has a 19 package in his Super Comp ride. I would say that Racing Jason has done his homework, computed his math, consulted the weather station, worked on his calculator, and contabulated the settings that he needed to be able to get both cars dialed in. tabulated. Hey, us announcers, we like to make up words as we go along. Comp Eliminator getting ready to come at you. Don Pontillo out of Kenosha, Wisconsin. Quick. What used to be the home, or what Kenosha used to be the home of what product? What is the answer, Mr. Warren? American Motors Corporation, Ramblers. That's it, the Kenosha Cadillac. Mike Farrell alongside the B Street Roadster entry. Mike telling me that Fred Allen is home, not feeling well. The other comp car won't be here this weekend. Fred, if you're listening in, get well. 777 for Mike at 173. 687 for Tony. His B Dragster automatic entry for the runner out of Kenosha. Small block Chevrolet. Jim Greenheck coming in to C altered automatic, and Stevie Ambrose, J altered automatic. In line, 6-cylinder Ford, based off the ever popular Workhorse 300 cubic inch, 6 from Ford, that you could find in just about any kind of work truck you wanted back in the 70s and 80s and early 90s. This one's got an Alan Johnson Performance Engines or Performance Engineering CNC fabricated head on top of that 6-cylinder. Greenheck over on the right-hand ride, out of the side, out of Schofield, Wisconsin, the racecabinet.com entry. C-Tech aluminum cabinets car. Gorgeous, low-riding Chevrolet Camaro bodied entry. Steve's car. Rocking back on the wheelie bar, getting out of the groove. And I heard it pop and bang a couple of times. 722 by Greenheck. 186 miles an hour, 1339. 66 miles an hour by Stevie. Wasn't the run he was looking for, but they'll take it back and figure that one out. Ron Bone and Ray Skillman. Coming up next, Ray, the B Econo altered entry for the 74-year-old youngster out of Greenwood. Another 6-cylinder dragster, this time a rear-engine dragster, and a Chevrolet for motivation. Ron Bone out of Benton Harbor, Michigan. There on the left-hand side of the racetrack, your number one qualifier at Indy. Car was flying. 7:51 and 7:52 laps. Let's see if we can put it down into the 7:40s here in our better air this weekend at Norwalk. .754, 174, 765 by Skillman. 174 miles an hour out of the Ray Skillman Ford Mustang here on the right-hand side. Todd France and Troy Galbraith, our next pair up. Galbraith over here on the right-hand side, the B Dragster automatic. Of course, all of these cars also running for and in our Indy Comp Eliminator bonus fund. Comp Eliminator bonus fund. Indy gear. Spitzer race cars. And the shootout coming up in Bowling Green. That'll be in August. All these drivers earning points and contingency bonus funds because of the comp bonus program. Talk more about that as the weekend progresses. France F Super Mod Automatic. Now, Greenheck's Camaro that you saw earlier, that C-Tech aluminum cabinets machine, that was a totally race shop fabricated car. France's Pontiac there on the left-hand side actually started live on a General Motors assembly line. Galbraith goes through 7:35 at 127. Fred shuts it off to a 9:27 lap at 110 miles an hour, and both drivers slowly coming to a coasting stop down at the top end of the racetrack. And there they go. Robert Bailey sits and waits patiently. The Wabash, Indiana-based A. Econo Dragster. Talking about our comp bonus fund and the shootout that we have every year. Robert was our Spitzer Race Cars Indy Gear Comp Shootout winner last year, the runner out of Wabash. Schmidt Racing Power Plant, 482 cubic inches. Cohen automatic transmission in that Egan chassis race car. Robert, beautiful bride Judy, been at this for a number of years. Always a tough competitor when he pulls to the line. And Super Street, need you to lanes, please. Super Street to the lanes. Super Street, needing you to the staging lanes, please. Looks like a little bit of cleanup going on there on the Summit side. Robert and Judy decide, hey, you know what? The old Budweiser side of the racetrack's looking pretty good. We could just motivate down that. This is a time run. Again, for our cars left in competition from the event at Indianapolis a few weeks back. Mother Nature bringing that race to a screeching halt late Sunday afternoon, early evening. There's rain and small hail, and warnings of tornadoes in the area. Made this boy from Kansas City think of lions and tigers and bears. Oh my. Well, not really, but it sounded good. All right, Robert doing his burnout. No, I just stood up in the tower and watched. Lived out in California for a while when I worked for Hooker back in the early 80s. Hooker Headers. I know I worked for Hooker Headers back in the 80s. We had an earthquake one day. Kind of shook the foundation a little bit, and everybody gathered in their door frame. And I looked at the folks from California and I said, give me a tornado any day of the week. And they're like, oh no. You know, we'll take our earthquakes. And I'm like, no, give me a tornado. At least I know the opportunity's there. Them earthquakes, they just kind of sneak up on you and smack you upside the head. All right, Robert Bailey. Front end up, sets it back down. A. Econo Dragster. Shuts it off there, about the 1,000-foot mark. Goes across, 728. 129 miles an hour. Super Street, if you're not in the lanes, you're tardy, you're late. You're absent without leave. You're missing in action. Need you to the lanes, please. Super Street, 1090 car. To the lanes, please. Tommy Turner and Jeff Sexton as we roll into our Brodix. Steve Schmidt, top sportsman category. Again, our competitors from Indiana. We have 14 cars left in competition. They get a time run this morning so we can get started in finishing up our Indy competition here at Norwalk. Kind of getting a two-for race weekend this weekend. Those of you that are here with us today, we'll crown some Indy champions before the day is done. Start working our way towards crowning our Norwalk champions on Sunday here at Summit Racing Equipment Motorsports Park and the 10th annual Cavalcade of Stars presented by Budweiser here this weekend. Jeffrey, Tommy, out of the gate they go. Turner out of Florida. Wheeling at Pontiac GXP goes 6. 211 miles an hour, 689, 201 by Sexton for the runner out of Ohio. They understand we might have a football team in this state? I've heard that, yes. There might be a football team here in Ohio. Andy Horn and Tony Fagnilli. Andy there on the left side. That is an all Ford Mustang. 645 cubic inch blue oval combination. I got a figure on a 645 cubic inch Ford. The cylinders got to be about as big around as a 3-pound Folgers coffee can, right? Not a 5-pound, but a 3-pound. Got to be about right. Delaware, Ohio based. Ford Mustang there on the left side. Tony McNilly out of Coropolis, Pennsylvania. Making a tow over with his Pontiac GXP. Pat leans in from behind, says, go get him. Look at a Mustang picking him up, putting him down. 6.66 again. 206 miles an hour, 689 by Tony. 192 miles an hour. One of the top 10 top sportsman cars in the country last year. Finished number 8. The first ever national championship season. Mark McDonald and Tim Wise roll in next. Another all Ford Mustang. In fact, a pair of all Ford Mustangs. See the guy down here in the yellow shirt turning around looking up at me like, well, why wouldn't it be an all Ford? It does not have to be powered by a power plant of the manufacturer, Top Sportsman. I have seen big block Chevrolet powered Dodge Neons. I can tell you of a 500 cubic inch Pro Stock Hemi powered Chevrolet Camaro that runs in the Top Sportsman category. I've also seen a big motored Ford in a Corvette body style. So when I say an all Ford Mustang, I'm merely making point of the fact that it is a Ford powered and Ford bodied machine. McDonald, left side, the 67 edition, dragstersforsale.com. And Tim Wise, another Ohioan, another Buckeye runner. Yeah, that'll work. 687, 199 for Tim, and Tim finished number 7 last year in the point standing. 671, 204 for Mark McDonald. Not to be confused with his second cousin, twice removed, Mike McDonald, on his mother's side. Tom Harger and Tim Irwin up next. Well, we all know who Michael McDonald is, right? We certainly do. All except for maybe this young lady down here in the 14th row with the black sweatshirt on. She's going, Michael McDonald, who's that? Dad leans over and says, the Doobie Brothers. She says, who's that? Tim Irwin up, the Mosier Engineering, Chevy Lumina. Tom Harger on the left side, making the tow over from Des Moines, Iowa. Over there in the heart of corn country. I think them Hawkeyes might say something about them Buckeyes, right? Kind of a little bit of a rivalry there. Tom rolls in, tops the top bulb, car goes poof, poof, right there on the line. That is a professional announcing term. Don't try that at home. 768, 176 for Tim Irwin, that is. The Mosier machine works its way on down track. Tom Harger rolled in late yesterday afternoon. Still in competition. Came off the line and the car went. That's not a good thing. Could be termed as a hiccup. Yeah. So we'll push Tom's car back out of the way. See if we can get him pointed in the correct direction. Ryan Hill and Glenn Butcher sit and wait patiently. Tom's purple Oldsmobile. All right, boys and girls. Attention in the pits, please. Attention in the pits. Indy Super Gas. Indy Super Gas. Round 3 of eliminations. Need you to the lanes, please. Indy Super Gas. First call to the lanes. Round 3 of eliminations. Looking for 25 of you. Indy Super Gas. Round 3. Need you to the staging lanes, please. All right. Butcher's in. Low ride, 69 Camaro there on the left-hand side. How appropriate for a gentleman named Butcher to be in the demolition business, right? I mean, stop and think about it. Ryan Hill over on the right-hand side, he's a machinist. And no, he doesn't make hills out of molehills. Anyway. Ryan Hill, right side, out of Valparaiso. Ooh, Butcher's car drifts a little out of the groove. He'll get out of it. Ryan Hill, meanwhile, goes 6.59, 213 miles an hour down at the other end with one parachute that kind of flutters around in the breeze down there. Make sure he makes the bend okay. Yep, he does. Butcher's hot rod just kind of easing on down the racetrack. So he coasts on through. Shane Cowan and Lester Johnson rolling in next. Lester over on the left side, another one of those Cynthiana, Kentucky-based runners. If you don't know where Cynthiana, Kentucky is, I invite you to check out Google Maps. It'll point you to it real quick. Cynthiana. The LJ Motorsports, chop top, low ride, 55 shoebox. Bel Air over there on the left-hand side, named Excalibur. And Shane Cowan, Indiana-based runner, C5 Corvette bodied machine. Out of Medina Oral Surgeons. They're the people that like take out your wisdom teeth. Give you all them funny drugs. Tell you not to drive home after surgery, which is a good idea. Shane lists his occupation as a bartender. God bless you, son. Must be a heck of a bar and the tips are good. Here we go. Check out the shoebox. Hustling and bustling through 6,2,894 miles an hour. 721 by Shane Cowan at 187. Shane's running better than he did in Indy, so's Lester. 628, 194. Zoomers. That shoebox. Picking them up, putting them down. Glenn Julius. Up next is Grand Am out of Indiana. Glenn Julius Motors on through, 702 at 198 miles an hour, and that'll take care of our Indy competitors. Yeah. Again, Indy Super Gas, looking for 25 of you. Indy Super Gas, needs you to the lanes, please. Indy Super Gas, needs you to the staging lanes, please. Come on down. Indy Super Gas, round number 3 of eliminations, needs you to the lanes. All right, now we're getting ready. Now we're getting started with our Norwalk event. This is Super Street, 1090 cars. That's a blown small block. Joe Malfeo, right-hand side, the runner out of Worth, Illinois. Motors through 1082 at 130, 1094 for Butch Dressback. Ohio-based runner, the Ford Thunderbird there on the left-hand side. And see, now that Ford has got a Chevrolet in it. How you like your S10s? Candy apple red or candy blue? Jack Fisk, right side, the Ohio-based runner's got the blue one. Pam Keener, the Indiana-based runner, left side's got that candy apple red one. The Greenwood RV Rentals entry there on the left-hand side for the young lady. 7th year of racing. Small blocks of pair. Cranking hard for the other end of the racetrack. 1089.9 by Pam. Talk about having it pretty much dialed. 1087.6 by Jack. Both drivers leaving the red light in their wake, but hey, you know, it's practice. Time trial. Again, Indy, round 3, Super Gas, 25 of you. Need you back to the lanes, please. Indy, Super Gas. Round number 3, need you to lanes, please. Steve Town, left side. Eric LaHava, right lane. The Gerber, Collision and Glass. Chevrolet powered Mustang. See, there's another one of them crossbreeds. An infected Ford, 1088, 142, 1079 by Steve Town. 128 miles an hour. The Mopar car, the 70 Barracuda of Larry Zepskinski. With a 440 cubic inch Mopar. Rob Cropfield up, little Vega wagon. Seen more Vega wagons here today than I have in the last 17 years combined on the street. Checking the top end of the racetrack, making sure that we have no parts, pieces, debris, fluid, or otherwise errant substances out there. Indy competitors in Super Gas. 25 of you. Need you to the staging lanes, please, for round 3 of eliminations. Indy Super Gas competitors. Need you to the lanes, please, for round 3. Indy Super Gas. Top end, got the official okie dokie, so Rob Cropfield. Larry Zipskinski working its way down track now. The CUDA goes 11-12 at 114, 10:62 by Rob. Okay, we're looking for 1090 numbers. Rob goes quick, Larry goes slow. Take the 2, divide by 2. Times 1.1, and we'll probably be about right. Zach Running rolls up. Jim Unum alongside. Jimmy over here on the right-hand side. 67 Chevy Deuce. Big block motivation. Small block 400 cubic inch. For Zach, there in that wheel standing. 87 Firebird. Here comes Jimmy. Top end 1085, 146, 1079 by Zach. Down at the other end of the racetrack. 124 miles an hour. Don Moyer. Early model Camaro, left-hand side out of Pickerington. Don Gandhi out of Columbia, Tennessee, an electrician. Electrical contractor, driving his 82 IROC over here on the right side. It's Don wired into the tree this weekend and go home with a Wally on Sunday evening. $10.50, 149. 10.50s, and we're looking for 10.90s. Probably not going to cut it too well in elimination. Don Moyer goes 10.74, 143 miles an hour, and Sawyer. Ernie the third over there on the left-hand side. 82 Camaro in the left lane, the B&P entry, and Gary Rogers. Got a Tipton, the early model Chevelle. 66 edition right side. That better be a great big motor underneath the hood with a whole lot of top end charge. Because Ernie is way out in front, goes 11.07 at 128, and Gary doesn't get there. He runs 11.58 at 146. Karsten Nyrgis out of Burton, Ohio, the 18-year-old youngster. Wheeling and dealing, the family Camaro on the left side, and Steve Yonicus out of Rising Sun, Ohio. N-Y-E-R-G-E-S, Nyrgis, and Yonicus, Y-O-N-I-K-U-S. And everybody thinks announcing is easy. Got a ball game the other night, sitting there thinking about that poor announcer. Some of the names he had to go through. 1096 at 131, 11 flat by Yonicus, 135 miles an hour. I mean, just think about it. Rugnet Odor and Bautista. I mean, Odor is easy to pronounce. Just call him Hitter. Frank Vincent, right side. Gary Horseman, left lane. Johnny Garrett, 1081, 138, 11 flat for Scott Stilling. 124 miles an hour. Sorry, I missed that one pair going down track. We were trying to get things squared away here in the tower. Trying to get Jay under control. You all know how tough that is. Chuck Campanella up on the left side. Chuck wheeling and dealing the Roadrunner. Meep, meep. Mark Smith over here on the right. Mustang. All forward, 420 cubic inch Ford. Indy Super Gas, round number 3, 25 of you. Need you to lanes, please. Uh-oh, looks like the Roadrunner got caught by the Coyote. Slows up to an 1162 at 98 miles an hour for Campanella, 1083, 136 for Mark Smith. Carl Sari, S-A-A-R-I, Sari. Up in the Mopar car, 70 Dodge Dart out of Estabula, Ohio. All Mopar. You know what? Clean the decals off of that. Put a set of mufflers on it. I'll cruise that through the local Sonic on Saturday night cruise zone. That's a good looking little hot rod right there. Here comes the Camaro. Lewis Murray out of Eureka, Missouri. 1085, 153 by Lewis. 1098, 119 for Sari's car. That's just a nice looking dart, clean dart. I like old darts. James Woodruff. Tom Head. James, Tom, James. Shake hands, go to neutral lanes. Another Mimi Roadrunner car. This time a 68. Woodruff there on the left-hand side. $10.89, 9 at 144. $10.83 by Tom at 137. Jason Satterley and Rod Ferris. Rod, Jason, Rod. Rod Ferris over here on the right side out of Dover. We all know it's in Ohio and not Delaware. Right? Satterley out of Lawrenceburg, not to be confused with Lynchburg, which is in Tennessee. 1096, 125 by Jason. 1096, 129 by Rod. 1096 affair. 1096 squared. 1096 a deuce. Mike Price, Tony Tanner. Tony's got the Oldsmobile. 82 edition. Out of morning. Price out of Perrysville, Ohio. He's in the flooring business. Mike, I wish you were closer. Got a couple of rooms in the basement, getting ready to do some work on. Need some help. How about Mike? 10900. Yeah, baby. 10900. And he was 002 on the tree. He was 002 red, but that's still close. 1080 at 133 for Tony Tanner. Working his way down track. Mike Ruzicka out of Asheville. It's either Ruzicka or Ruzicka. 70 Duster there on the left side. Here comes the Mopar car. 440 cubic inch, big wedge. Now starting to pull towards the other end. Rob Foss, the little S10. Coming. 1087, 125. Got there first. Ruzicka goes 1093. 126 miles an hour. David Whitefoot and Ryan Boland. Ryan up at Ford Fairmont. Let's see, we've had a Vega, a couple of Vegas, a Falcon, a Probe, and now a Fairmont. It's old car, old school day. 426 Ford for the South Oak Motorsports Fairmont out of Illinois. There goes the 69 Camaro of David Whitefoot. Kentucky-based runner. Here comes the Ford, coming. 1085, 136 got there first. 1089 by Whitefoot, 124 miles an hour. Wow, we go from a Fairmont to a Maverick. Must be old Ford Day here at Norwalk. No, it was a Tijuana Taxi with a four-door. That was the Gap and Roush car. This is just a regular old two-door Maverick with a 460 underneath the hood. Scott Sadler out of Ohio, the Malibu alongside. Scotty goes 1085, 140. The Maverick of Dale Schaefer out of West Virginia goes 1080 at 132. Wow, how about an 89 Plymouth Sundance? Fairmonts, Mavericks, and now a Sundance. Yeah, most of those have become recycled Chinese steel by now. Those that didn't rust away to nothing. 1063, 126 by Rob Rudrick. 1127 at 120. Hey, that's where all the scrap metal's going anyway. China. Sperry 1127 at 120 miles an hour. Bob Schmidt and Brian Workman. Pair of deuces. 67 edition left side, two-door post. 72 edition right side. Big block in the early model, small block in the late model. Indy Super Comp and Indy Top Dragster need you to the lanes, please. Super Comp and Indy Top Dragster need you to the lanes, please. Indy Super Comp, round 3. Indy Top Dragster, round number 2. Need you to the lanes, please. Bob Schmidt, 1080, 144, 1085 by Brian Workman at 127. And another deuce, this time the 70 edition, Adam Beverly. On the right side, and Nikki Looney in 85 Thunderbird. When's the last time you saw an 85 Thunderbird? Probably not the last time you saw an 89 Sundance. Looney on the left side, out of Ohio. All Ford, 351 cubic inch. I'd say that's probably a Cleveland and not a Windsor. Of course, the Cleveland Ford power plant facility located right over there by the airport. 1050, 134 by Nikki, 1068 at 141. For those of you into Ford Motor Company history. Kristen Kiger, Scotty Reisenchild. Scotty on the left side. Big block, 69 Corvette for the car store manager. Now, if you're managing a car store, does that mean you sell cars? You sell parts? You service cars? What kind of car store does Scotty manage? Inquiring minds want to know. Scotty's car popping and banging. Not good. Sounded like Friday night at the movies and the popcorn popping. 1079 to 129 by Kristen. 1195, 140 by Scotty. We'll have to go back and get the coconut oil out of that one. Wayne Kelly and George Decker. George and Mary campaigning the machine out of Defiance. George lists his occupation as retired. George is younger than me. I see a problem here. He's retired in racing, and I'm still working. And well, anyway. Wayne Kelly on the left side, 79 Malibu. 505 cubic inch big block underneath the hood of the Malibu. The runner out of the Hoosier State making a toe over. $10.95, $135 for George Decker. $10.99, $138 by Wayne Kelly. 138 mile an hour runner. That Malibu. Kelly Sperry and Bitsy Satterley. And Bitsy out of Lawrenceburg. A machinist by profession. Kelly out of Fort Wayne, the Human Resources Director. There on the left side. Kelly makes the determination who gets hired, who gets fired, and who gets raises. That's what human resources people do. 11:09 at 134. 11 flat for Bitsy Satterley at 133. Ruh-roh. I see a trail behind Jerry Rosenmeyer's Chevy Camaro. I don't know what kind of a trail it is. It's a trail of no good, I'll tell you that. Steve Eckert alongside. Steve, the runner out of Pataskala, Ohio. It's over there just north of... Ooh, that's not good. Besides the trail behind, Warren points out to me a trail alongside. Beep, 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 beep. I see the cleanup in aisle 1 light going on. Steve Eckert goes through 1074 at 145 miles an hour. Again, Indy Super Gas, round number 3 competitors, you should be in the lanes. Indy Super Comp, round number 3 competitors, you should be in the lanes. And Indy Top Dragster, round 2 competitors, we need you to the lanes, please. So Indy Super Gas, Indy Super Comp, and Indy Top Dragster, need you to the lanes, please. Round 3 of Super Gas, round 3 of Super Comp, and round number 2 of our Spitzer race cars. Top Dragster category. Need you to the lanes, please. I heard that sound yesterday morning about this time. Only in my case, the sound of the jet was because the jet I was in was getting ready to take off. Not being used to clean up the spill in aisle number 1. But here at Summit Racing Equipment, Motorsports Park, fire up the jet, dry up the fluids, get the cleanup executed in a short and sweet fashion. Get back to our Super Street time trials momentarily. Hazelton and Frank Jenkins. Frank, 63 Pontiac Le Mans. When's the last time you saw one of them? Probably a few days before you saw that 89 Sundance. Jenkins goes 1093 at 139. 1094 by Damian Hazelton. Runner out of Continental, Ohio, and Lucky Dog Racing. 1094 at 133. Continental, Ohio. Sounds official, doesn't it? Roger Weaver up. Roger and Judy campaigning the all Ford Mustang. 1967 body style. Watson, Buckeye Lane. Coughlin Automotive. Hang on there. Malibu came off the line, drifted a little bit towards the Christmas tree in the center stripe. Rick had to use that steering wheel for its intended application. 1097 at 114 by Watson. 1080 by Roger Weaver. 138 miles an hour. Alex Miller. Up next in the Monza, and Brent Rooker. The Alcott Plastics. Sponsored 69 Firebird. $10.74 for Alex Miller's Monza. 133 miles an hour. $10.77 by Rooker. And the Firebird at 136. Another early model, first generation Chevy too. Hard to remember that these were originally conceived, designed, built, and sold as economy cars back in the early 60s. Had little 4 cylinders in them. Those 4 cylinders eventually became the property of Mercury Marine, and they made a gazillion of them for motorsports. This little Chevy 2's got a 406 cubic inch bow tie underneath the hood. John Gregory alongside, the Elyria-based runner. That's like right down the road, he said, pointing that way. 1132 at 119 for Gregory. 1092, 128 for Dan Funk. Guess Dan could say when he goes racing, he really is in a funk. Ed Jurasic, I'm sorry. Ed Jurasic, another Elyria-based runner, up in his Ford there on the left-hand side. This Ford, though, is one of those crossbred Fords. It's a Ford Olay or a Chevron, however you want to look at it. Small block Chevrolet underneath the hood of that 91 F-body. Brian Baer. Malibu over in the right-hand side. Brian coming. 1091, 126. Ed Jurasic got there first, but he goes way quick. 1079 at 142 miles an hour. Presley Wilkerson. Presley coming up from Louisville. The addictions counselor. Wonder how he counsels people that are addicted to drag racing. Ron Foss over on the right-hand side. Ron goes through 1093, 140. 1259 by Presley. We'll have to work on that addictions thing a little bit stronger. 129 miles an hour for Presley. Excuse me, sir, your car's on fire. I see flames all over the front of it. Scott Mackey out of Michigan as the aforementioned Chevy 2 with flames all over it. The Babalu Racing Team. Dan Hedges, Michigan-based runner. Chevy Camaro. 1083, 125 for Hedges. 1111 for Scott Mackey. 150 miles an hour. Jimmy Hinkle. Dennis Floyd. Dennis. James, Dennis. Another first edition Chevy too, this time the 64 body style. Floyd running a little ragtime over here. The Wakeman, Ohio based Chevy Camaro. Big 540 combination, closing, runs 1076. Wow. Looking for 1090s. We get a 1076 out of Dennis. We get a 1053 out of James. Guys, I got words for you. 3 of them. Adjust, throttle, stop. That's all I got to say. Matt Ball up. Another one of the early edition Chevy S10s. Another small block for the Troy-based runner. Holly Burke over on the right-hand side. Holly Lister occupation is hairdresser. A beautician by trade. Small block power plant, 79 Camaro. $1084, $129 for Holly. $1094 to $130 for Matt. At Datus, the Oldsmobile Starfire. Kind of looks like a Chevy Monza. Different front end, different rear end treatments. Nick Akuri out of North Olmsted over there on the left-hand side. Super Gas, round 3. You should be in the lanes for Indy competition. Super Comp, round 3. You should be in the lanes for Indy competition. Spitzer Race Cars, Top Dragster. You should be in the lanes for round 2 of Indy competition. 1085, 133 by Matt, 1083, 146 by Nick as we continue on. Now we want Indy round number 2 of Comp Eliminator. Looking for 12 cars. Our Comp Eliminator machines from Indy need you to the lanes now, please. Picking right back up where we left off when the Tornado Sirens and the Lions and Tigers and Bears, oh my, hit us at Indy. So Super Gas, Super Comp, Top Dragster, and now Comp Eliminator. Indy Eliminations. Rounds number 3, 3, and 2, 2 respectively. Need you to the lanes, please. Jeremy Mason, Barney Barnhart. Barney should paint his car purple. It's just, thought process. Jeremy goes through 1057 to 146 in the Camaro. Barney Barnhart 1126 at 149 in his Chevelle. $25 cars left in Indy Super Gas competition, and here we go. This is rounds of elimination. Round number 3 eliminations from our event in Indianapolis. Got punctuated with a tornado warning. We sent everybody scattering back to the pits. Day was over with. Well, we're picking back up. This is Indy Eliminations Norwalk style. Tim Gillespie racing Jason, going for the stripe, and it's going to be Jason Lynch. Moving on to round number 4, 992, 159, 997 by Gillespie, 147 miles an hour, racing Jason at the stripe by 39 thousandths. Carl Root taking on Mia Tedesco now. The CarsProtectionPlus.com. Young driver out of Pittsburgh, there in the left lane. Carl, the painter by profession, to see the man build some street rods, hot rods, custom motorcycles. He can lay some paint. Here we go. Mia's out in front. Carl's Chevy 2 now starts making its move. Top end, top end, top end. Mia, 995, 166 by 2 thousandths of a second. Carl goes 996 at 156 and comes up short by those same 2000s. Hank Stewart, Larry Turner. Larry right side. That gorgeous 2017 Roadster for the runner out of Columbus, Indiana. Stewart on the left side out of Winnetonka, Wisconsin. There goes the Monza. Here comes the Roadster. Red light start for Hank. This one's already done. The one light on the Budweiser scoreboard flashing. Larry Turner moves on to round number 4, 975 at 141. Stewart motors through 989, but was red leaving the starting line, and well, that just doesn't work so hot. Robert Eaker and Steve Hoyt roll in next. Robert out of Indiana, the 67 Chevy 2 two-door flash. Whoops. No worky, no good. Robert brings the RPMs up. The Chevy 2 roll right on through the stage beams. Steve Hoyt sits, waits patiently. His side of the tree comes down, lights up the wind light. He runs 989.3, 173 miles an hour, and we'll see Steve's car one more time. Robert's machine now reverts to Norwalk competition. Rob Mosier and Doug Croft up next. Rob. Wheeling and dealing, the Chevy S10, 565 cubic inch, rat motored Chevrolet. 517 cubic inch Pontiac. For Doug Croft in the 68 Firebird. RPM's up, 3 flashes yellow, then green. We're off and running. Great side-by-sider off the starting line. Wind light's going to be a hard, tough one to determine. Goes to Mosier. 46 thou at the stripe. 992, 152. Doug got down there, turned him loose, stepped off to a 996 at only 144 miles per. Marcus Bush taking on Troy Coughlin Jr. Troy wheeling and dealing, the family and Jegs mail order. 57 Corvette. They're on the left-hand side. Marcus, the Chevy Nova, 77 edition for the Educator out of Illinois. Another great matchup off the starting line. Virtually dead even out of the gate. Small advantage to Troy. Wind light, though, to Marcus. 13 thousandths package. You want some? Come and get it. 913 on the tree for Bush. Coughlin's 11 on the tree. Runs a 991.3, a 24 thousandths package for Coughlin. But just that much short. Larry Burnshouse taking on the dart now, Jim Falby. Falby, 540 cubic inch Mopar car. The little small block mega wagon that says, I think I can, 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 I think I might, I think I might, I think I might. I think I did. 992, 144 by Burnshausen. 984 by Falby, running just a little quick down at the other end, so Burnshausen car will be back. Larry Riddell, the RCE entry. Bald Man Transmissions car, another 27 Roadster here on the right-hand side. Finished 8th in the division last year, taking on Leo, the Ring and Pinion Shop, Boss Man, Chief Cook and Bottle Washer, Head Man in charge. Up Clinton Township, Michigan. Little Cavalier out of the gate and running. Here comes Larry alongside. Now Zinda's machine. Starts pulling, top end, lights up the wind light. 997 Zinda at 163. 993 by Larry. Leo was 0.05 on this end and takes 0.05 on that end. What's the old expression? B-double-O, take double O? Leo just lived it. Showed it how to do it. Steve Williams, Rocky Clark. Steve Williams in that Ford Probe. Rocky wheeling and dealing to Pontiac. The Grand Prix out of Ohio. There's the right-hand side. This is round 3 of Eliminations Super Gas from our unfinished event at Indy. We're looking to finish it today. Here comes Rocky. Too quick. 988.5 at 176. 994. Williams, the Probe. Probe's on. Robbie Zesco. Justin Mosier. Mosier up in the Corvette Roadster. 27 Roadster, Robbie Zesco alongside. 990's up on the scoreboard. It's about to put a cap on round 3 of eliminations. Super Gas from Indianapolis. Zesco's machine, just a little twitch out of the gate. Had to steer it back into the groove. Here comes the Mosier. C5 Corvette, top end coming. Not going to get there. 992, 145. Justin goes 10 flat at 171. So Zesco, that 27 Ford Roadster out of Lansing. In the immortal words of Arnold Schwarzenegger, will be back. Skeeter Wayne. And Evan Eisenhower. Skeeter should be up in that 34 Chevy Roadster. But the Roadster, not able to answer the bell here this weekend. So Devin gets a competition buy run for the 19-year-old college student out of Lebanon, Indiana. What were you doing when you were 19? A, were you still in school? B, were you driving a 565 cubic inch 67 Camaro Roadster? Eliminations, Mike Keenan. Mike should be up in his 87 Cavalier on the left-hand side, but Mike's a no-show, so a competition buy run. Ryan Boland's machine out of Wilmington, which we all know is in Illinois and not Indiana or Ohio or Kentucky or anyway. Could be in Delaware, but this particular one isn't. All Ford, all the time. Blue ovals. Going in straight lines. 989.7, 145 for Ryan Boland. He moves on to the round of next. And Ed Rudick. Ed with the scheduled buy run at 25 cars. So Edward, the up and down machine. Out of the up and down chassis service. Taking the Corvette down track. 73 years young and is a elevator repairman. Hence the name Up and Down. 983, 165 for Ed. And that, boys and girls, takes care of round number 3 of Super Gas from Indy. Round number 3 of Super Comp from Indy getting ready to come up next. Next. Attention in the pits, please. Attention in the pits. Indy Top Sportsman. Indy Top Sportsman. Needs you to the lanes now, please. Indy Top Sportsman. Needs you to the staging lanes, please. Indy Top Sportsman. Looking for 14 of you. Round number 2 of eliminations. Indy Top Sportsman. Needs you to lanes, please. Alrighty now. Round number 2. Spitzer race cars. Top dragster category. Stephanie Shelton. And Pat Martin. Nope, excuse me, this is Super Comp. I stand corrected. Round number 2 of Super Comp. Getting a category ahead of myself. All the top dragster guys and gals back there in the pits going, woo! Round number 3, Super Comp. 891 by Pat Martin beats an 891 by Stephanie Shelton. Pat was 16 on the tree. Stephanie was 14 on the tree. A 91-0 beats a 91-7. You take the little numbers, add the big numbers. Multiply times 2, divide times 3, use Common Core math, and you'll still be working on it in 6 months. I'll just tell you that 5 thousandths of a second was the margin of victory down at the other end. Todd Kajawa, the Vintage Trailers. Elkhart, Indiana based, machine on the left-hand side. Bill Riddle, right lane, out of Brighton, Michigan. The Corrigan, Motorsports. Hey, Corrigan, man? No, that was Culligan, man, wasn't it? Looking for 890s up on the scoreboard. Kid down here in the front goes, what's a Culligan, man, Dad? Well, son, let me tell you. Win lights going to go to Bill Riddle, 892 at 160. Kajawa goes 888 at 168. And that's too many 8s when we're looking for 90s. 8887, $168. Riddle goes 8920 at 160. Here's Pat Lamont. Chuck Ridenauer. Chuck over here on the right side, the black and white A&A machine out of Plainfield, Indiana. Pat wheeling and dealing, the Illinois-based Lamont Auto and Trailer Sales. Nice looking, colorful race car there on the left-hand side. Big block Chevrolets everywhere. Do you realize that if you had $1 for every big block Chevrolet on the grounds this weekend, you and I and Warren could all go to the best steakhouse in Cleveland or Detroit, have dinner, cocktails, and dessert, and have money left over. 889.5 by Chuck Ridenauer gets the win. 887 over Pat Lamont at $164. So Ridenauer will be back. Both cars going under the number. I'm serious. There's that many big blocks here this weekend. Well, we got to get somebody to pay us the $1 for every big block that's here this weekend. Then we can try the theory out. Racing Jason hustled his car down track in super gas, came back, jumped in the Super Comp machine. Now ready to take on Phil Smida. This should be a pretty good run. Phil over on the right-hand side. The electronic security technician. Wheeling and dealing his American race car. In fact, so's Jason. Out of the gate they go. Double O's a pair. 003 for Phil. He goes 8899. Oh my. Jason's 005. He goes 8.906. So Jason's got an 11 package. Phil's got a 4 package. Just so happens that one of Phil's 4 thousandths of a second is on the wrong side of a good run. Zoomers. Dave Goins, right-hand side runner now, the runner out of Plymouth, Michigan, and Dave Dollum, the runner out of Tremont, Illinois. Only problem is, Dave's not here. But that Dave is, and Dave Goins gets the win, 888 at 171. Dave Dollum, who famously is Dave's not here, does not get to compete. Janice Swan should be taking on Luke Bogecki. This is bracketracing.com entry. Luke's not here either. Just doesn't quite have the ring to it that Dave's not here. And for all you young'uns, you have to ask your parents about Cheech and Chong to understand that. Dave's not here, bit. So Janice will get a bye run. She'll cruise on down. Runs 8.81 at 176 miles an hour. So Janice Day takes care of. Nicole Stevenson out of Danville, Illinois. Nicole's not here. So Rock gets a bye run. And Rock is probably very happy that Nicole and her dad didn't make the tow over, because Rock in the Haas and Carruthers entry often stumbled his way down track in his time run this morning. And if I remember right, went through at a leisurely 68 miles an hour. This is a much better run. 006, dead on 7. A nice little 13 thou package for the runner out of White Lake, Michigan. Again, Spitzer Race Cars, Top Dragster, Comp Eliminator, and Brodix. Steve Schmidt, Top Sportsman Cars, still in competition from Indianapolis. You should be in the lanes. Indy, Top Dragster, Indy Comp Eliminator, Indy Top Sportsman. You should be in the lanes. Shannon Minji on the right-hand side should be taking on Zach Papp. Zach's not here. Shannon moves on, goes 886 at 182. Stand at Zach Papp, probably listening in at home. D3 TV was loaded and ready to leave Charleston, Illinois for Norwalk, Ohio, and got the flu. Well, Zach, get well, because that ain't groovy. Here goes Leo, the Ring and Pinion Shop owner. Should be taking on Steve Fields. No Stevie. 893, 180 by Leo. And the cars in round 3 of eliminations are all paired up against their respective competitors, and with several of the competitors not here this weekend for flu reasons or work reasons or whatever the case might be. Dennis Ridgway, the DRE engine diapers car. Dennis not here. The runner out of Cerro Gordo, Illinois. Troy Coughlin on the right side gets a bye run, competition bye, the Jags machine. .887, 181 by Troy. And that I do believe, takes care of Super Comp, round number 3. Top Dragster, round number 2 from Indy. Getting ready to come up next, I can tell by the roar of the engines coming around the corner. Should be Mike Coughlin taking on Mike Smith. Just saw Troy Jr. go down track. Here's Uncle Mike. Uncle Mikey. Do want to remind all of our competitors, if you are running off of a dial-in, we do need to be able to see the dial-in on the right-hand side, the passenger side, your other half's side of the car. You know, like if you're the gentleman that you are and you open the door for your bride, spouse, significant other, what the case might be, that is on the right-hand side. And we realize that dragsters don't have doors, but you get the idea. Need to see dial-ins on the right-hand side, please. Mike Coughlin dialed in 614. Mike Smith dialed in 610. This should be a very rapid pair of cars going down the racetrack. 465 cubic inch blown Allen Johnson combination. in the Bowen chassis car for the runner out of Michigan. 526 cubic inch, pro-charged, fuel injected. Big block Chevrolet, brand new race car from Uncle Mikey. Motors on through, 622 at 204. That's good for the round win. 639 by Mike Smith. You could hear him on and off the throttle, working his way down the racetrack. Stuttered a little bit here on the starting line. Cost him at the other end. Craig Sullivan and Ashley Tidrick next pair in. There are 16 cars left in competition. We're going to whittle it down to the Elite 8. Sullivan's 700 cubic inch Ford combination. They're on the left-hand side. Shut them off here for just a moment. Checking the right-hand side of the racetrack. Ashley Tidrick's machine out of Cynthiana, Kentucky for the dietitian being put on hold. Ashley's on hold. The Ford-powered machine of Craig Sullivan is on hold while we check and take care of the top end of the racetrack. Sure, I'm glad that clipboard's made out of carbon fiber because it just took about a 5.5 foot fall. 4.5 feet? Yep, it sure is. Ready, boys and girls. There are some things best left unsaid. Anyway, Sullivan out of Avon, Indiana in the left lane. And Chad Crawford and the rest of the gang getting ready to see what they can do. They've got that Ford dialed in at a 641. Craig's going to be off and running, looking over his shoulder, see where that front end of Ashley Tidrick's machine is for the dietitian out of Cynthiana, Kentucky. I will say this for you. If you want to get a good grasp on your lifestyle, you need to sit down and talk with a professional dietitian. They can teach you a lot in a short order about how to do things properly. Tip of the cap to my dietitian back in Kansas City. understand that we have a car with a flat tire that just did not quite clear the top end of the racetrack. So we're getting that tire issue and the car's tail end hanging out on the racetrack taken care of down at the top end. So Ashley and Craig and the rest of our round number 2 of our Spitzer Race Cars top dragster competitors sitting and waiting patiently. We have to give them as safe and secure a shutdown area as we do a racing surface. So once we get the shutdown area cleared of the car with the flat tire down there that shook awfully hard on this end and ended up tire going flat by the time they got 1,320 feet plus the shutdown area away down at the other end of the racetrack. So we will get back into it here momentarily. Summit Racing Equipment, Motorsports Park, stop number 2 on the NHRA Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series 2016 Tour. Glad to have everybody here. Welcome to everybody in the grandstands. I'll tell you what, you've got a pretty nice day of competition. You're going to see some good racing action as we finish up our event from Indianapolis here today and crown our Indy champs before the day is done, as well as see some pretty wild and crazy times going down the track. We've got the Harley Davidson motorcycles here with us this weekend, the gas classes, and our top fuel Harleys here as well. And of course, our alcohol dragsters and alcohol funny cars looking to qualify for the show here at Summit Racing Equipment Motorsports Park. And we'll get into that qualifying a little bit later on today. And of course, finish up our eliminations. We are down to our final 4 in top dragster and top alcohol dragster and top alcohol funny car from our event in Indy. So we'll see our Indy champs crowned in alcohol dragster and alcohol funny car. Johnny Lindbergh, Paul Noakes, Scott McVeigh, and Tony Bogolo, 4 contestants left in top alcohol funny car. Gord Jingles down from Canada, Brandon Boer, Marty Thacker, and Krista Baldwin. Our 4 semifinalists left in our top alcohol dragster category. So some competition for them to come up to crown our Indy champs this weekend as well. And we will work their time runs in during our qualifying to give them a chance to get tuned into the racetrack and then run their elimination rounds during final qualifying for the Norwalk event tomorrow. I know it sounds confusing, but we'll get a grasp on it and kind of walk you through it as the action progresses going down the racetrack here at Summit Racing Equipment, Motorsports Park here at Norwalk. Again, tip of the cap to everybody here at Norwalk for being able to get Linder's lot filled and emptied and filled and emptied and filled and emptied again yesterday. It's just quite the day of getting everything done. Just to kind of give you a little bit of an idea of some of the finer attention to detail that everybody here at Summit Racing Equipment Motorsports Park takes to providing you with your racing entertainment here this weekend. Linder's Lot over on the other side of the highway where all the rigs roll in overnight and park, and a term we called stacking. They get stacked over there until we can move them into the racing surface and racing area itself. Right now there is for lack of a better term, a steamroller rolling through Linder's Lot, compacting the ground to get rid of any ruts from the rigs when they rolled in to the soft surface over in Linder's Lot. I mean, that's just something that you don't see. And a tip of the cap to the Bader family and everybody here at Summit Racing Equipment Motorsports Park for, hey, their attention to detail. All right, Craig Sullivan, Ashley Tidrick, here we go. A little bit of a handicap start for Craig. Ashley trying to reel him in, gets it done. 6:18 on a 6:17. Sullivan goes through 6:38 on a 641 dial. So in our Spitzer race cars, top dragster competition, Mike Coughlin and Ashley Titrick. So far, two of our Elite Eight competitors. Now either Al Peevler or BJ Sexton is going to join them. It will either be Al or BJ. It will not be both of them. Because this is a round of eliminations. Our Indy Spitzer race cars, top dragster category. Peevler on the left side. 635 the dial. BJ Sexton on the right side. 652 the dial. The blown big block Chevrolet. On the right-hand side of BJ. Going to get just a blink of an eye handicap start. Out of the gate he goes. Grabbed a little bit more on the starting line. Is it going to be enough to hold off Peevler? No. 636 on a 35 by Peevler. 57 on a 52 by BJ. BJ comes up short, 20 thousandths. Down at the other end of the racetrack. Peevler moves on to the Elite Eight. 636.5 at 215 miles an hour. Marco Abruzzi taking on Rob Mosier. Pretty good matchup here. Big motored baby of the world champion, the first ever. RacingRVs.com. Top dragster champion, Marco Abruzzi on the left side. Ohio-based runner, the transmission man, taking on Mosier Engineering, the driveline components manufacturer. Rob out of Portland, Indiana. 626 the dial for the Pro Charge blown big block of Mosier. Marco on a 632. Yeah, blown green lights apparent. Mosier dead laid out of the gate. The car just not responding. Marco slows up to a 649, only 177 miles an hour. And Abruzzi will be back to take on Peevler in the next round of eliminations. 649.4 on a 632 dial. Saw that Mosier wasn't going to get there, slowed it up to 177 miles an hour. You say, well, it's still moving along pretty good. Well, yeah, it is until you stop and think about the fact that Marco Abruzzi can go across the finish line at almost 220 miles an hour. So to cross it only at $177 for speed tells you off the throttle. Lynn Ellison, Central City, Kentucky, the CollectorTethers.com entry. Should be taking on Johnny Deakins. Deakins out of Louisville. The Quick Fuel Technology technician over there on the left-hand side gets a competition by. There's Ellison's car, number 5 in the world last year. A no-show for this round of eliminations. So Deakins gets a freebie, dials a 632, runs a 633.5. And moves on to the Elite Eight. We've got one pair set, Abruzzi and Peevler. Now, Ed Dudley or Glenn Vardy going to be taking on Mike Coughlin. Well, since Glenn Vardy's not here, we can pretty much tell you that it's going to be Ed Dudley, the runner out of Fishers, Indiana. Put up a 658 on the scoreboard. Let's see what he can run in relationship to that 58. Dudley goes through 669 at 174 miles an hour. So we know it'll be Dudley and Coughlin. We know it'll be Abruzzi and Peebler. We know Deacons is going to come back to run Sackman because Pap isn't here. Pap, as we told you earlier, locked, loaded, and ready to go. All of a sudden got hit with a case of the flu. My understanding was it was a pretty nasty case of the flu. The body shop owner, I understand, has pretty much got a barren crew at work because everybody has got the flu. I don't know what collision industry business is like in Charleston, Illinois right now, but with all the hail we've had in Kansas City right now, having a collision shop sit silent, that's a tough call. Sackman Motors through 6:18, 232 miles an hour. Stock Eliminator, round one of qualifying. Stock Eliminator, round number one of qualifying. Need you to the lanes, please. Norwalk, Stock Eliminator, round number one of qualifying. Come one, come all. Stockers, need you to the lanes, please. Joe Hessling should be taking on Mike Warham. Warham's not here. It's Dave Yarhara fabricated machine. So Hessling out of Ohio. Ooh. Really getting down on the tires in the back for the engine builder. He'll be back to take on Miss Tidrick in the next round of eliminations. Ashley and Joe will be going at it. Hessling will coast across 12 seconds later at 76 miles an hour. Competition Eliminator. Round number 2. Coming at us. Danny Holt, Ford Escort. Should be in the left lane. He's not. Ron Bone on out of Benton Harbor. Gets the win automatically. That's the little 6-cylinder Chevrolet. Jay Dragster. Bone will just kind of cruise on down the racetrack. He was your number 1 qualifier. Shuts it off to an 8:57 lap. He's moved on to the round of 6. Darrell Aerosmith. Ham Lake, Minnesota-based Chevy Lumina. Should be in the left lane against Ray Skillman. No Aerosmith. Skillman gets the competition by. Ray happens to be on the good side of the ladder as there are $12 cars left in competition. Ray driving in, accepting the green light. Backs the car out of the staging beams. That necessitates what NHRA rules require for a competition by run win. be able to stage the car under its own power. Skillman did that, accepted the green light, backed the car out. He'll kind of shut it off and get towed back to the pits, and he'll be back for the round of 6. But we were talking about with the number of cars left in competition in Comp Eliminator, there being 12 of them, there will be, when we get done, 4 cars left on one side of the ladder and 2 cars left on the other. That's a pretty good spot to be in, because it'll give you an opportunity, if you can get through this round and then the next, to have a free ride or a bye run at 3 cars into the semifinals. Well, we know that Skillman's Mustang is one of those. We also know that Mike Farrell and Jim Greenheck, one of these drivers, is going to come back and run Ray Skillman in the next round for a chance at that bye to the final round of our Indy competition. So Mike Farrell, the B Street Roadster entry for the youngster out of Louisville, Kentucky. Mike and his dad, CJ, longtime campaigners. 34 Chevy Roadster there on the left-hand side. Greenheck, C-Tech moving the cabinet in. Camaro here on the right lane. Out of the gate they go. Mike Farrell looking to see if he can hold off. Greenheck on the top end gets it done. 775 at 160 miles an hour. 724 by Greenheck at the other end at 182 miles an hour. So Farrell comes back. He'll run Skillman in a battle of the red, white, and black machines for that chance at a bye run to the final round. Steve Ambrose taking on Tony Pontillo. Tony driving the DonsAuto.com entry out of Kenosha. Wonder if they got any Ramblers on the lot. 400 cubic inch B Dragster automatic on the right side. Ambrose with that inline 6-cylinder 23 T Ford powered machine. There goes Steve. Steve had some problems in the early run. Can he hold off Tony at the top end? The answer is incorrect. 692, Tony gets the win at 169. 790 by Steve at the other end of the racetrack. 92 hustling down the racetrack to take the stripe and the win. So Tony is into the round of 6. Well, he trimmed a couple of hundredths off of his index earlier in Indianapolis. Looks like he may have just Todd France and Robert Bailey roll in. Wow. The division champ right side taking on the past champ and the shootout winner last year in the left lane. Bailey on a 727 index. Todd on a 926. Bailey already trimming the index 400ths of a second in Indiana. Gonna really have to hustle. Catch France at the other end. Tries to trim the tree, and Bailey goes 3 thou red off the starting line. Todd goes, whew, thank you. Thank you very much. And France comes back to take on Pontillo in the next round of eliminations. So it's Todd France and Tony Pontillo. Todd shuts it off, saves his index for the next round. May need it against that B Dragster automatic. One more pair to go. Troy Galbraith taking on Neil Giroux. Only problem is there's no Neil. The B Dragster automatic out of Illinois for the 20-year-old coming out of Frank and Scott Parks Race Stables over in Burlingame, Kansas, where they build some fine race cars and parts. Frank and his son Scott. Love the nostalgia category. Also just finishing up a new altered for the Nahan clan. Understand there's going to be another 6-cylinder Ford-powered machine out there. Neil, though, not able to answer the bell, so it'll be a bye run for Troy. Troy carries the big number 7 on the side of that car, the B Dragster automatic. Out of Indianapolis, making a tow over from Circle City to be here with us this weekend. There were what, 9? We figured up at Indy there were 9 B Dragster automatics in the country. 7 of them were in competition at our Indy event 3 weeks ago. That's like crazy. Crazy, man, crazy. Troy walks it back on the wheelie bar. Dragster heads for the other end of the racetrack. He'll shut it off to a 7:14. And our round of 6 is now set with Bone, then Galbraith, France and Pontillo, Skillman and Farrell getting ready to go at it in the next round of eliminations. As we work our way through and towards crowning our champions from our first race of the year in Indiana. It's that Jim Neighbors song, Back Home Again in Indiana. I promise not to sing anymore. I really do. Ryan Hill on the right side. Tim Irwin left lane as we are into round number 2 of eliminations from Indy. Then our Brodick, Steve Schmidt, top sportsman category. Ryan using that big, bad, blown Chevrolet power plant in the Valparaiso base. Pontiac-bodied machine here on the right-hand side. Irwin out of Indiana, the R&D chief man. R&D, that doesn't stand for Robert Darrell. It stands for Research and Development. Yeah, that's it. Research and Development up at Mosier Engineering. In other words, Tim is the guy who gets to try and break all those driveline parts that Mosier Engineering manufactures. Ryan's car here on the right-hand side. Finally motion him forward, the Ryco machine. The Mosier car there in the left lane. Ryan's dialed in 659. Irwin's dialed in 767. Doesn't get him. Dead on 7, 22 on the tree by Tim. 63.7 on a 59 by Ryan. Tim goes 176. Ryan goes 196. But Tim Irwin lights up the wind light down at the other end of the racetrack. So we know who one of our final 7 contestants is going to be. Now, Tom Harger or Tommy Turner? Tommy out of Naples, Florida. On the right side. Harger on the left side out of Des Moines, Iowa. Harger in the opening round of time trials, or his test run this morning, came up in a car out of Iowa, that big purple Cutlass. Kind of coughed, stuttered, and fluttered. There on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Oop, that didn't work. Got her off the line. Front end came up, moved to the center stripe, 668. Tommy Turner gets the win on his 665 dial. Harger shuts it off to an 1106. Tommy Turner gets the bye run in the next round of eliminations. There will be 7 cars. and his position on the ladder says he gets the freebie. Andy Horn and Tim Wise, our next pair in. Him over here on the right side, number 7 in the point standings for the National Championship in 2015. The pizza shop owner out of Cardington, Ohio. How far away is Cardington? What if the pizza shop delivers? Hey, you know, getting to be about that time of day. 632 cubic inch Ford Mustang for the pizza shop man. Andy Horn out of Delaware. Looks like we all said earlier, we know is in Ohio and not Delaware. Another all Ford Mustang there on the left side. 664 the dial for the late model Mustang. 685 the dial for the later model Mustang. Weiss over here on the right side, 685. Blink of an eye, handicap start, red line start. This one's done. Andy Horn gets a freebie, a tune-up run. Marches it through, 683 at 169. Saving the parts, saving the stress, saving the pieces down at the other end of the racetrack. So Horn lifts to a 683.0. Tim Weiss goes red by 10 thousandths of a second. That's like not much. He said holding his fingers just that far apart. Julius up in the Grand Am. Tony Spagnilli over here on the right side. Tony and his Pontiac GXD. Another nationally ranked top 10 player. Tony marching on through, goes 682 on a 684. That does not compute. Glenn Julius gets the win. 705 on a 702. So Julius, the runner out of Indiana, that bright red Pontiac, gets the win, moves on to the round of 7. And we've got half of our pairings lined up. Now we'll start seeing who runs who. The Demolition Man, Glenn Butcher, taking on Shane Cowan, the bartender. I guess you could say that Shane's Cowan, kind of a Demolition Man as well. The bartender? He's probably been, never mind. I'm getting ready to say there's probably been a few people that have been demolished leaving his bar, but you don't want to do that. You just want everybody to have a good time. Out of Medina Oral Surgery, Cowan on the right side. The Corvette bodied machine, 720, big handicap start. Butcher's Camaro is going to be giving chase, the runner out of Ohio. Bright red Camaro, flames all over the front of it. And had a little bit of a problem in his test run this morning. The Holbrook powered machine, 762 cubic inch. That's what you call a big motor. Double extra large and tall even. Big handicap start for Shane out of the gate, making it up on this end. Butcher goes 0-0-4, runs 45.5 on a 46, under by 5 thousandths of a second. Cowan goes 717 on a 720 dial. That's under by more. So Butcher gets the win. He was 0-0-4 on the tree. And that's like, oh my. Lester Johnson and Mark McDonald, the dragstersforsale.com entry. Excuse me, sir, you're standing in the way of our D3 TV camera down there. Yeah, you in the red cap. Mark right side, 671. Lester left side, 617. Here comes the shoebox. Look at that car run. 629, 202 gets the win. 682 by Mark, the Racing RV or dragstersforsale.com entry. 682, 201, but Lester, 629, 202 miles an hour. He'll be back to take on Tim Irwin's Mosier Malibu or Mosier Chevrolet in the next round. That'll be an interesting run to see that low 6-second shooter take on the mid 7-second car. Yeah. One more pair to go. Stockers, you should be in the lane. Stock Eliminator qualifying session number 1. Stockers, you should be in the lanes for Norwalk qualifying. Stock Eliminator. If you're not there, you're late. Ryan Kuykendall taking on Jeff Sexton. Only one problem is Ryan's not here. Just doesn't have the ring to it if Dave's not here. But Ryan's not here. So the transmission rebuilder out of Illinois offers a competition buy run to Jeff Sexton. Sexton over here, the little Chevy Cavalier out of Ohio. Hometown runner right down the road. Fairborn. Shut it off to a 747 at 133. So it'll be Sexton and Horn, Johnson and Irwin, Butcher and Julius with Tommy Turner, the runner out of Florida, getting a buy run. Stock Eliminator, qualifying, Norwalk event, getting ready to come at us. First shot at the racetrack for Bob, Mike, and all the number of guys. Our way down track. Stockers looking to put their names on the qualifying sheet. Delana goes 10:34, 128, 11:04 by Schmalz. Bob at 65 under, Mike at 25 under, and now we progress. Andrew Hill and Jim Cagle coming up. Andrews D-Stock automatic. Chevy Camaro goes through 1080 at a 120, 1096 by Cagle at 121 miles an hour. Andrews 74 under, Jim 73 under. Terry Knott, G-Stock automatic. Butler, Pennsylvania based quality control engineer. Driving a 73 Dodge Dart Sport and Billy Baker. Up on the right-hand side, the G-Stock automatic, 455 Buick. That's a little 340 dark, 1150 at 114, 1150 by Billy Baker. 112 miles an hour. Terry's 49 under. Billy's 49 under. They fall respectively number 4 and 5 on the qualifying sheet. MJ Quinn and Brent Flynn. Quinn and Flynn. Sounds like a law firm. Beautiful downtown Milan, Ohio. Quinn and Flynn. MJ out of Louisville. The automotive interior trim special. Brent Flynn out of Indiana. This is age is 46 and 7/8. That's one way to look at it. 1142 to $1.15 by Quinn. 1147 by Flynn at 114. MJ 73 under. Brent's 22 under. Jeff Ross. Tom Reese. Jeff, Tom, Jeff. 340 cubic inch. 72 Plymouth Barracuda there on the left side. Gotta think that beyond the 1968 Fastback Cuda, the 72 Barracuda was probably the second best body style for the nameplate. That's a personal opinion. 1127, 115 by Jeff. 1234, 106 by Tom. Jeff's 57 under, Tom's 50 under. Joe Martin's Tommy Pettigrew. That's my opinion. I'm entitled to it, but I know it is shared by numerous others. A stick. How about a big block? 396, 4-speed, 69 Camaro. For the runner in the left lane out of North Olmsted. Bartender. Pettigrew over here on the right-hand side, coming up from Gallatin, Tennessee. Wonder if he may ever makes any of that Lynchburg lemonade. 1009, 132 by Joe. 1205, 110 by Tom. Joe's 85 under the index. Say hi to your new number 1 qualifier. Pettigrew goes 59 under the index. Doug Baker. C-Stock automatic Mustang over there on the left-hand side, waiting for Doug. He's just now getting the tires rolling. Gary Russell over here on the right-hand side, the East Sparta, Ohio based runner. Ford versus Chevrolet. Mustang versus Camaro. Big block, Cobra Jet, Mustang. Small block, 350, Camaro. Stock Eliminator qualified. Racers right now making A, time runs and B, qualifying runs. 1079, 121 by Gary Russell. There's your new number 1 qualifier at 85, 9 under. Doug Baker's Mustang labors down the racetrack to 1169. Qualify the cars by how they run compared to the class index for our stock and super stock machine, top eliminator cars. Everybody gets put on a ladder for eliminations. Once qualifying is completed, Dan Koval, Richard Zink working their way down track. Zink in the Ford, 1175 at 111 in that little 302. Colville's Dakota goes 1179, 110. Dan's 55 under. Richard takes the Ford through to the number 3 qualifying spot for now. And by the way, this is all unofficial. Some of the drivers will vary the category or the class that their car runs in. Adding or subtracting weight. Tom Russell off and running, the East Sparta-based runner. Eddie Brown out of Ohio, Chief Financial Officer in his Cobra Jet. You can hear that motor just reaching for the sky. 1156 at 132. There's a pair of numbers that don't go together well. 1026, 129. Tom Russell's 93 under. Say once again, hello to your new #1 qualifier. Tommy at 93 under the index. Julie Bierman up in her Firebird, the young lady out of Xenia. And Dick Kincaid over here on the right-hand side. F-stock automatic, little 67 Chevy too. 327, Bouse motor, power glide. Another Buckeye here on the right-hand side. Stock Eliminator. Lots of classic muscle cars. Some unique combinations, such as the 62 Grand Prix we've got running here this weekend. And a lot of the new Copo cars, or factory cars. Dick Kincaid goes 1109, 116. Julie takes her car down, 1085, 120 miles an hour. Julie's into the #4 spot at 84, the index. Ryan Rudrick, 340 Duster. Joe Bellinger, out of Louisville, pipe fitter by profession. Spotted this little 4-door 66 Chevy Nova wagon. It goes, aha, race car. 283, power glide. A little long roof wagon down there, working its way now towards the other end of the racetrack. Challenger Motors through 1195 at 107. Ryan Rudrick 1135 at $1.15. Joe's 74 under. That's good for the #7 spot unofficially. And Baburka, Paul Boster. Boster over here on the right side. The C5 stock automatic entry. Baburka's car, the Copo Camaro. Talking moments ago about the new factory hot rods, the Copo Camaros. Cobra Jet Mustangs, the Drag Pack Challengers. Jim's car, not happy leaving the line, goes 1196 at 88 miles an hour, well off the throttle. Boster goes 1128, 116 miles an hour. That'll put Paul at just 26 under the index. They'll be looking to see what they can do later. Chad Taylor and Gary Merrick. Baldwin Camaro, 70 edition for the runner out of Girard, Ohio. Chad Taylor leaving before the tree's activated. He'll get a time showing up on the Summit scoreboard, albeit it will be a erroneous time. 10:62, 124 by Merrick as he motors through. Merrick now at 62 under the index. It's good for the #11 spot. Sam Pierce, Chevrolet. Another Copo Camaro. Ryan Kirkpatrick at the wheel. Ryan out of Indiana. This is the 427 edition. Factory stock C Copo Camaro. And Chuck Bellinger up at his dome. Copo rocking back on the wheelie bars. Chuck giving chase going down track. Copo goes 938 at 141. Chuck 1124 at 114. Not quite as quick as Joe. 61 under the index. Ryan's 91 under the index. He's not quite as quick as Tom. Ryan's #2 and Tom Russell still officially #1. Rich Rinke, another Copo car for the engineer on the Copo team up in Oxford, Michigan. He's in the left lane. The Dodge material car, Craig Marshall out of Columbus. Out of Eastland Crane. 360 combination. For Craig Marshall. Rinke goes 968 at $1.39, 1098 for Marshall. Rinke up to the #2 spot now, 91.5 under the index. Marshall 72 under, that slides him into the #12 spot. Paul Cambria, Buffalo, New York-based attorney. Chevy Camaro, C-stock automatic entry, left side. The Copo car, chassis builder, the race car fabricator out of Almond, Michigan, up on the right-hand side. Michael's been known to build a winning hot rod or two. 10:23 at 130, 11:05 at 121 by Paul. Michael Postelny goes 96 under the index. He's your number one man right now. Paul Cambry at 34 under. Tony Goodman and Roy Dean. Roy, Tony, Roy. Driving the 67 Belvedere, the taxi cab entry down here, if you will, of 318. R stock automatic, 4-door Plymouth. Tony's the A stock automatic. LT1 powered Pontiac Firebird. Fuel injected. Pontiac working his way down, goes 10:25 at 129 for Roy, 13:79. 94 miles an hour. Goodman at 74 under. Roy at 25 under. Tony joins the top, at least for now. Terry Dye. And John Nechaporchik. 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 I'm probably way out in left field on that one, but we'll swing with it. Terry Dye, this little 90 Dodge or Chrysler LeBaron, 4-cylinder, 153 cubic inch machine. That's your Porsche. 1063 at 123 out of the Pontiac. Here comes Terry. Terry's going to get there 20 seconds later at 61 miles an hour. That's your Porsche in at 61 under the index. Michael Dean and Steve Novosel. Like Savoy Chevrolet for the runner out of Troy, Michigan. If I remember right, there was a for sale sign on that car in Indianapolis. Want to go racing? Here's a 2015 Copo Camaro. Pretty good little race car. Michael Dean out of Bluesville. That 66 Chevy Bel Air, another long roof wagon. With a little 283 combination. Meanwhile, there goes Steve, 966, 137. Michael Dean, 1401 on an 82-mile-an-hour lap. He's just 400 under. DJ, out of Lancaster, New York. Driving the A stock automatic. LS powered, 2000 Chevrolet Camaro here on the right side. For the Tire Man, out of New York. Tim Bettinghouse out of Pearson, Michigan. A concrete guy. $12.53, 105 by Bettinghouse. 1067, 124 by DJ. There's John Serrett. Sean Dornan roll in next. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits, please. Indianapolis Stock Eliminator, round 4. Indianapolis Super Street, round 4. Indianapolis Super Stock, round 4. Need you to the lanes, please. Indianapolis Stock, Super Street, and Super Stock. Need you to the lanes, please. For your round of competition. Sean Dornan goes through 1085, 122. Serrett Motors on down track, 1579 out of the Camaro. Clarence Harding rolls in, the Indiana-based runner out of Scapel. Chevrolet, Buick, GMC. Chevrolet, Copo Camaro here on the right side. How about David Wagner out of Lapeer? That bring back some memories. How about the Ram Chargers? Dodge Challenger out of Friendly Dodge. Wagner's machine rolling the beams just a bit. The drag pack, the Copo, working their way through. Copo goes 911 at 145, 975 by Wagner. They're on the left-hand side of the racetrack. We'll have to get David's True Class up to the tower. Chuck Watson, Jeff Blanchard. Get ready to do battle next. Pair of Fords. Early model and late model. Again, Indy Stock Eliminator, round 4. Indy Super Street, round 4. Indy Super Stock, round 4. Lead you to the lanes, please. Chuck Watson there on the left-hand side. You can see the front end of that Cobra Jet come up. Start drifting toward the center stripe. Chuck goes, nuh-uh-uh. Shuts it off to a 12:35 at 86 miles an hour. 12:02 by Blanchard, 109 miles an hour. Attention into pits. Indy Super Gas and Indy Super Comp. Round 4 of eliminations. Need you to the lanes now, please. Indy Super Gas and Indy Super Comp. So we've called Indy Stock, Indy Super Street, Indy Super Stock, Indy Super Gas, and Indy Super Comp. Need you to the lanes, please. Tim Loskett, and Aaron Allison. Aaron up. Macedonia-based runner, the MSD Ignition. Pontiac Firebird there on the left side. B-stick car. LT1, 4-speed machine. Rocks it off the line already in high gear before he gets to half track. Loskett. I'll get it right in a minute. Hustles on through. The Roadrunner and C-Stock Automatic goes 1082 at 120. 1032 by Aaron down at the other end of the racetrack. Cars so far down track. Here's Mitch Truman and Ken Witcher. Witcher out of Beloit. Mitch coming up from Leesburg. The reigning stock eliminator champ at the wheel of his Camaro goes through 1070. Buck 24, 1137 by Witcher. 113 miles an hour. Kenny's 78 under. Mitch is 69 under. And all of this very unofficial until we get everybody's tech cards in. Make sure we've got everybody in the correct class. Jim Nichols and Gardner Stone. Gardner up on the left side. Stone. Amazing what batteries can do for a microphone. Randy Wilkes and James Jeske working their way down. James goes through 11:38 at $1.17. Randy 10:20 lap, 130 miles an hour. 86 Ford tip. It's got to be old Ford day. We've had Mavericks, Fairmonts, had that 89 Sundance from Mopar. Now we got a Ford Tempo. Claude Buchan. 140 cubic inch Ford front wheel drive, 4-cylinder up alongside Joe Gallardo. I want to see Claude's 17-second Tempo take on an 8-second Copo Camaro in eliminations. Talk about a handicap start, huh? 11:51 by Bellardo at 114, 16:64 by Claude. Wow, the record in the class is a 16:95. He just ran 3/10 under the record. I love it. I want to see it. Claude taking on a Copo or a Cobra Jet or a Drag. I don't care. Just one of the 8-second stockers. That to me, that's fun. Louis Conkey and Ron Simonek. Ron up with his old Zachiva, another small motored machine, little 138 cubic inch front wheel drive stocker. Goes Ron. Conkey off and running the L stick. 305 Camaro there on the left side. Russell performance-based machine working its way down track, hustling, bustling, 1204. At 107 miles an hour. Simonek gets there, 1708. 79 miles an hour. Another E front-wheel drive stock machine. Not quite as quick as that little Tempo, though. That Tempo was hustling. 1660s. Whew. 3/10 under the national record. Woo. Johnny Dinkle, Rick Winchester, Rick, John, Rick. Once again, Indy Stock Eliminator. Round number 4, Indy Super Street. Round number 4, Indy Super Stock. Round number 4, Indy Super Gas and Super Comp. Round number 4 for both of you. Need you all to the lanes, please. 1072 by Johnny Dinkle at 121 out of that stage 3 Mopar car. 1130 by Rick Winchester to buck 16. Dinkle's 27 under. Winchester's 69 under. Looks like we lost a little debris out there. Picking up some parts and pieces, needing a broom. Mopar car leaving a little bit in its wake as he made his way down the summit side of the racetrack. So a little cleanup in aisle 2 there is George Wright and Tom Rambo. Sit and wait patiently. Again, Indy Stock Eliminator, round number 4. Looking for 12 cars to the staging lanes, please. Indy Super Street, round number 4, 7 of you. Need you to the lanes. Indy Super Stock, 10 of you. Need you to the lanes, please. Indy Super Gas, 10 of you, or excuse me, 13 of you in Super Gas. And Indy Super Comp, 10 of you in Super Comp. Need you to the lanes, please. Indy Top Dragster, Comp Eliminator, and Top Sportsman. Get them ready. We'll be calling you.
NHRA All Access is your exclusive ticket to watch live racing from the comfort of your own home or on the go all season long.
You know, with live streaming NHRA All Access, my friends and my family, they can watch me race around the country and turn those wind lights on.
From sunup to sundown, NHRA All Access is live right at your fingertips. From qualifying to the finals, we have you covered. Can't get enough of the world's most extreme sport? Sign up for your personal pit pass to all of the action at NHRAAllAccess.com.
The best thing I like about NHRA's All
A little
Access
clean up there.
is I get to watch the Sportsman competition throughout the country, and as a bonus, I get to watch my son, Sean Langdon.
I'm Ashley Sanford, and I love NHRA All Access because it shows all the sportsman classes, the competitive races, and best of all my family and friends get to watch me race.
Never miss a race again. An entire season will be yours for only $99.95. Join us, NHRA All Access.
Of competition, Stock Eliminator, Super Street, Super Gas, Super Comp, Indy cars. Need you to the lanes, please. Kind of nice hearing from some of the folks across the country that have got D3 TV on in the office at work or in the shop at work. Just got a text message from some friends down in Horse Cave, Kentucky. They've got D3 TV on in the shop. They're listening in, getting their operations ready for next weekend. The Sports Nationals down in Bowling Green. Hope to see all of our competitors there. And hey, those of you sitting in the grandstands not doing anything next week, Bowling Green, Kentucky. Let me invite you down. Going to be a race. I'm telling you, it's going to be a full house. Got an amusement park right next door. Lots of things going on. The Corvette Museum in Bowling Green. It's just a fun weekend. Certainly invite you to come on down and join us. A lot of things have been done to update the Bowling Green facility. I'm hearing nothing but good words. I'm ready. George Wright, Tom Rambo, they're ready. Stock Eliminator qualifying, we're ready. And away we go. But anyway, looking forward to seeing everybody down in Bowling Green, Kentucky next weekend at Beach Bend for the JEG Sports Nationals coming up 1 week from now, 11:15. $1.15 by Rambo, 1066, 126 by George Wright. $62 cars so far down the racetrack. Dave Pazik, Chuck Weber. As we continue on, Weber's Corvette out of New York, making the toe down. Did I say that right? New York. Professor Dave Ring is listening in. Probably is. He's retired now. He's got all the time in the world. Doesn't have any more papers to grade. 1089, 119 by Dave as he motors through. 1128 by Chuck and the Corvette. Only 98 miles an hour down at the other end of the racetrack. So Chuck's a leisurely 56 under. Pazik is 80 under with his machine. Puts him right down to number 14 spot. Bob Gorky out of Clarkston, Michigan. 396 B-stock automatic Camaro on the left side. Steve Tukolsky out of Richfield, Ohio. A firefighter by profession. About a 327, 4-speed, 66 Chevy 2, two-door post. Another one of those cars. Take the decals off of it, put a set of mufflers on it, and let's go cruise the local cruise night on Saturday night, huh? 1071, 121 by Tukolsky. 1051 at 108 by Gorky. G-Y-O-R-K-E, Gorky. T-U-C-H-O-L-S-K-Y, Tukolsky. A pair of psychologists in downtown Cleveland, Gorky and Tukolsky. Kyle Cheltenham and Bill Simsprot up next. Kyle, 351, 4-speed Mustang left side. Simsprot's a little Chevy 2 here on the right-hand side. Simsprot goes 1152 at 13. Jaltama 1101, 120 miles an hour. Reginald and Brina. Up the I-Stock automatic 350 Z28 there on the left side. Brina wheeling and dealing. Her E-Stock automatic little Chevy Camaro on the right-hand lane. That's a former championship car for Brina. Wheeling it through now, goes 1095 at $1.17. 1178 by Reginald, 112 miles an hour. Brina's 74 under. Reggie's 51 under. Phil Langford and Paul Dilcher. We continue on. Langford up, the Gold Rush, Copo Camaro, runner out of Pennsylvania. Dilcher over on the right side, little J-Stock automatic, 400 cubic inch Pontiac. Hey, Paul, the center stripe is not where you want to drive that car. Back into the group. Boy, he's hugging that center stripe all the way down. Dilcher goes through 12.69 at 103. 9.52 at $1.40 by Langford as he takes his factory hot rod down the racetrack. Bill Adkins up another factory hot rod, another Copo Camaro. He is a turbo specialist. Is Adkins over there on the left-hand side. Jim Kibler out of Tin City Auto Center. Malvern, Ohio-based 305 Camaro on the right-hand lane. Camaro hustling its way down track, goes through 883 at $1.55, 1180 by Kibler at 111 miles an hour. Looks like time for a little rosin there on the starting line. Address the starting line traction. Make sure we got good and sticky. Put a little rosin down. Same stuff they use on baseballs. As they rub them down before every ball game. Put a little rosin down. Put a little traction compound on top of it. I'm sure Mark Williams will get ready to match up next. Gene at the wheel of the Chevy Citation. Kind of falls into that same group as the 86 Tempo and Ford Maverick, Fairmont. Oh yeah, let's don't forget the 89 Sundance. Warren's up here kicking the bottle around. Mark Williams, Chevy Camaro out of South Charleston, West Virginia. Made the tow over with his late model machine. There's Gene doing his out. Front wheel drive, stock Eliminator. Chevy Citation 4-door. I mean, when's the last time you saw the Chevy Citation? I know, it's the same week you saw the Sundance, right? Williams on the right side, the 99 Camaro. You see those all around. Becomes one of my favorite stockers in the water box. Love that car. $10.52 by Mark Williams at 125. 15.04 on an 87-mile-an-hour lap by Gene. Let's see, I'd like to see Gene in the Citation. Cybernick in his the Calais, the Oldsmobile, and that Tempo. All of them take on a Cobra Jet, a Copo, and a drag pack. There's Bob Michael. One of my favorite cars in stock Eliminator, 62 Pontiac Grand Prix. Talking about a couple of tons of fun. Little 389 combination goes 1179 at 110. 1267 by Justin Solden. So Justin with that little V6 powered Mustang, 1267, 104 miles an hour. Jeff Teets, Bob Marshall. Saw Craig up earlier. Here's Bob wheeling and dealing the Eastland Crane machine. Former division champ, right side. Multi-time national event winner, the 73-yard F-Stock automatic. One of the Copos. Jeff Teets out of Spring Grove, Illinois. I would say a bunch of trees grew up around the spring. Back in the olden days. 1040 at 128 by Jeffrey, 1151 by Robert. Marshall goes through at 115, 128 by Teets. Al Wick, Don Carson. Al's up for 340, 68 Coot, another F-Stock automatic entering. Carson, factory stock D, 302 Cobra Jet. A financial analyst. Turn my finances over to Don Carson and Man, he'd have a heart attack. What finances? Carson goes 984 to 135, 1109 by Alwick at $1.16. Jennifer McCormick and Billy Fodor. All right, Indy, top dragster. Indy, Comp Eliminator. Indy, top sportsman. Need you, gentlemen and ladies, back to the lanes, please. 8 of you in Spitzer top dragster. 6 of you in Comp Eliminator. 7 of you in our Brodix, Steve Schmidt, top sportsman field. Well, there goes Billy. Jennifer. Waiting for the alarm clock to go off, I guess. I don't know. Just very late leaving the starting line. Wasn't ready to go. Hey, it doesn't make any difference. 11:30 to $1.16 by Billy. Jennifer goes through 11:77 at 111. Jennifer's 37 under. Billy's 39 under. Both of them down towards the bottom of the qualifying sheet. There's Chuck Beach. I've always liked Chuck's car. The Carriagetown Chrysler Dodge Jeep 68 Barracuda. Just a nice, clean 340 Cuda. Another one of the cars I'd like to have at home in my dream barn. Alan Reinhardt's got a dream garage. I have a dream barn. I dream bigger than Alan does. Dan Condon over on the right side, 1009 at 133, 1097 for Chuck Beach. 119 miles an hour. Chuck's 87 under. That's good for a top 10 spot at this stage of the game. Dave Hedges up on the right side. How about another front-wheel drive 4-cylinder? Yeah, I'll take it. Ben Wenzel. How about a low mileage, 1 owners, all original, 67 Z28 302 4-speed Camaro. Bought the car brand new in 67. Later that year, after he got it home and converted it to a race car, he won the U.S. Nationals in that machine. And he is still racing the car here in 2016. 1051, 124 by Ben. Dave Hedges takes the little Ford Escort through 1743, 76 miles an hour. And we have another player in the Dragon Slayer booth, or Dragon Slayer group. What am I going to call them? My little 4-cylinder front-wheel drive cars. Dragon Slayers. Terry Nagel and Brad Zaskowski. The home builder out of Grand Rapids, Michigan. H. Stick, 305, 86 Camaro. Right-hand side. Nagel, left. $11.09, 116 by Terry, 11:36 by Zaskowski at 106 miles an hour. George Antrobius and Chris Holbrook as we get towards the end of our stock eliminator qualifying. Told you with all the Copos and Cobra Jets and the drag pack, stock eliminator has blossomed considerably here in the last year or so. Antrobius up, the Camaro on the left side. Chris Holbrook brings the RPMs up. And the big stuff, Varsity Ford Cobra Jet, rolls right on through the beam. Won't get a time recorded in this qualifying run. George Antrobius takes the Camaro through. 11:24, 116 miles an hour. And Chris will be back. Nice looking car for the Varsity Ford gang, but you got to be on the starting line when it's your turn. Brett McFarland, Caleb McFarland. Let's see. One's 54, one's 23. They're both out of Manchester. They're Barry's Buick Chevrolet. They might be related. Just thinking. Brett, dad, left side. Caleb, right side. A sticks a pair. Late model, fuel-injected Firebird for the young gun. Dad does it old school way, 396 and a carburetor. Looks like the kid may have had his setup a little bit better than Dad's, as the Firebird rocks and rolls to a 10:15 at 117. Brett goes through 10:58 at 117, so the speed was there. Brett just not really dancing off the starting line the way the son did. Rodney Long up on the right lane, and a driver to be named later, not on file. Let's see, what do we got? Can't quite make it out other than the fact that it's a big Chevelle. So we got the F-Stock automatic of Rodney Long. Young gun out of Ohio. 350 Camaro right side. And a big block SS Chevelle there in the left line. Rodney motoring on through, 1127 and 115, 1164 for the Chevelle. We'll have to find the tech card and get him entered into the system, and that will shuffle the stock eliminator group around a little bit. Matt Butter. Matt hoping his weekend is at toast. .23-year-old student, college student out of Pittsburgh. Well, the name like Butter, I mean, it just kind of goes along with toast, right? 1144, 114 for Matt, and I think that puts round one of stock eliminator qualifying for this weekend's event into the books. Got a couple of cars that didn't make it down track this time around. Got a couple of cars that we got to get the correct class in, and now it's time to go back to Indianapolis. Professor Peabody and Sherman going aboard the Wayback Machine. Take us back about 18 days to final eliminations at the Lucas Oil Raceway. They're at Indianapolis Raceway Park. Stock eliminator, round number 4. 12 cars left in competition. Going to whittle it down to 6. Alrighty, boys and girls. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 cars left in stock. Going to whittle it down to 6. First pair's up. Locked and loaded. Mike Delahunty. Andrew Hill. D-Stock automatic. 350 Camaro. Right-hand side. 426. Belvedere on the left-hand side. 1035 the dial. Hill on a 1082 dial here on the right-hand side. Again, drivers, we need to be able to see the dials on the right-hand side of the car, please. Stock eliminator from Indy. This is a round of elimination. Handicap start goes to Andrew. Red lie start goes to Delahunty. Michael's too quick out of the gate. Andrew moves on to the round of 6, 1078. 121. Good for the W. 1078 on his 1082. Andrew might have been holding just a little bit. Kevin Zaskowski taking on Brian Merkel. Merkel up, the Napa Auto Parts machine. Pontiac Firebird, 1067 the dial. Zaskowski's early model, first gen, 68 Camaro. Big block, down in 1102. Old school left lane, new school right side. The LS1 fuel injected combination. Going to give the old school car handicap start. Top bulbs lit, bottom bulbs lit, both drivers. Three comes down, both away. Clean, green, mean. Merkel from behind. Starting to roll up on that early model Camaro of Zaskowski. Top end, winner picker, Merkel. 1072 on a 1067. 1105 by Zaskowski on his 1102, 12 thousandths of a second down at the other end of the racetrack. And the Napa car moves on. 1072-0 on a 1067 dial and a 12 thou stripe. Margin of victory. Here's Randy Wilkes taking on M.J. Quinn. Again, new school, old school. 305, 85 Camaro, and another LS-powered Pontiac Firebird. Wilkes there in the left one, giving up the handicap start. MJ grabbing just a little bit more handicap off of the starting line. Here comes Wilkes, closing on the top end at the stripe, runs too quick. 1020 on a 22. MJ goes 52 on a 44, moves on by. Quinn gets the W and moves to the round of 6. MJ, one of those cars on the good side of the ladder. One more round and you know you're into the finals. As Wilkes goes 1020 on a 22, breaks out by 14 thou. Took the stripe by 24. Here's Jim Cagle taking on Rick Winchester. Winchester, small block Corvette. 1131 the dial. 1095 for Cagle. Out of the gate they go. Green lights a pair. Top end, closing in. It's Winchester's Corvette. 33 on a 31. 02 on a 95. Cagle got down to the other end of the racetrack, turned him loose. And Rick Winchester looked over and goes, well, thank you. Thank you very much. And that small block Corvette moves on. He'll be back to take on Brian Merkel in the next round of eliminations. Waiting on Simsprot and Ship to roll around the corner. Pair of Chevy 2s getting ready to duke it out. Simsprot's early model. The second generation Chevy 2 over here on the right-hand side. Should be taking on Ship's Nova in the left lane. He dialed in 1148. Simsprot dialed in 1153. 500ths difference in the dial. 4-speed, small block, 283 right side, 350, small block, automatic. For young Mr. Ship, the respiratory therapist. Over there on the left-hand side. Shutting off Simsprot on the starting line. Fluid coming out from underneath. Starting line crew leans in, motions for Bill. Shut the car off. It's going to be a shut-off and a competition win for Joey Ship. Shutting off Simsprot's car on the starting line. Fluids coming out from underneath. Yep, you can see him from up here. Joey Ship motors on through 11:49 at 112. Joey Ship will be back in his Chevy 2 to take on the Camaro of Andrew Hill in the next round of eliminations. And what a pair to draw to next. Ooh, 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 ooh. One of my favorite stockers here this weekend. One of my favorite stockers in the country. Getting ready to take on one of those Copo Camaros. Yeah, huh? Kunsak and Michael getting ready to come around the corner. Our final pair here in this round. Round number 4 of stock eliminator action from our unfinished business race over in Indy. If you weren't with us this morning, the explanation for why we're running this race here is late Sunday afternoon, early evening, as we're working our way through the late stages of the race in Indianapolis. The rains came. Shortly after the rains came, had some small pea-size hail fall. Shortly after the pea-size hail fell, some lady went by on her bicycle, had on ruby red slippers. And the sirens started going off. And there were tornado warnings in the area, and it's kind of like, okay, enough's enough. I didn't see the Scarecrow or the Tin Man, but it was one of those things that, well, Mother Nature just was not going to allow us to get Indy finished at Indy. So we rolled our late rounds of eliminations into our opening day here at Summit Racing Equipment Motorsports Park. And what we're doing right now is working our way through the late stages of competition from our event in Indianapolis. And from here, we'll finish our Indy race and get into all of our Norwalk event and crown our champions Sunday evening here at Norwalk. Summit Racing Equipment Motorsports Park, the second stop on the tour this year in the Division III Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series, the 10th annual Cavalcade of Stars here at Summit Racing Equipment Motorsports Park, presented by our good friends at Budweiser. So we'll get the right-hand lane cleaned up. Simsprot takes his Chevy 2 on down track. One more pair of stockers to go. Now we've got the track cleaned up. They'll be coming right around the corner. about an 11-second 62 Pontiac Grand Prix. 389 combination. Runs in the category are the class of K stock automatic. Got it dialed in at 1178. John Kunsak, meanwhile, all the way from Pennsylvania. The Copo Camaro 427 dialed in at a 945. That's a couple second plus. Handicap start going to Michael. That big old Pontiac's going to be rolling down at the other end of the racetrack, and the Camaro, the Copo car, is going to try and just fly right on by. Let's see who's got the dial-in set best. Who's got this final pair of stock to move on to the next round. There goes Bob. Here comes John. I'll guarantee you this: a red car is going to win. Top end, Kunsak coming, got him. 49 on a 45. 76.9 by Bob Michael on a 78. Breaks out by 11 thou. Took the stripe by 46, but broke out by 11. So it'll be Kunsak's Copo on a 946, and he'll be chasing down another 11-second car, MJ Quinn, in that next round of elimination. Andrew Hill, Joey Shipp, Brian Merkel, and young Mr. Winchester in his Corvette. Super Gas getting ready to come at us now. According to the cheat sheet that I have here in front of me, it shows 7 cars left in the category. Means we're going to whittle it down to our 4 semi-finals. Here we go. Denny Napier gets the win automatically. Freddie Squires, Chevy 2, out of Defiance, is defiant and lights the red light. Denny Napier gets the win, 1085 at 140 miles an hour, 1093 by Squires. Napier, the runner out of Pataskala, moves on to the round of 4. Brian Richardson and Craig Meyer getting ready to do battle next. In the water box, heating the hides. Richardson, the delivery driver out of Woodburn, Indiana, wheeling and dealing at Pontiac Firebird left lane. 555 cubic inch big motored Chevrolet taking on the classic LaGrange County Dodge 62 Plymouth Fury over here on the right hand side. 500 cubic inch Mopar combination for the runner out of Kendallville, Indiana. Wonder if they make oil there. Kendallville. Hey, you never know. 1090's up on the scoreboard. Super Street the category. Whittling it down to our 4 Indy semifinals. Out of the gate they go. Green lights a pair. Today's the day we lost Lynn Nickerson 5 years ago, and green lights a pair. You always knew you had a good race start with Lynn calling it. 1096 at 132. Meyer gets the win by 7 thou. 1095, 144. Brian was 46 off the line. Craig was 32 off the line. He was holding 14 thousandths as they went by the Christmas tree. Brian was able to make up 7 of them going down the racetrack. Phil Smythe up in a Cavalier. Rudy Matthews up in his Camaro. Rudy, long time, known stalwart campaigner here in the 1090 Super Street category. Smythe, though, finished number 2 in the division last year. Great matchup here in the quarterfinals of Super Street action from Indy. One of them's going to the final 4. Phil, right side. Rudy, left lane. Lighting up the bulbs on the tree. Green lights a pair once again. Ooh, ooh, ooh. This will be good. This will be good. Win light's going to go to Phil. 8 thousandths of a second. They were separated by 3 thousandths off the starting line. 1093, 143 by Phil. 1094, 141 by Rudy. Neck and neck off the line. Neck and neck at the stripe. Here's Mike Gramlich, the Malibu, out of Maybe, Michigan. Walbridge Automotive, 500 cubic inch, big old boo. Steve Schmidt power plant underneath the hood. Working his way down track. Told you 7 cars left in competition. Michael going to be one of the final four. 1097, 138 miles an hour. Super stock getting ready to come up next. According to my cheat sheet, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 cars left in competition. Bill Skillman, Zach running. 10:56 to an 8:94. The dial ends up on the scoreboard. Young Zach out of Lapeer, Michigan. The Zach Attack Olds Cutlass. He's dialed in at the 10:56. Obviously then, and by simple Vulcan logic, Bill Skillman would be dialed in at an 8:94. The Cobra Jet Mustang out of Ray Skillman Ford, Greenwood, Indiana way. Going to be giving up 2nd and a half. 3 bulbs on the tree. Handicap. Zach's off and running. Here comes Bill. Oldsmobile out in front. Watch the Mustang tighten it up. Finish line. Coming, coming, coming. Got him. 898 on the 894 dial. 143 miles an hour. 1061 on a 1056. Zach's day is done, at least as far as Indy competition is concerned. He's still alive, obviously, for the Norwalk event. Right now it's all Indy, all the time. Scott Stillings and Nick Morris. Factory GT, that is a Ford modular 3-valve engine in an older 98 Mustang. Neat piece of super stock factory GT. Scott Stillings alongside, wheeling and dealing the A modified. Pontiac Grand Am closing hard, top end, gets him by 10 thou. Runs dead on 9, 8669 on an 866, 9774 on a 977 dial by Morris. Morris dead on 4, Scott dead on 9. Little numbers, big numbers, 10,000ths of a second. The difference down at the other end of the racetrack. And Stillings will come back to take on Skillman in the next round of eliminations. Next pair in, Chad Taylor taking on Jeff Donut. GMF bodied cars a pair, the 88 Camaro left side, the 98 Pontiac right side. There goes Jeff. Here comes Chad. Donut's Firebird out of Gordonville, Mo. Show me, show me, show me the win light. Couldn't do it. 982, dead on 6. Taylor goes 42-3 on a 41. He was better off the line, 19 to a 27, takes the win light. And the margin at the stripe by 0-0-1 down at the other end. True margin of victory, 16 ten-thousandths of a second against Jeff Donut. Here's Dave Dubs and Mike Morgan. Dave at the wheel of the Cobalt. 987 to dial. Spotting the Pontiac of Mike Morgan. The Brazil, Indiana-based runner. Out in front, here comes the heads-up machine. Out of Germantown, Ohio, top end, winner picker, says Dubs. 988, 124, 1105 by Mike Morgan. Mike was 008 off the line and comes up 008 short at the other end of the racetrack. B00, take 00. Montero working his way now. Brent Jones, a no-show for this round of eliminations. So a 1079. Terrell will be back to take on Dubs. The Camaro out of Kentucky. Moving on to the next round. So it's Dubs and Terrell, Skillman and Stillings, and young Chad Taylor in the next round of Super Stock. Racing Jason Lynch. 13 cars left in Super Gas. The Byron runs 994 at 169 miles an hour. And now we'll pair them up. There's Leo Zinda and Rob Mosier. Get ready to do battle. Rob, right side. The big block, S10. The big block, Chevy Cavalier of Leo. Zinda there on the left-hand side. Super Gas the category, 990. The number they're shooting for. Target number on the scoreboard down at the other end. Both drivers taking aim. Gonna be Zinda, 993, 164, 998 by Mosier. You could see and hear the truck backing off just before the finish line. Leo kept the foot down, said, you don't want it, I'll take it. Zinda gets the win, goes to the round of 7. Mia Tedesco taking on Steve Hoyt. Mia, carsprotectionplus.com. There on the left line. Hoyt right side, number 5 in the country last year. Winner late on Saturday, St. Louis last August. Hoyt trying to knock out young Mia. Goes 0-0-5. Lights up the Budweiser scoreboard with a 909. 14 thousandths package for Steve. Mia has a 33 thousandths package and comes up 19 thousandths short. Steve Hoyt moves on. Steve Williams and Larry Turner. Williams up in the Probe. Turner up in the Roadster. Ford bodies a pair. 355 Ford in the Probe. Big block Chevrolet Roadster. To the gate they go. Again, green lights a pair, off and running. Ooh. Williams way behind, but gets the win, 994. As Larry Turner goes way ahead and breaks out with a 929. Larry, should have looked over your shoulder. Need a rear view mirror. Dave Eisenhower, Ed Rudick. Where's my train whistle when I need it? Eisenhower, the Roadster, Camaro. Ed Rudick, the Roadster, Corvette. Coming. Not going to get him. Eisenhower, 12 on the tree, 97 for the win at the stripe, 149 miles an hour. Rudick, 38 on the tree, 98 at the other end of the racetrack. Too slow on this end. Not quick enough on that end. Eisenhower gets to move on one more round at least. Larry Bernshausen taking on Ryan Bolin. Bolin's Mustang. Bolin with Ryan, the Wilmington, Illinois-based runner. 522 cubic inch Ford taking on that little small block powered Vega wagon. Bernshausen at the wheel. Win light goes to Larry, 18 thou, the margin at the finish line, 994 beats a 997. Ryan was a tick better off the tree. Larry was a tad better going down the racetrack. Larry gets the win. We'll see him at least one more time. Robbie Zesko. And Marcus Bush. Bush up in that Chevy 2. Taking on Zesko. Ford Roadster bodied machine. Top end, finish line, give it to Bush, 991, 002 on the tree. 19 thou package for Marcus, 995 by Robbie. Turned him loose down at the other end of the racetrack, and Marcus says, well, I'll take it. You don't want it. I got it. Super Comp now coming at us. 10 cars left, 5 pair. Top Dragster, Spitzer race car. Top Dragster, 8 of you. Comp Eliminator, 6 of you. Brodick, Steve Schmidt, top Sportsman cars, 7 of you. You should be in the lanes for your next round of Indy competition. If you're not there, come on down. Shannon Minji, Troy Coughlin, Shannon up, the VFW. Berberich, TOC Detailing, Illinois-based. Kurt Dameron, Undercover Chassis Machine, there on the left side. Troy Jr., third generation gunner, gets the win. Shannon goes red by 10 thousandths of a second. Troy goes through with an 893 at 179, 894 by Shannon. Number 5 in the division last year, out here in round number next of Super Comp. Pat Martin and Janice Swan. Pat in left side, the Armor Paving and Sealing. Ohio-based entry there on the left-hand lane. Good-looking automobile, just carries well. Janice Swan's car, likewise, the Race to Win Motorsports, Ray Skillman Chevrolet sponsored machine. Splash of flame and checkerboard on that car. Away we go, and Janice is red. Down too quick off the line for her. Pat Martin goes 892. He'll be back at 183. 894 by Janice. Comes up just a tick short. The other end of the racetrack. Bill Riddle, Dave Goins. Next pair in. Final pair in. Riddle out of Michigan. Left side. Goins right side. Out of Michigan. I think these two guys towed all the way to Indy, back home, and now to Norwalk. Probably could have settled this right down the road. But then they would have missed the Norwalk experience, the 10th annual Cavalcade of Stars presented by Budweiser. Here we go. Oop, I hear a throttle whop down there. 894, Riddle gets the win. 159, 889 by Dave. Just a tick too much. All righty. Attention in the pits, please. Attention in the pits. Super Gas, need you to lanes, please. Super Gas, need you to the lanes. Norwalk, Super Gas, need you to lanes, please, for your qualifier for the draw. Races for Christ, Super Shootout, presented by Mosier Engineering, qualifying run. Super Gas. Super Gas, needs you to the lanes, please. Come one, come all. Super Gas, needs you to the lanes, please. Well, I stand corrected. It wasn't our final pair of Super Comp. This is our final pair of Super Comp. Racing Jason and Rock Haas. One more? Oh, that's right. Waiting on Leo to come back, too. Programs, get your programs. Can't tell the players without a program. Rock's in. Racing Jason's in. The Bullet Motorsports. CarsProtectionPlus.com entry there on the left side. Rock Haas over here on the right-hand side, who stumbled, bumbled, and fumbled his way down the racetrack in his time run. Got a break on the first round of eliminations, as his competition was a no-show, and now he goes 8 foul red against Racing Jason. Jason Lynch is 11 foul to green, runs a 93 at 180, 893 at 179 by Rock. So Racing Jason staying alive here in Super Comp action, waiting for Leo Zinda to make his way back around to Finish up our Super Comp competition. Again, Super Gas, Norwalk, Super Gas, round one of qualifying for the draw. Races for Christ, Super Shootout presented by Mosier. Need you to lanes, please. Super Gas, 990 cars. Need you to the lanes, please, for qualifying. Super Gas, come on down. All right, Leo Zinda making his way back around from the racing the Cavalier. Jumps into Dragster, the ring and pinion shot machine, hustles back to take on Chuck Ridenauer in this round of Super Comp. And away they go. Green lights a pair, rock and rolling to the top end. Leo gets the win, 93 at 175. Beats a 94 at 171. Leo Zinda by 0.007 ten-thousandths of a second. Able to get the win and the stripe down at the other end of the racetrack. 0.0007. My, oh my. Top Dragster. Round number 3. 8-car field. Going to whittle it down to our semifinalists for Indy. Al Peebler taking on the reigning world champ, the first world champ in the RacingRVs.com dragster top dragster category. Marco over here on the right side dialed in 637. Al Peebler dialed in 636. That's what you call almost a heads-up race. Almost, but not quite. Peebler, Illinois-based runner, making a tow over to take on a Bruzy here in his home state. Whoop, 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 whoop. 641, 209. Marco gets the win. 8,000ths at the finish line. Al Peebler runs a 38. Comes up just 8,000ths of a second short. So Bruzy moves on to the semifinals. 641-1 at 8,000ths of a second. Zoomers, Martha. Mike Coughlin taking on Ed Dudley. Uncle Mike wheeling that Pro Charge blown, fuel injected, big block Chevrolet. Dudley dialed in 660 with the Fishers, Indiana Spitzer chassis machine. 845 cubic inches of nitrous oxide fed Ford. The Ford goes first. Bottle baby, ready to go. Pro Charge car. going to be giving chase. They got all the bulbs lit. Tree goes green. Dudley's away. Here comes Uncle Mike. Coming. Didn't get there. 617, 219 for Coughlin. 61 on a 60. 199 by Dudley. 5 thousandths of a second at the finish line. The win for Mike. 661.3. So Dudley wins by 5 thou. Abruzzi wins by 8 thou. Two of our semifinalists into the final four by a combined 13 thousandths of a second. Ashley Tidrick dialed in 621. Joe Hessling dialed in 628. So a couple of low. 6 second. Supercharged. Hot rods. Going at it to see which one gets to come back and take on the reigning world champ in the semifinals. Ashley right side. Ashling left lane. 6:22 on a 21. Ashley Tidrick gets the win. 6:34. Joe Hessling got down to the other end of the racetrack, turned her loose. Ashley goes, I thank you. I thank you very much. She's into the final four. 6:22.0 on a 6:21 dial. Joe was holding the 100th as they went by the Christmas tree. Came up short at the other end when he turned Ashley loose. One more semifinalist to be determined. Zach Sackman or Johnny Deakins? Deakins over here on the right side. Out of Louisville. Design engineer for Quick Fuel Technology. Sackman, the runner out of Illinois in the left lane. Interesting to note that John Deakins, 2 runs so far today, have been in the left lane. Now he's on the right side. See if that has anything to do with being able to make it to the final four. In, lock, loaded, green and go. Win light's gonna go to Sackman, 19 on a 19, 16 on the tree. Dead on 7, 23 thousandths package. Deakins goes 31.9 on a 32. He was 38 on the tree and comes up 14 thousandths of a second short down at the other end of the racetrack. It's kind of like, oops, just didn't get there in time. So it's Sackman and Dudley. 6:19, taking on a 661 car. Ashley Tidrick and Marco Abruzzi. A couple of good low 6-second gutters getting ready to take on each other in the semifinal. Comp Eliminator. 6 cars left. 1 car going to have a bye run to the semifinal or to the finals in the semifinals. Tell you more about that in a moment. Here's your number 1 qualifier from Indy, Ron Bone. That little 6-cylinder Chevrolet. That is a 6-cylinder Chevrolet power plant out of a late model Chevy Trailblazer. It is an all aluminum engine. A lot of the guys in Comp Eliminator like to look at the late technology stuff and think about what they can do with it. Well, they looked at this 6-cylinder out of a Trailblazer, and it's kind of like, wow, that thing's pretty beefy. Wow, that thing's all aluminum. Wow, that thing looks like it might be a good hot rod motor. And guess what? It's become one. Inline 6, all aluminum. Troy Galbraith, B Dragster automatic on the left side. Number 7 in the world last year. Trying to take out the number 1 qualifier at Indy. Troy's already trimmed his index some. He's going to have to chase down Bone to get some more. Can he get there? Nope. 770. Ron gets the win at 156 miles an hour. 682 by Troy. Ron had the poorer of the two reaction times, able to get to the finish line and get the win light by 22 thousandths of a second with that 770 lap. So your number one qualifier moves to the semifinals. Now, here's the pair we were talking about earlier. One of these red and white cars is going to go all the way to the final round, and we know that because there's 6 cars left. That means in the next round of eliminations, the semifinals, somebody gets the bye run. It will be the winner of this pair. So a round win here is worth 2 round wins in points and puts you into the finals. Mike Farrell, B Street Roadster. Mike and his dad, CJ, longtime campaigners out of Louisville. Ray Skillman, Chevrolet powered Mustang out of Greenwood, Indiana, and Mike is dead late out of the gate. Skillman motors through 754 at 177. Mike knew as they got to the half-track mark, he was looking at Skillman's car alongside of him, and Ray gets the win. Ray goes to the semifinals. Ray Skillman into the finals in Comp Eliminator. Now he'll run either that number one qualifying dragster of Ron Bone, or he'll run Todd France, or he'll run Tony Pontillo. One of these guys is going to come back to run Ron Bone in the next round, the semifinals of Comp. Super Gas. Need you to lanes, please. Norwalk Super Gas. Means all of you. Need you to lanes, please. Your first qualifier. For the shootout. France left side. Off and running. Red light start. Tony. Todd France will shut it off. He'll coast on down track. He'll come back, and it'll be at Pontiac G5, taking on Ron Bone, the next round of Comp Eliminator. Your reigning champ going at least to the semifinals. 1083 at 83 miles an hour. Tony lit the red bulb, but just barely. But just barely red is still red, and Tony just kind of coasted down the other end of the racetrack. So it's Ron Bone, Todd France, Ray Skillman, the semifinals of Comp Eliminator. For our conclusion of our Indy event. Top Sportsman getting ready to come up next. 7 cars left. We know that the bye run goes to the runner out of Naples, Florida, Tommy Turner. So I'm going to go ahead and automatically pencil him in to the semifinals. Ooh, 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 I like this pair. This is going to be fun. Lester Johnson, 621 the dial for this 220 mile an hour shoebox Chevrolet. Taking on Tim Irwin and the Mosier Engineering Chevy Lumina. Tim dialed in at a 768. Waiting for Tony's car to get off the top end of the racetrack. Checking something underneath the hood on Lester's shoebox machine. Tony's off the top end. Lester sits and wait. Tim sits and wait. 1.4 second handicap start. Going to go to the Mosier Engineering Lumina. That shoebox Chevy is going to be huffing and puffing, picking them up and putting them down towards the other end of the racetrack. But I see the door open on Lester's 55. We got issues. we got issues. Single run for Tim. Problems for Lester. The shoebox. Not able to answer the bell. Fired it up. Did the burnout. Issues underneath the hood. Tim Irwin. Takes the Mosier Engineering Lumina through to another 7.7 lap. 7.706. But you know what? He's down to the finals, semifinals, with the Mosier car. So he's in. We know Tommy Turner's in. We know Lester Johnson's day just came to a screeching halt. And our next pair will be coming around the corner. Super Gas, need you to lanes, please. Super Gas, all y'all, each and every one of you. Super Gas, need you to lanes, please. Qualifying run time for the draw. Racers for Christ, Super Shootout presented by Mosier. Super Gas needs you to the staging lanes, please. Andy Horn up in the Mustang. Jeff Sexton up in the Cavalier. We hear the alcohol cars over in the pits getting them warmed up. Be seeing them a little bit later on this afternoon. Again, tip of the cap and welcome to everybody here at Summit Racing Equipment Motorsports Park. Getting some racing action in on qualifying Friday as we were finishing up our event from Indianapolis a few weeks back. Mother Nature brought us to a screeching halt late Sunday afternoon. Sexton over here on the right-hand side, wheeling the Cavalier, seeing if he can get to the Final Four in our Brodix. Steve Schmidt, top sportsman category. Andy Horn, meanwhile, the Mustang. All Ford, all the time. Over there on the left-hand side. 664 the dial for the Ford. GM, the little Chevrolet Cavalier, gets to go first. Just not quite 0.3 of a second handicap start. Like a rocket ship off the line, Jeff Sexton trying to steal it, and he does. 95 on a 91, 667 by Andy Horn. But when your reaction time starts with a number other than 0, you're usually going to get the yellow copy of the time slip down at the other end of the racetrack. That's the one that doesn't go to the guy that got the win. Just kind of works out that way. I've seen strange things happen. Reaction times that didn't start with a 0 get the win line. It's the rare occurrence and not the common. All right. So we know that Sexton will be back to take on Tommy Turner. We know that Tim Irwin in Illumina is going to take on the winner of this pair. Either Glenn Butcher or Glenn Julius. Hey, Warren, I'll bet you $100 Glenn wins this race. You're not going to bite on that one? Okay. All right. Well, hey, you know. Wonder if I can get the guys at Horse Cave, Kentucky to win. There goes Glenn. Here comes Glenn. Glenn's out in front. Glenn's trying to play catch up. Top end, it's going to be Glenn getting the win. Glenn Julius, that is. 703 on a 702. 690 by Butcher. The car, once again, moving around a little bit. Butcher's car just hasn't been a happy car going down the racetrack yet this weekend. So Julius will get the win. 7:03 on a 7:02. He will spot Tim Irwin's Mosier Engineering Lumina in the next round of eliminations. So Julius is in. Sexton is in. Irwin is in. And here comes Tommy T. Tommy and Terry out of Naples, Florida, sitting and waiting patiently. Super Gas, you should be in the lanes. Super Gas, you should be in the staging lanes. So once again, a little cleanup on aisle one. We get ready to run the last car in competition from Indy down track for this session. Our Super Gas field will be up for their first time run, their qualifying run here at Norwalk to put them into the show, give them a shot at running for the Draw and Racers for Christ Super Shootout presented by Mosier Engineering. Little race within a race that will hold later on today for the top 8 cars in qualifying, which you must sign up for and pay your $20 entry fee prior to the first run. The top 8 competitors running closest to their respective index. Obviously 1090 in Super Street, 990 in Super Gas, 890 in Super Comp. The top 8 competitors running closest to the index for their category will advance to the Draw Racers for Christ Super Eliminator Shootout presented by Mosier. And again, that's coming up later on this evening under the lights here at Summit Racing Equipment Motorsports Park. Again, tip of the cap to all the racers here this weekend. Nice field of race cars on hand. Tip of the cap to everybody from Summit Racing Equipment Motorsports Park for their hospitality and efficiency in getting everybody in and situated, locked and loaded and ready to go racing. And all the spectators that are here with us today, thanks for coming out on Race Day Friday. Getting a little Eliminator action bonus for you today as we finish up our event from Indianapolis. So good to have you here at the 10th Annual Cavalcade of Stars presented by Budweiser here this weekend. Don't forget, coming up a little bit later on this year, of course, the national event here at Summit Racing Equipment Motorsports Park, the 10th Annual Summit Racing Equipment NHRA Nationals, June 23rd, 24th, 25th, and 26th. Be sure and get your tickets. Get them early and get prepped. That'll be a great race. The Nationals coming with all the funny cars, top fuel machines, pro stock. Everybody rolling into Summit Racing Equipment Motorsports Park for the Nationals, June 23, 24, 25, and 26. Hope to see you here. Tommy Turner sitting and waiting patiently. A little cleanup here on this side of the racetrack, checking the top end while we're doing the cleanup. As soon as we get the official okie dokie, we'll fire up Tommy Turner. He'll get his bye run at 7 cars, make his way into the final 4 of our Brodix. Steve Schmidt, top sportsman, competition here in the North Central Division. Tommy Turner out of Naples, Florida. He and Terry campaigning the car across the country. Qualified for our show at Indianapolis Made it through the first round. Made it through the second round a little bit earlier today. Able to get around Tom Harger's Oldsmobile from Des Moines, Iowa. Down to 7 cars. They have the bye by virtue of their position on the ladder. So they're going to go to the final 4. Tommy's got a 668 on the side of that Pontiac GXP. You know, you want to talk about a big motor? How about 904 cubic inches of Steve Schmidt power plant? 904. That's a bunch. That's a lot. Well, I'm telling you. I don't think you'll be wearing the piston around your neck as an ornament. 670, 209 miles an hour for Tommy on his 668 dial, and Tommy will be back to take on Jeff Sexton's ride in the next round of eliminations. Looks like Tommy will probably be giving Mr. Jeffrey a spot or two as they head down the racetrack. Well, that's going to bring up Super Gas, and you know what? It's break time. Whew. Going to take a break. Turn the microphone over to Mr. Warren. He'll take a break from his D3 TV activity. Oh, you're going to do both at the same time? Oh, the multi-talented Warren Evans going to be doing it for you. Here we go. Wait a minute. If you're going to do that, then you need the button down here. I think that's about... All right, there you go. All right, you got the button, you got the screen, you got that screen, you got all your buttons. Okay, now you got the microphone too.
Well, thank you, Bob. This is how I got started doing this, announcing and doing the video over at Coles County, so see if I can get back in the swing of it. Super Gas time runs here, their first time session today for the Norwalk race. And your first pair out, it's Shane Snyder out of Sunbury, Ohio, alongside Mark Sanders from Harrison, Ohio. Sanders turns it red. Snyder, 990 with a 5. Dead on with a 5 right out of the box at 162. Sanders way under 967 at 169. Next pair, left side out on file, right side, that's Tipton, Indiana. The object to run a perfect 9,900, 990 with a 0. Neither one of these close to that. 955 left side at 138, right side stamps 1008 at 138. Coming up, Steve Eckert. Pataskala, Ohio, the Pataskala Flash, 2001 Corvette Roadster, alongside Roger Bishop. Mooresville, Indiana, the home base for the 75 Monza, over here in the Budweiser lane. Again. Pro Tree, you'll see a second later, off they go. On the stop, off the stop. Charge down track. Trip zip perfect for Steve Eckert. 985 at the big end for Eckert at 165. Perfect light left side. Roger Bishop, 989.7 at 148. Getting them dialed in here. And these are qualifying runs for the Draw RFC Super Shootout, sponsored by Mosier Engineering. Bob Kasanka, Oak Harbor, Ohio. Alongside the Corvette Roadster right side. Lots of cars here, all put in the queue now. Right side, the Corvette gets there with 10 flat, 10-0-0, 153. Kasanka way off pace, 11:03 at 133. Two more coming up. Left side, Joseph Carpaccio, Clarksburg, West Virginia. Summit side. out of Bel Air, Ohio. Landers down track. And how about a 984 right side for Landers at 122? Also 984 at 147 for Joseph Carbaccio. So side by side, 984 here on the time run. Coming up now, Bill McCullough Jr. out of Pickerington, Ohio. Little 27 Ford Roadster over there alongside the 1975 American Motors Gremlin of Connie Rudy. Rudy from Lima, Ohio. Double A on the tree for Bill McCullough. And McCullough, 997 at the finish line, 997 at 138. Connie Rudy, 10 flat, 10-0-0 with a 0 at 140. Next up, Gary Linkhorn, Cumberland, Ohio. The Linkhorn Racing 27 Ford T alongside Murray Hebert out of Baxter, Minnesota. Hebert's Vega. Ford and Chevy side by side. Linkhorn 002 red, Hebert 002 green. 988 for Gary Linkhorn left side at 153. 1012 at 147 for Murray Hebert. Tim Tyree, Palmyra, Wisconsin, pulls up in the Summit Lane alongside Mike Lagos, Cass City, Michigan. Lagos, a farmer, driving the 92 Camaro. Tyree, 991 at 145. And I didn't see what happened there with the Camaro. Must have left before the tree was activated. If you saw the D3 command post up here, you'd tell I was flying blind. Just operating off of a computer monitor. No clear view of the track. Alongside Edmund Richardson, you might have heard of that guy. He's 011 red. Finish line 990 with a 5, 9905. 163 for Edmund Richardson. He's got it dialed in. 991 at 149 for Dan Childs. So he's just about where he wants to be as well. Kenny LaFollette, Sarahsville, Ohio, left side. That's a 1988 Mustang. Alongside the 91 Cutlass of Joey Ship. Ship out of Whiteland, Indiana. Ship 995 at 161. LaFollette 998 at 151. Two more pull up now. Nick Akori, Cleveland, Ohio. Says his profession is drag racer. 68 Camaro, left side. Alongside Tim McGuire, Oberlin, Ohio, tool and die maker by trade. At the controls of the Monte Carlo. At the finish line, it's a 983 getting there first. Nick Akori, 983 at 136. For Tim McGuire, 997 at 158. Next pair pulling up to the starting line, that's Charles Flanagan Jr. Maria Stein, Ohio, the home base. It's an 81 Camaro. Two-time division champion. Alongside Wally Hack. Hack driving the Monza out of 993 for Flanagan, 149 the speed. For Wally Hack, 1003 at 140. Coming up now, another pair of bow ties on the starting line. The 68 Camaro, driven by Gary Hardig out of Canal, Winchester, Ohio. That's the Summit lane, left side of the track here. The Budweiser lane, that's Haley Gregory out of New Bern, Tennessee, at the controls of the 2010 Cobalt. Both of them with big block Chevy power out in front of them. Off and running there. 005 on the tree for Gary Hardig. 990 with a 4. 9,000's time package there for Gary Hardig. Haley Gregory, 1003 at 171. Left side, the S10 over there. The computer says that's Ron Erks out of Clinton, Ohio. Left side, Robbie Clark of Willard, Ohio. 007, 010, the red light reaction time side by side. Finish line, it's a 10:15 left side for Erks at 166, 999 at 176 for Rocky Clark. Coming up now, left side of the track. The old classic Camaro over there. Alongside Corinne McMillan from Ajax, Ontario, Canada. Also a 68 Camaro. Wheels up for McMillan. About a 992 for Corinne McMillan at 161 right side. Left side, the black and silver Camaro with a 988 at 142. Tyler Schneider pulls up next, Rochester Hills, Michigan. A 22-year-old IT director. Probably needs to send me his resume. Ron Lauer out of Dundee, Ohio. 004 for Schneider, 10:03 at the finish line, 144. 10:08 at 145 for Ron Lauer, over here on the right side. Coming up next, it's Jody Davis out of Walnut, Illinois. Driving that 65 Mustang, the red machine left side. Right side, the Camaro over here, black with the orange stripe on the side. No information in the So Jody Davis deep staging the car there. That's an automatic red light, 962 at 153 left side. Right side, 995 at 160. Coming up now, 76 Vega, driven by Lee Newmeyer, Shelby, Ohio. 460 Chevy power plant, alongside Pat Martin. Martin from London, Ohio. The Armor Paving and Sealing 27. Davis Roadster, big block Chevy power there out in front of the driver. Finish line left side, Lee Newmeyer, 995 at 140. Right side, Pat Martin, 1009 at 167. Here's John Giuliano. Alongside Hank Stewart out of Winnicott, Wisconsin. Red line start for Hank Stewart. John Giuliano, 10 flat, 102 for the speed. Hank Stewart, 995 at 137. Attention in the pits. We need our Indy, Stock, Indy, Super Street, Indy, Super Stock, Indy, Super Gas, Indy, Super Comp, returning competitors back to the lane. So if you're still in competition from the Indy race in Stock, Super Street, Super Stock, Super Gas, or Super Comp, we need you back to the lanes. So again, attention in the pit area. If you're still in competition for the Indy race in Stock, Super Stock, Super Comp, Super Gas, or Super Street, we need you back to the lanes now, please. Once again, if you're still in competition in the Indy race in Stock, Super Gas, Super Street, or Super Comp, we need you back to the lanes. So the motor's coming back to life, and that'll get us back into Super Gas. And in the water box right now, that is Richard Spradlin out of Van Loo, Ohio. Pulls up there in the little Nova alongside Skip Sadler. Left side, the 88 Corvette. Again, if you're still in competition for the Indy race in Stock, Super Gas, Super Comp, or Super Street, back to the lanes, please. Down track they go. Skip Sadler, left side with a 992. 143 for the speed. Richard Spradlin, 989 at 144. Getting them dialed in here in Super Gas. Again, the objective is that perfect 9,900 down there on the scoreboard. Rob Kropfeld out of Hamilton, Ohio pulls up now. Corvette Roadsters alongside a Camaro Roadster driven by Tim Schmidt. Kropfeld left side 995 at 149. Schmidt right side 1009, speed of 169. Two more, Dale Bernard, Meadville, Pennsylvania. 34 Chevrolet alongside Dave Bashir out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. The Oldsmobile Starfire. Not many of those in existence anymore. Bernard's got it dialed about right. 990 with a 9. 9909 at 159. Bashir under the index 978 at 142. Coming up now, Jackson Scratcher Monza, alongside Paul Richardson out of Woodburn, Indiana, in the Forenza. How about your perfect 9,900 right there for Bill Jackson? 990 with a 0 at 148. Paul Richardson, 986 at 155. Attention, racers, if you are still in Indy competition, in Super Stock, Stock, Super Comp, Super Gas, Super Street, and also Top Sportsman, Top Dragster, and Comp Eliminator. If you're still in the Indy race, we need you back to the lanes. So some troubles there for Ronald Brady, and he pulls over alongside the wall. In the meantime, Paul Fiddler out the back door to a 989.4 at 141. Brady idles on down the track. So again, Indy racers, if you are still in competition in Super Stock, Stock, Super Gas, Super Comp, Super Street, Top Dragster, Top Sportsman, or Comp Eliminator, we need all of you back to the lanes. So as we wait for the car to clear the end of the track, our next pair waits back here by the water box. Rich Pike out of Coshocton, Ohio. 68 Camaro Roadster. Alongside Jeff Gerber. Massillon, Ohio. 27 Ford Roadster over here right side. And Rich Pica slows at the finish line to a 1280 at 71 miles an hour. Jeff Gerber, how about a 982 at 147? It's Larry Rodell up next out of Evansville, Indiana, alongside Rock Haas, the Commerce, Michigan runner. Looks like Haas has done this a time or two. How about a 993 at 167 for Rock Haas? Larry Rodell, how about a 989 at 153? Alongside John Sickish. Sickish in the Corvette Roadster, charging hard, 981 right side at 173. Sickish getting there first. Robert Eaker, 986 at 147. So once again, Indy racers, if you're still in competition from the Indy race, in Super Stock, Stock, Super Gas, Super Comp, Super Street, top dragster, top sportsman, or comp eliminator. We need all of you back to the lane. Here's up front, Brian Richardson. Perfect light there for Brian Richardson, right side. 974, way under the index at 145 for Richardson. 998 at 152 for Doug Croft. Austin Benner, Steve Theodore. Benner, 990 with a 4. Denon with a 4 at 154. Steve Theodore, 983 at 162. Roadster's pulling in. That's John Pelicane over there. Left side alongside Tom Diamond out of Dublin, Ohio. Pelicane, defending race champ here. He's 991 at 160 left side. Tom Diamond, 989 at 160. Camaro over there left side. Could be a Firebird, can't really tell from my angle. Alongside Jerry Spoor out of Van Wert, Ohio. The 82 Mustang, right side. Spoor, good looking 005 on the tree. 989 at 154 for Jerry Spoor. Left side 988, speed of 150. So a little bit of attention here on the starting line right now. And our starting line crew will take a look at things before we send our next pair down. Again, Indy racers, if you're still in competition in the Indy race, I believe we're down to semis in several of our classes. So stock, super gas, super comp, super street, top dragster, top sportsman, and Comp Eliminator. If you're still in competition in those classes from the Indy race, please report to the staging lanes. We need you. Lance Pinto, Walworth, New York. 1990 Cavalier left side, alongside Jeff Smith Jr. from Plymouth, Indiana. Roadster. He leaves a little early, 002 red, right side, left side, clean and green as they head down track. These are just time runs. 986 left side for Lance Pinto. 145 for the speed. 981 at 147, a little too quick for Jeff Smith Jr. Dwight Noost, Couts, Indiana. The Pig Farmer's Delight, the little Dodge Rampage left side, alongside Brenda Hunter out of York, PA, in the Corvette Roadster. sort of looked like a two-step out there as they launch, stop, launch. Dwight rolled the beam, so no time for Dwight Noost. Brenda Hunter, 994 at 163. Left side, the door slammer, that is Bob Corcoran, South Lyon, Michigan. That's a 92 Grand Prix, lines up alongside Rick Sarmento from Wildwood, Illinois. 34 Dodge Roadster. How'd you like to have a 002 light and be late? The other guy went 001 on the tree, but way too quick on the big end. Bob Corcoran, 976 at 162. 993 at 157 for Rick Sarmento. Nathan Vrooman, Wabash, Indiana, pulls up now on the Beretta left side. Right side, Dan Outing out of Richland, Michigan. 34 Willies. Outing 001 green. And the little Willys Roadster getting there with a 984 at 155. 1001 for Nathan Vrooman, the left side at 170. Miss Mia, left side, Mia Tedesco, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, 2004 Cavalier. She's already had a couple of laps on this car, as she was in competition out of the Indy race, alongside Ray Connolly, Elyria, Ohio. Number 6 in the world last year in a 63 Corvette Roadster. Pretty good pass side by side as they head down the track. At the finish line, it's a 992 for Mia Tedesco, 992 at 167. Ray Connolly a tick under, 989 at 168. Eddie Arnold Jr., Solon, Ohio. 92 Cutlass. Left side alongside Mike Jerusik out of Elyria, Ohio in the 63 Corvette Roadster. Double 02 left side for Eddie Arnold Jr. Finish line 985 for Eddie Arnold Jr. at 166. Jerusik off pace 1054 at 115. Here's Jim Falvey, Clinton, Illinois. The Dart Zaster 2 Dodge Dart. 540 cubic inches of Dodge power alongside John Squires. Squires from Defiance, Ohio, the 68 Camaro. Falvey's got it dialed right, 990 with a 1, 990 with a 1 at 148. John Squires 4 under 986 at 164. Here's Brian Folk out of Durand, Illinois, 67 Camaro left side. Another one of those Camaro Roadsters. Alongside the Corvette Roadster of Ed Rudick. Rudick out of Mount Prospect, Illinois. At the finish line, it's a 989.3 right side for Ed Rudick. 164 for the speed, 992 for Brian Folk at 169. Carl Root, Washington, Illinois. The Hare Racing Products Chevy 2, alongside Larry Turner. Little 27 Ford Roadster right side out of Columbus, Indiana. at the finish line. Route went red, but 992 at the finish line, 161 for the speed. Turner way under 944. That's a half second too quick at 148. Sesko, Lansing, Ohio. Another 27 Ford Roadster. That's what the computer says anyway. Still sitting in the water box right now. Warming them up now. And right side, they call her Sis. This is Janice Swan out of Mooresville, Indiana. Driving that 73 Opel GT. Sesko 008 on the tree, 988 at the big end at 146. For Janice Swan, she's 985 at 159. Two more coming up. Roadsters side by side. Dave Goins out of Plymouth, Michigan. 27 Ford over their left side with Ford power. Alongside the Pontiac powered 33 Ford for Tim Gillespie out of Xenia, Ohio. He wanted to make sure he saw where I placed the microphone so he knew where not to talk. Goins 005 red. Finish line, Goins 992 at 149. Gillespie 994 at 151. Bob Hanshoe out of North Olmsted, Ohio. Left side, 97 Firebird over there. Alongside Justin Moser out of Portland, Indiana, the purchasing manager there. 2010 Corvette Roadster right side with bow tie power under the hood. Moser 001 on the tree, 989 1 at the stripe, 173 for the speed. Hanshoe 991 at 147 over there in the left lane. Here is Jacob Elrod proudly carrying that big number 1. Out of Lima, Ohio, your defending world champion in Super Gas. Alongside Alan Bush, Erie, Illinois. Top Sportsman and Comp Eliminator from Indy. We need you now. Finish line says 993 side by side. Elrod 993 at 166. Alan Bush 993 at 174. So Tommy Turner, Jeff Sexton, Tim Irwin, Glenn Julius. If you're not in the lanes, you need to be there. And on the comp side, Ron Bone, Todd France, and Ray Skillman. Again, if you're not in the lanes, you're late. We need you now. Joe Fisher. Says owner of Racing RVs. You top sportsmen and top dragster guys owe him a big thank you as he's putting up the cash as the sponsor for the top dragster and top sportsman national championships. He just headed down track 992 at 165. And with that, looks like Super Gas has emptied the lanes. Coming up next, it'll be elimination rounds. I think it's semifinals coming up in most of our classes, if not all of them, from the end of quarters or semis, from our completion of the Ray Skillman Spectacle of Speed, originally at Indy, but right now finishing up here at Summit Racing Equipment Motorsports Park. And with that, I'll gladly turn the microphone back over to Bob Unkefer.
Da-da-da-da-da-da. Stock Eliminator. 6 cars left in eliminations. Getting ready to roll back at us. Joey Ship, Andrew Hill. Looking to see if which one of them is going to make it down to the final 3. With 6 cars, we'll have a pair and a bye run in the semifinals. Joey, Chevy 2 out of Ray Skillman Chevrolet. 1151 the dial. Andrew Hill, that gorgeous 70 Camaro. 350 combination. D-stock automatic entry, out of the gate and running. Andrew trying to come from behind. Joey out in front. Joey's still out in front. Joey's out in front. But Joey goes too quick. He runs 48 on a 51. 81.9 on an 82. Andrew Hill gets the win at the finish line by that much, he said, holding his fingers. Just about a silly millimeter apart. 1081.9 on a 1082.0. Both drivers under. Andrew closer. Rick Winchester, Brian Merkel. Winner's going to come back to run Andrew Hill. Question is, it's going to be all General Motors F-body with Camaro and Firebird, or is Rick Winchester going to throw the Corvette in the mix? Winchester coming up from Cincy Town. Gorgeous 72 Corvette. Beautiful candy red. 350. Down in 1134. Off and running. Here comes Brian Merkel, the Napa Auto Parts. Pontiac Firebird for the runner out of Johnstown. Coming. Top end, got him. 73 on a 67. Brian was 0-0-1 off the starting line. 32.5 on a 34 by Winchester. Breaks out by 15 thousandths down at the other end of the racetrack. So 1073. Come back to run a 1089. Andrew breaks out by 1. Merkel is 001 on the starting line. Here's the big pair. Winner here is John Finsack, and he will go to the finals. Because M.J. Quinn went red. So it'll be a Copo Camaro going to the final rounds. The runner out of Pennsylvania, 70 years young. Wheeling and dealing at 427 Copo. And he'll be there. Now, will he run another Camaro and Andrew Hill? Or will he run the Firebird of Brian Merkel? That is the question. Stock down to the semifinals. Super Street already at the semifinals. 4 cars left in competition. Super Stock's got 5. Super Gas is down to 7. Our Super Comp Field down to 4. Top Dragster Comp Eliminator and top Sportsman category competitors already into the semifinals. Need Marcus Bush to the lanes, please. Marcus Bush, you're needed in the staging lanes immediately, please. Super Gas getting ready to come at us. Super Gas down to 7 cars. We're going to whittle it down to our 4 semifinalists. Larry Bernshausen or Leo Zinda is going to be one of them. One of them, but not both of them. Cavalier, Zinda, Little Vega Wagon, and Bernshausen, longtime campaigner out of Manito, Illinois. Again, if you are still in an Indy competition in any category other than stock that just ran, you should be in the staging lanes ready to go for your next round of eliminations. 990's up on the scoreboard. Super Gas the category. 7 cars. We're going to whittle it down to the final 4. Out of the gate they go. Bernshausen, Little Vega out in front. Now that big. Oh, Larry's got problems. Leo zips right on by. Steps off the throttle. Zinda goes 10, 20, 145 miles an hour. Larry was a little bit better off the starting line. Problems there in the mid-range. And the Vega, at least for Indy competition, is done. Steve Williams taking on Racing Jason. Steve in that 351 powered Ford Probe. Taking on the CarsProtectionPlus.com. Oles Cutlass with Jason Lynch at the wheel. Williams Probe off and running. Here comes the top in charge of Lynch at the stripe. Got him. Double breakout. 88.7 beats an 87.4. 13 thousandths of a second. Down at the other end of the racetrack. So Jason Lynch moves on. Leo Zinda moves on. Steve Hoyt going to move on. Seven cars left in Super Gas competition. Obviously, 3 pair and a bye. Well, Steve Hoyt, number 5 in the world last year, gets that bye run. So he's going to the final 4. He'll join Leo Zinda and Jason Lynch. Steve had the opportunity to pull up stage, take the green light, and back it off or run it on through. And run it on through seemed to be the answer he was looking for. 988, 173. Nice little tune-up run for him to get to the final round. And our final pair, super gas competitors, Devin Eisenhower and Marcus Bush. One of them is going to join Leo, Jason, and Steve in the semifinals of our super gas competition from Race at Indianapolis. The Ray Skillman Spring Spectacle of Speed over at Indy. Devin left side, the Camaro Roadster. Marcus right lane, the 77 Nova. Second generation racer out of the Bush family. That one looking on from behind. 990's up on the board. One of them's going to the semifinals. One of them can start concentrating on the race this weekend here in Norwalk. Win's going to go to Marcus. 989.9 beats a 988.4. 15 thousandths of a second. The margin down at the other end of the racetrack. So it's Marcus Bush, Leo Zinda, Jason Lynch, and Steve Hoyt. The semifinals of Super Gas, Super Street. My chart says we're down to 4 cars. There's Denny Napier and Craig Meyer. One of them's going to the finals. Is it going to be that classic 62 Plymouth Fury? 500 cubic inch Mopar car was a face only Mother Mopar could love? There's going to be Little Vega out of Pataskala, Ohio. 1090s now up on the scoreboard for the Super Street category. Semifinals from Indy. On hand right now. Right now. Out of the gate they go. Green lights a pair. Thinking of you today, Lynn. Finish line, winner picker says give it to Meyer. Dead on 4. 27 on the tree. So Craig Meyer going to the final rounds with that classic 62 Mopar. Now, is he going to take on the Malibu? Is he going to take on the Cavalier? Mike Gramlich, left side. Phil Smida, right lane. Walbridge Automotive. Malibu out of the gate and running and going to the final round because Phil goes red. Smida too quick out of the gate. Leaves the pink ball behind at 12 thousandths of a second. Both runners running dead on. 10.907 for Gramlich, 10.908 for Smida. Super Stock now getting ready to come at us as our finals are set in Super Street. Semifinals in Super Gas. Semifinals in Stock, who are going to be our semifinalists in Super Stock. Bill Skillman, Scott Stillings, a pair of very quick Super Stock cars working their way down track now. 8,000 separation off the starting line, and it's Skillman. 99 on a 98, getting the win by 24,000. Stilling goes 69 on his 67. So Bill Skillman takes the Cobra Jet to the semifinals. Dave Dupps and Ron Terrell. Big race for these guys. One of them is going to go to the final round with a bye run in the next round. It's going to be Dupps. Red light start by Ron Terrell. The 10 Indian car leaves the starting line 6 thou too early. Dave motors through 10.06 at 109. He shuts it off down at the other end of the racetrack. So Dave Dupps, after the 6 thousandths of a red light start, knows that his day, getting off to a pretty good start. He's final round bound for the spring spectacle of speed at Indiana. Chad Taylor now gets the bye run. Young son of Jeff and Patty. Jeff, of course, a renowned engine builder. Chad pulls up, lights the green light, does what he needs to do, and Chad will be back to run Bill Skillman in the semifinals in just a little bit. So it's Skillman, Bill, Taylor, Chad, and Dubs Dave, the 3 semifinalists in Super Stock. Speaking of Super Stock, we need Norwalk Super Stock, your first qualifier. Need you to the lanes, please. Norwalk Super Stock qualifying session number 1. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Super Comp getting ready to come at us. 5 cars left in the category. But first, Top Dragster semifinals. 4 cars left. Ashley Tidrick, Marco Abruzzi. Ashley with a 6:22 in that last round on her 6:21 dial. Got it sped up a little bit more to a 6:19 this time around. Marco on a 6:40 dial. Was 008 good in that last round with a 6:41.1. So both drivers dialing down a hun from their run in the last round to make sure they're safe, good, and secure here in the semifinals. See which one going to go to the final round of our race from Indy. Marco, of course, running the number 1 on the side of the car. The reigning champ, Ashley, wants to take him out right here, right now, and does it. 23.5 on a 19. 47.8 by Marco at 215 miles an hour. Ashley does 2 things. A, she goes to the final round. B, she takes out the reigning champion. So Ashley Tidrick into the finals now of our Spitzer race cars. Top Dragster category. Ashley will be back to run the winner of this pair. Either Zach Sackman or Ed Dudley. Sackman on the left side, 20-year-old youngster out of Illinois. Wheeling and dealing that Spitzer chassis hot rod. Dudley on the right side. He too made the tow east. Not quite as far as Sackman did. He's from Fishers, Indiana. Big motored, and I do mean large motored Ford, 845 cubic inch with a nitrous bottle on behind. Sackman gets his power adder from the blower sitting on top of that big block Chevrolet. Sackman left side, Dudley right lane. One of them's going to go to the finals to run Ashley Tidrick. Question is, who's it going to be? There goes Dudley. Here comes Sackman. The kid trying to reel him in, top in, not going to get it done. 62 on a 60. Ed Dudley's into the finals. The kid runs a 22 on a 20 at 230 miles an hour. So both drivers over by 2. Dudley was holding 2 as they went by the tree, and that's all it took. Ed Dudley, Ashley Tidrick, finalists in our Spitzer race cars. Top Dragster field from Indianapolis. 6:62, Dudley's lap. Tidrick ran a 6:23. So the lady is going to give the gentleman the head start in the finals of Top Dragster. Top Sportsman coming at us now, Tim Irwin and Glenn Julius. Irwin able to squeak out a couple of wins already today. to get to this point. But he knows Julius has been on the money as well. 7-0s, 703, and 705 for Julius. Irvin's gone 767 and a 770. Timmy's dialed in 770 this time. Glenn, 702. The handicap start's going to go to the Mosier Engineering Lumina. Julius went in, lit both bulbs, backed it back out real quick. Understands courtesy staging. Longtime campaigner out of Indianapolis here on the right side. A pair of Hoosier competitors on the line. There goes Irwin. Here comes Julius. Ooh, Glenn Julius. Dead laid out of the gate. Can he push Irwin out? No. 71.9 on a 70. Tim Irwin, the Mosier Engineering Lumina. Final round bound. 703 on a 702. Great run by Glenn. Just a little tardy, leaving the starting line. And Tim Irwin taking the Lumina from the Mosier gang into the finals with a 771.9. Now, is he going to run Jeff Sexton or Tommy Turner? That's the question. Turner on a 670 dial this time around. 668 just a little while ago. Sexton dialed in on a 692. Jeff was off the pace just a tad in that last round with a 695 lap. So we'll see the runner out of Fairborn. Can take out the runner from Florida. Tommy on the right side for him and Terry. Got that monster Steve Schmidt power plant, 900 plus cubic inches. Sexton, blink of an eye, better start, top end. Sexton going to the finals. 695 on his 692, 672 by Tommy. Margin of victory down at the other end of the racetrack, 4 thousandths of a second. Sexton gets the win. Jeff's into the finals. He'll come back to take on Tim Irwin. And that 695 number likely to be the dial-in when he comes back around. So our finals are set in Top Sportsman. Now we're looking to set the finals in Comp Eliminator. We know on one side of the ladder, Ray Skillman's got the bye. So we know that the Ford Mustang bodied entry is going to be there. Question is he going to run the Dragster or is he going to run that Pontiac? Todd France, your reigning division champ, the runner out of Louisville, making the toe up. 926. F Supermod Automatic, the category. Ron Bone, 821. The J Dragster Index has been trimmed by a 10th here in this weekend's competition. Speaking of Indy, your number one qualifier, 821 the index. Gives up the handicap start. There goes France. Ron Bone's going to have to really keep that gas pedal down if he wants to win. At the stripe, nope, 869. France is your winner. 139 miles an hour, 779. Ron saw he wasn't going to get there. Said, nope, I'll pass. So Todd France and Ray Skillman into the finals. Skillman's B Econo altered. The Ford Mustang bodied entry with the small motored Chevrolet underneath the hood, pulls in, accepts the green. That's a win. He'll be back for the finals against Todd France here in just a bit. So our finals are set in Comp Eliminator. France and Skillman. Finals are set in Top Sportsman. Sexton and Irwin. Finals are set in Top Dragster. Dudley and Tidrick. We continue on. Finals also set in our Super Street competition. Craig Meyer, Michael Gramlich. Semifinals in Super Gas. Semifinals in Stock. Now the semifinals, Super Comp, getting ready to come at us. Excuse me, 5 cars left, Super Comp racing. So we'll trim it down to our final 3. Semifinals be coming up. Jason Lynch. Jason still in Super Gas. Can he double up at the Indy Points race? He's got to get around Bill Riddle this time. Runner out of Brighton, Michigan. Riddle's car over here on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Jason Lynch. The Bullet Motorsports entry. Wilkerson engine-powered machine there on the left side. 890s up on the scoreboard. Super Comp the category. Red light start, Riddle. Jason Lynch staying alive. Staying alive. Staying alive. 887, 181 miles an hour. So racing Jason. Semifinals, Super Gas. Now the semifinals of Super Comp. Leo Zinda doubled up so far. Still alive in Super Gas. Looking to see if he can stay alive in Super Comp for a chance at a double up. Leo, left side, taking on the 3rd generation. Troy Coughlin Jr., campaigner out of the Coughlin family over here on the right side. In, out of the gate they go. Here a whop whop. 892, 176, 889.4. Zinda breaks out by 6 thousandths of a second. So Troy Coughlin, Jason Lynch, and Pat Martin will be our 3 semifinalists left in a Super Comp competition. Super Stock, need your lanes, please. Super Stock, need you to the staging lanes, please. Super Stock, to the lanes, please. Come on down. Pat Martin making his way down. How about that? Pat Martin goes dead on the money, honey. 8.900. And into the semifinals. Jason Lynch, Troy Coughlin Jr., Pat Martin. 3 cars left in eliminations in Super Comp action. Super Stock qualifying for Norwalk. Getting ready to come up next. I'm going to turn it back over to the man, Warren. Let him tell you all about it. He got his camera reset that somebody bumped for him. So I think we got D3 TV back online with all the camera work. Somewhat so forth and so on and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Here's Jim McBean, Dennis Breeden, and Warren Evans. Tell you all about it. Warren?
Thank you, Bob. Qualifying session coming up here for Super Stock. Jim McBean, Dennis Breeden, UTC over there, left side, and the drag pack over here right side. Breeden goes red, doesn't matter. It's a qualifying pass, 962 for Breeden at 137, 974, 135 left side for Jim McBean. So, as you would guess, they're 1 and 2 right now on the qualifying sheet. 92 under there for Dennis Breeden. Two more pulled to the starting line right now. Okay, it's Gene McBean and David McGee. Superstock G automatic over there left side for the 69 Mustang, David McGee. Morning View, Kentucky right side in the 68 Nova, the GTC automatic. So our next pair waiting behind the starting line, and our safety crew out there on the track checking things out over here on the right side. Make sure everything's in readiness before we send our next pair. All right, back to action now with Gene McBean left side out of Chardon, Ohio, 69 Mustang in the Superstock G Automatic category. Alongside David McGee, the GTC Automatic out of Morning View, Kentucky, the 68 Nova. Wheels up start for both of them as they head down track. The red one and the blue one. The red one out in front, that's the Mustang of Gene McBean. 981 at 132 left side for McBean. Right side, David McGee, 1028, 127 for the speed. Coming up now, two more. Rock Running, Lapeer, Michigan. The Super Sleeper 95 Achieva GTJ Automatic. Would be a heads-up race. GTJ Automatic with Tom Sheehan. 2000 Sebring. Wheels up start there for the Mopar right side. At the stripe. They get there side by side. 1067 left side for Rock Running. 1064 at 108 right side for Tom Sheehan. Kurt Neighbor, summit side of the track from Twinsburg, Ohio. Driving that Thunderbolt. Super Stock A machine. Factory Super Stock D, how about Sam Montalone from Harrison Township, Michigan. A CNC programmer by trade, wheeling that 2013 Cobra Jet. Thunderbolt charging down track. Finish line says 872 at 152, just 3 off the national record there, looks like. Sam Montalone, 908 at 151. George Wright, Richard Locker, heading down track now. Wright with the red light. Locker's going to get there first. Right side, 929 for Richard Locker. 141 for the speed. 1025 for George Wright at 132. Twitchell. Brad Ross hustling down track right now. Twitchell left side out of Elkhart, Indiana. 1009 the number there for Twitchell at 121. For Brad Ross, 1039 at 125. Conditions must be right because I've seen several numbers that appear to be under the national record. Walter and Al Ross hustling down track. Walter left side, the Camaro. Ross right side, the Challenger. Walter, 1031 at 129 left side. 1007 at 130 right side for Al Ross. Two more coming at you now. Left side, how about the teardrop hood there for Dallas Kelly. Out of Cleves, Ohio, the 64 Fairlane, an original Thunderbolt. Alongside Charlie Moore out of Strongsville, Ohio, the 64 Dodge 330. Attention in the pit area. Indy competitors in stock, super gas, and super comp to the lanes, please. Stock, super gas, and super comp to the lanes. Sean Dornan, Republic, Ohio, alongside Ken Sharp out of Middletown. Little wheel spin there for Sean Dornan right off the starting line. Ken Sharp heads down track. The 90 Eldorado Cadillac product there. 1071 at 124. Sean Dornan, he'll try her again in a little bit. Off pace 1345 at 121 miles an hour. Don Road out of Gibson, Ohio. 68 Camaro. Alongside Halsey Hatfield. Or it could be Haley Hatfield. Not sure. Peter says Halsey. Out of Del Martin, West Virginia. 66 Chevy 2. Some great wheels up launches here as they head down track side by side. Don Road 959 at 138 left lane. Right side 1053 at 122 for Halsey Haley Hatfield. So as Bob will tell you, if you don't know which way to pronounce it, try it every way. One of them will be right. Right? Maybe. Oh, that's right. Maybe is in Michigan. Joe Buchanan. Brina Spling Air. Your next pair up. Buchanan on the split. Spling Air. Out of Wisconsin these days. Very nice article about Brina and the National Dragster a couple issues back. 943 at 139 for Brina Spling Air. Joe Buchanan, 001 red at 984 at 134 at the finish line. Two more coming at you right now. Jeff Ross, the GTL Automatic out of Barton, Ohio. That's a 2000. Joe Galucci, the 69 Camaro. Galucci, 1017 at 130. Ross, 1081 at 122. Brianna Kelly pulls up now, left side out of Fairfield, Ohio. 19 years old, computer says, a student driving the 84 Camaro. GTE Automatic alongside Jim Clark. Beach, Michigan. The Grand Am, Pontiac Power. Been doing this for 40 years. Clark way down track at the finish line, 861 at 157 for Jim Clark. Brianna Kelly, 992 at 132. Pull it up now, out of Lawrenceburg, Indiana. Left side, that's Dan Kyle, the 87 Firebird. Pairs up alongside Jeremy Duncan out of Charlestown, Indiana. The Mr. Pest Control 69 Camaro. Duncan, 003 green. Kyle goes red. Down track they go. Jeremy Duncan gets there first, 997 at 117. 1008 for Dan Kyle. Speed of 126. Again, Indy racers in stock, super stock, super gas, super comp. Back to the lanes. Jerry Kolaric, Paynesville, Ohio. 2005 Chevy Cavalier. He's an IT engineer. Alongside another 2005 Cavalier, driven by Jerry Silvius gets there first, 938. 938 at 140 for Jerry Silvius. Jerry Kolaric, about a 1033 at 131. Back to the starting line with Jeremy Mudd from Shepherdsville, Kentucky. Driving that 1993 Grand Am. Alongside Brian Sibenick. Toledo, Ohio, another IT guy. The Buick Regal over here Budweiser lane. So some troubles there left side. You hear the car click off, rolling slowly over there left side for Brian Siebenek, 11:40. 11:40 at 1:15. For Jeremy Mudd, coasting through 14:83 at 57. Bobby Rashid, gross pit. Rashid speeds up into Firebird. Alongside A.H. Atkins out of Ravenswood, West Virginia. The AMX getting there first. Right side for Atkins. 9:21 at 1:44. For Bobby Rashid. 9:77 at 1:35. It's Marty Reinhardt pulling up next. Superstock C automatic out of Thomas Will Pennsylvania. Alongside Angelo DiCarlo, Schaumburg, Illinois. 63 Corvette, Superstock H automatic. 9:59 for Reinhardt, left side at 1:36. 9:88 at 1:30, right side for Angelo DiCarlo. David Turner, Andy Kronwitter. Pull up now. Turner left side out of Fresno, Ohio. The 70 Challenger. Alongside Andy Kronwitter, 2008 Cobalt. Charging hard for the finish line. They are paired almost identical. Turner 9:51 at 1:38. Kronbitter 9:63 at 1:35. And Rich points lovingly at the run sheet. Stock, Super Stock, Super Gas, Super Comp from Indy. Back to the lanes, please. So once again, if you're still in competition from the Indy race, in stock, Super Stock, Super Gas, or Super Comp, we need you back to the lanes. Jeremy Stock and down track. Daniel out in front by about half a train. 8:94 at 1:49. Jeremy Stock 10:88 at 1:21. Again, Indy racers, if you're still in stock, Super Stock, Super Gas, Super Comp, back to the lanes. Will and Bear. Drawn matchup. Bob Marshall. Finish line says match him with an 8:68, 1:54. Bob Marshall, the mighty Mopar, with a 9:44 at 1:41. John Freck Jr., Marshallville, Ohio, comes up now. The 89 Firebird, GTG automatic machine, alongside Joe McDougall, Dundee, Ohio. He's an electrician driving the 86 Corvette. So left side, coasting for John Freck. Right side, Joe McDougall, 9:78 at 1:21. Freck clicks it early, coasts on through 15:60 at 61. That's one of those time tickets you just kind of wad up, throw in the trash, and move on to the next one. Chuck Gallagher Jr., Defiance, Ohio. running the 90 Camaro alongside Bill Floder. $897 at 139 for Chuck Gallagher Jr. Bill Floder 1016, 131. Pulling up now, left side, the Summit Lane out of Dalton, Illinois. That's Garrett Jeezy. 69 down the Budweiser lane. Finish line says 10:13 of 126 for Jeff Myers. Garrett Jeezy drops off the pace, 11:36 at 109. In the AMX. Paul Cambria, Buffalo, New York. 2012 Camaro. Alongside the 2005 Cavalier. Jacobs nails the tree, 001 on the tree. 990 with a 0. That'd be a pretty good super gas run right there. 001 on the tree. 990 with a 0 at 108. 878 for Paul Cambria at 157. Bert Dawson pulls up now, left side, East Liverpool, Ohio. The Delta Properties 96 Beretta. Alongside Todd Mathias from Monroeville, Ohio. 86 Camaro right side. Low qualifier right now, Dan Emmanuel is 1. Todd Mathias turns it red here on the qualifier, 944 at 143 for Mathias. Bert Dawson, 893 at 151. It's Matt Potts and Craig Marshall coming up now. Potts, Super Stock, G Automatic, 69 Camaro. Craig Marshall, the Dodge Material. Is that right? Grand Am, but it says Dodge. $869 at 156 for Craig Marshall. Matt Potts, 1041 at 128. Two more coming at you right now. Tyler Bohannon. How'd you like to be 18 years old, have your own 67 Corvette race car? Alongside Jeff Neiswanger, Zanesville, Ohio, the 87 Camaro. $997 at 133 for Jeff Neiswanger. Tyler Bohannon, you heard him kind of step off the throttle there at the stripe. 1015 at 109. Keith Lynch pulls up now. 2009 Challenger. Former world champion alongside Fred Bartoli Jr. out of Schaumburg, Illinois. From Alltronics, the 87 Camaro. Lynch is 003 on the tree, 977 at the finish line at 136. Fred Bartoli, 988, 133. Dave Dupps Jr. out of Germantown, Ohio, pulls up now. GTI automatic machine alongside Mike Morgan. Morgan from Brazil, Indiana. And as I recall, Mr. Morgan's already had a lap or two on this car as he was in competition in the Indy race. So we had to wait for our pair to clear at the finish line. Dave Dupps Jr., 10:38 at 1:29. Mike Morgan, 11:03 at 1:17. Now there's a rare piece over there on the left side in the Summit Lane. That is John Stock out of Sandusky, Ohio. He says he's a grill man at Wendy's. I don't know if that's code for he owns the grill and a whole bunch of other ones. That's a 67 Shelby Cobra. All Ford all the time alongside David Neal out of Columbus, Indiana. 9:22 at 1:43 for David Neal. For John Stock, 10:29 at 1:37 in the Little Cobra. Ricky Decker pulls up now. Multi-time division champ. Has been to the Jags All-Star race a couple of times. World champion in his resume as well. Alongside Eric Stewart from Lowell, Michigan. Decker at the controls of the Camaro. Stewart driving the 84 Oldsmobile Cutlass. This is Super Stock qualifying. At the big end, it's a 994 for Ricky Decker at 132. 1142 right side for Eric Stewart. 115 for the speed. Jeff Donut, Gordonville, Missouri. The Firebird Formula GT over there. Alongside J.P. Schuster. Damascus, Ohio. Let's take it. Jeff Donut is going to get there first, Summit Lane. 10:01 at 1:11 for Jeff Donut. J.P. Schuster, 10:49, 1:26 for the speed in the Budweiser lane. Two more coming at you right now. Little Cobalt over there, left side, Jeff Taylor. The Jeff Taylor Performance Cobalt. Multi-time world champion. Alongside Ray Skillman. The RaySkillman.com 2010 Mustang. At the finish line, Ray Skillman clicks him off to an 882. 882 at 150. Jeff Taylor, 971. 971 at 133. David Tencher, Elizabethtown, Indiana. DeVogus Racing Engines 94 Cavalier GTC automatic. Alongside Stephen Bellinger, Elizabeth, Indiana. 65 Chevy 2. So we need Dave Dubs, Bill Skillman, Chad Taylor back to the lanes immediately. We're waiting on you to finish up our Indy race. Dave Dubs, Bill Skillman, Chad Taylor back to the lanes. Bellinger 10-13 at 103, 9:58 the left side. Here's Scott Stillings. Also a world champion alongside Nick Morris, runner-up last year in the world, the number 2 on the car there. Runner out of Louisville, Kentucky, 98 Mustang. Nick Morris, 995 at 114. Scott Stillings, 887, 123. Fred Bartoli pulls up now. The Alltronics Firebird, alongside Brad Zaskowski. This guy, number 3 in the world last year, out of Grand Rapids, Michigan. The 87 Camaro. Stick Machine, GTE. So 10:08 for, yeah, okay, start over again. 10:08 for Fred Bartoli at 114 for the speed. For Brad Zaskowski, it's a 10:18 at 94. Attention in the pit area. Super Comp Norwalk time runs to the lanes. Super Comp time runs for Norwalk to the lanes. Terry Allison and Aaron Allison side by side. Terry drifted over towards the tree, got it gathered up. 9:17 at 123 for Aaron Allison. Terry Allison 10:08 at 130.
Zach Running and Nick Folk rolling in now. Folk and the gang out of Durand, Illinois. The Folk race cars, Chevy Cobalt. They're on the right-hand side. GTA automatic, GT category cars. A late model body style with a, in this case, different power plant in it, converted to rear-wheel drive. This one has an LS1. 346 combination underneath the hood. Some of the GTA automatics, Pontiac, some of them big block. For Nick and the gang, they just use late model, computer tuned, fuel injected. Hot rod to go 960 at 117. 1062, 121 by Zach Running. Our semifinalists in Super Stock, Dave Dupps, Bill Skillman, and Chad Taylor. Need you to the lanes, please. All the rest of our our Indy semifinalists are in the lanes. We're needing you all. Don Bell Sr. and Irvin Johns, Indiana Johns, wheeling and dealing his Cobalt. Another GTA automatic entry, another LS1 powered machine. Converted to rear wheel drive. 346 combination for the towing magnate out of Midland. Yeah. Gate Ronnet, Bells, Collegeville, Pennsylvania. There on the left-hand side, little 330 Cobra Jet. Factory super stock car goes 868. 927, 143 by Irvin Johns as he works his way down track. So our semifinals in stock, our semifinals in super gas, our semifinals in super comp, and our semifinals in super stock from Indy. Fixing to come up next. Here's Don Bells Jr., another Pennsylvania-based runner, another factory super stock Cobra Jet Mustang. Todd France, Todd wheeling and dealing in the super stock machine. A little bit earlier, Comp Eliminator car. We'll be back shortly in the finals. Comp from Indy. Meanwhile, Bell's Motors through 849 at 157. 948 for Todd France, 138 miles an hour. Todd into the number 7 spot, showing Ray Skillman as your number 1 qualifier, 107 under the index. Jim Evan at number 2 at the 105 under. And then Ron Matcham, Don Bell Sr., Kurt Neighbor. Here comes Joey Wilkes and his new Copo Camaro. Nice looking hot rod, like the thing on Tin Soldier machine. 73-year-old youngster out of Kentucky over here on the right-hand side. Joey working his way down track with the Copo car to a 1035 at 129, 1026 by Terrell at a $129 for speed. And that, I do believe, is that. All right, semifinals now, super gas. Completion of the race from Indianapolis, slowly but surely taking place. Did it the first weekend in May, just a few weeks back. The NHRA Spring Spectacle of Speed, brought to you by Ray Skillman, Skillman Automotive Group. Working our way now to the finals. If you weren't with us earlier this morning, we were telling you about it. We raced all weekend, got rained out on Saturday. We raced all day Friday and all day Sunday. Late Sunday evening, the rains came, a little pea-sized hail, and then some lady went riding by on her bicycle with some ruby red slippers on and was clicking her heels. Take me home. Anyway, kind of got weathered out. Here's Leo Zinda racing Jason Lynch. Jason's still alive in 2. Leo was alive in 2 categories until that last round. Jason's staying alive. Leo's day is done. He runs 995 at 163. Jason runs 995 at 166. He takes the win and the stripe by 18 thousandths of a second. Jason Lynch will come back to run one of these 2 gentlemen, either Steve Hoyt or Marcus Bush, in the finals of Super Gas. Dave Dupps, we're getting ready to run without you, son. Dave Dupps, need you to the lanes, please. Dave Dupps, super stock racer. Dave Dupps, final call. Need you lanes now. Marcus is in. Steve Hoyt's in. Out of the gate they go. Going to be Marcus Bush going to the finals to run Jason Lynch. 15 on the tree. 993, 989.4. Steve Hoyt goes down, takes 29,000 stripe. breaks out by 6 thousandths of a second. So the finals are set in super gas. Racing Jason and Marcus Bush, who will be our super gas champ from Indy. Super Street finals already set. Craig Meyer and Michael Gramlich. They'll be getting ready to do battle here in a bit as we run all of our final rounds. Right now, continuing on with our semifinals. Here comes our stock semifinals. Brian Merkel, Andrew Hill, pair of GMF-bodied machines. Getting ready to do battle. One of them is going to come back to take on the new Copo Camaro of John Kunsak. We know that because, well, there's 3 cars left. And since Andrew and Merkel are running each other, I don't care if you use Vulcan logic, Ohio logic, or Michigan logic. Although I understand from everybody in Ohio there is no logic in Michigan, right? Sorry, just had to throw that one in. So anyway, winner here gets to come back and run the Camaro of John Kunsak, who is in the water box. Will it be an all Camaro final, or is the Napa Auto Parts Firebird going to have something to say about it? 1067 Merkel, the dial for the Napa Auto Parts machine. Andrew Hill dialed in 1081. Gorgeous Camaro. I love that car here on the right-hand side, the Budweiser side of the racetrack. I mean, the colors even go along with the Budweiser side, right? Red and silver. Out of the gate they go. Great battle shaping up. They are separated by 2 thousandths off the starting line. The win's going to go to Andrew. 1081-1 beats a 1068-3. Merkel turned him loose at the stripe. Andrew reached out, grabbed it, and said, "Whew, I got it." 10 thousandths of a second. The margin of victory for Andrew Hill. So it'll be an all Camaro final round. One's going to be solid red. One's going to be red with silver stripes. John Kunsak working his way down track, just a leisurely Friday afternoon drive. He's beating the rush hour traffic, by the way, to get to the other end of the racetrack. So our finals are set in stock eliminator with Hill and Kunsak. Our finals are set in Super Street with Meyer and Gramlich. Our finals are set in Super Gas with Jason Lynch and Marcus Bush. Super Stock getting ready to come up. We've got 3 cars left. Super Comp getting ready to come up. We've got 3 cars left. All right, semifinals now. Super stock, Chad Taylor, Bill Skillman, the young gun, taking on the gentleman racer out of Ray Skillman Ford. Senior Skillman out of Greenwood, Indiana, 9 flat the dial. Chad in the Taylor Race Engines, Jegs, Mickey Thompson machine. Down into the 944. Second generation racer out of the gate. Phil Skillman goes 8. Foul. Red. Taylor's going to the finals. Young Chad, 948 on a 944. Skillman runs an 898 after the 8 thousandths of a second red light start. So Chad Taylor and this gentleman, Dave Dubs, will be our final round contestants in super stock. We have one more, just one more semifinal to go from Indy. Super Comp, you should be in the lanes. Super Comp should be in the lanes. Norwalk Super Comp qualified. Need you to the lanes, please. Dave out of the gate, making his run down the racetrack. He'll be back to take on that young upstart, Chad Taylor, in the finals of Super Stock. Upshot goes through 10-11, 106 miles an hour, clicking it early. So our finals are now set in Super Stock. Super Comp, 3 cars left. Looks like Jason Lynch is going to be in the finals of a couple of categories. He's in the finals of Super Gas, and he's going to, looks like, get the bye run in Super Comp to the final round. So he will come back to run either Troy Coughlin Jr. Martin on the right side, the Armor Code entry out of Ohio. Troy Jr. up on the left-hand side. One of them, final round bound to take on Jason Lynch. Jason will be in the finals in Super Gas, taking on Marcus Bush. He'll be in the finals of Super Comp, taking on Pat Martin. Pat goes 892, 180. 8903 by Troy. Pat Martin was 0-0-1 on the starting line. Parlays it into a 10 thousandths of a second margin of victory down at the other end of the racetrack. So Troy Jr. day is done. Jason Lynch and Pat Martin are finalists in Super Comp. So we've got all of our Indy fields, except for Alcohol Dragster and Alcohol Funny Car, down to the final round contestants with the Dragsters and Funny Cars, manana. I do believe. Yeah. 886, 181 by Racing Jason. He is doubled up in 2 categories, or he's doubled up to, yeah, he'll be back twice. Jeff Sexton and Tim Irwin in Top Sportsman, our final pair. Todd France, Ray Skillman and Comp Eliminator, our final pair. Our Spitzer Race Cars, Top Dragster category, it's Ed Dudley and Ashley Tidrick. Super Stock, down to Dave Dupps and Chad Taylor. Super Comp, it'll be Jason Lynch and Pat Martin. Super Gas, it'll be Jason Lynch and Marcus Bush. Stock Eliminator, Andrew Hill and John Kunsak at the Battle of the Camaros. And it's Super Street, Craig Meyer and Michael Gramlich will do battle. In our 1090 categories, both of those gentlemen coming off 990 laps in their last rounds. With all of our finals now set in our Sportsman category cars from the spring spectacle of speed in Indianapolis, it is time now for our Norwalk Super Comp campaigners to make their first shot at the racetrack, qualifying for the Draw and Racers for Christ shootout. We'll have that race within a race a little bit later on, the Super Eliminator shootout presented by Mosier. All of our Super Comp, Super Gas, and Super Street competitors have had the chance to pay their $20 entry fee and sign up prior to their first run today to have a shot. And then the top 8 competitors running closest to the index in their respective categories qualify for the session or for the shootout, which will be coming up a little bit later on this evening. righty, Super Comp. 890's up on the scoreboard. Most of the cars will be long, skinny dragsters. Then you got some guys that say, hey, I can run with them. David Coons, 934. 141 out of the 56 Bel Air. 9 flat by Dennis Klein and his dragster, the runner coming up from Athens, Alabama to be with us this weekend. Bruce Broker out of Cleveland, and Bill Rudy. Billy up over here on the right-hand side, the Ohio crankshaft entry. Chassis machine. In a plethora, a gaggle, a fleet, a herd of big block Chevrolets motivating the cars here in Super Comp action. This is their first time trial run for the weekend for Norwalk competition. And Bruce Broker, another one of the drivers of a door car that says, hey, I can mix it up with them long, skinny machines. Broker's in, off and running, rolls the beams, not even going to get a time this time around. Tisk, tisk. Bill Rudy goes through 889 at 166 miles an hour. Again, it looks like we're going to have some side-by-side pairs of long, skinny cars. Charles back, and Derek Denny. Derek there on the left side. Looks like the Iron Fireman over here on the right-hand side for the runner out of Orrville, Ohio. On the throttle stop, off the throttle stop, and away they go. 869, 179 by Denny. Might be a tad quick going down the racetrack. 891 at 159 for Rick Forish. Forish and Spitzer machine. Or I should say, here's Rick Forish, the Forrest and Spitzer machine. Josh Gant out of Wellington. Bad Man Race Engines car. They're on the left-hand side. You'll notice some of the cars rear wing, some of the cars without a rear wing. Some drivers feel they need the wing for stability and speed, and some drivers feel it's a hindrance. Slows the car down. 885, 174 by Josh, 887 by Rick, 183 miles an hour. Now, the only time the wing really comes into play is when the car is running over 200 miles an hour, and then it becomes a rule that it must be on the car, is Irene Shelton. The forklift driver out of Mansfield over here on the right-hand side. And Tommy Jameson, retired pipe fitter up on the left-hand side. The runner out of Urbana over in the land of Lincoln, great state of Illinois. $852.60 for Tom Jameson. 8902 for Irene. 161 miles an hour. She's got a good lap there on the quarter mile for the Super Shootout. Rick Pistole up on the left-hand side. Looks like, nobody's going to be here on the right-hand side. Goes through 8904 at 177 miles an hour. Josh Camplain, the Mount Comfort RV machine. Now on the right-hand side for the young gun out of Camplain machine. Josh at the wheel of the Super Comp ride. Greg, of course, at the wheel of the Comp Eliminator machine, also running out of Mount Comfort RV. Jeff Mandel over on the other side, the Culleoka, Tennessee. Culleoka. Hey, he's from the Volunteer State. Popad chassis car there in the left lane. Out of the gate they go, on and off. The red lights don't mean anything here in time trials. Qualifying. Other than the fact that they need to make some more adjustments. 881, 182 for Jeff Mandel. 887 for the Mount Comfort RV machine. Josh Camplain at the wheel at 178 miles an hour. Adam Lear up next alongside Dan Seaman. Seaman lists his age the way I do. Plenty. People say, how old are you? I'm 29. Adam Lear out of Ohio, coming out of Newark over there on the left-hand side. .870 and 176 by Lear, 883 for Daniel. 171 miles an hour. Steve Bueller and John Grundy. Bueller on the left side, out of Michigan. Grundy on the right side, out of Ohio. Sounds like a natural rivalry to me. Ohio and Michigan. Don't know whatever ever give me that idea. There goes Grundy. Here comes Bueller. Make a movie out of that, doesn't it? Bueller. 893, 175 by Bueller. 892, 154. John Grundy's hot rod for the youngster out of Ashland, Ohio. I say youngster, he's only 65. Only two 890s so far to qualify for the shootout. Larry Bernshausen up on the left lane. John Burghardt over on the right-hand side. Saw Larry working his way through rounds of eliminations. The Super Gas Vega. Now wheeling and dealing the big block powered dragster. Burghardt out of Fredericktown here in the Buckeye State alongside of him. This is the final notice car. Must have got that name from all the bills coming from Visa and MasterCard. 890 at 170 by John. 887, 179 by Bernshausen. As we continue on, Super Comp time trials qualifying. 3 890s now. Irene Shelton with the 2. Rick Pistole with the 4. Burghardt with a 6. Tony Elrod up, his hot rod in the left lane. Mike Drossick, the Elyria-based runner right down the street, the electrical contractor by profession. Tony Elrod, 877 at 174, 903 by Jurassic. 181 miles an hour, Rock Haas and Steve Spalding. Rock rocking it over there on the left-hand side through a couple of rounds of eliminations, finishing up his race from Indy. Spalding out of New Jersey, making the tow over. Undercover chassis hot rod. I wonder if Steve's going to be with us next weekend down in Bowling Green. It's a thought. It's a possibility. Could be. Make a little tow out of Jersey over to Ohio, down to Bowling Green, and then back home again. Back home again in Indiana. Oh. Yeah, I promised I wasn't going to sing anymore. Oh, Nettie wasn't here earlier to hear. She didn't get, yeah. So we had to do do-overs. Spalding goes 8:28. Steve, I got 2 words for you. Throttle, stop. Make it 3. Adjust, throttle, stop. Rock Hawes at 8:89 at 108. Rock had to be sitting there in the car going, where the heck is that guy going? Rock said, I know my car's not falling off that bad. Nope, 8:89 too. Nice lap for the runner out of White Lake. There's Doug Wessler. Howard Michael. Howard working his way down the racetrack now. He'll motor through 893 and a $168 for speed. Wessler goes 888 at 162.72. So he's got a full house, 3 8s and a pair of deuces. Not a bad hand. Not a bad. The way I play poker, though, I'd lose with it. Dave Goins and Kimbra Fusting. Kimbra over here on the right-hand side. The Parker Store entry. Spitzer chassis car for the young lady. Out of Waukegan, over in the state of Illinois. Dave Goins left side out of Plymouth, Michigan. The DG Motorsports entry working his way through 892. 170 for Kimbra and 884. 175 mile an hour lap. Still only 3 cars with a dead on 90 run. Irene, Rick, and John. Brian Folk and Haley Gregory. Next pair in. Brian there on the left side. Haley over here on the right hand side. Brian out of Illinois. Couple of national event wins notched on his belt. Haley using a Sunset Racecraft power plant. The youngster out at New Bern, Tennessee. $892, 175 by Brian, 871 by Haley. She makes her way down track at 184 miles an hour. Michael Gramlich, we'll see Michael back up here in a moment in Super Street. Final round competition. Up now is Dragster there on the left-hand side, and Rose Richardson. Rose in the convenience store business. $888, 170 for young Rose Richardson. $893, 164 for Gramlich there on the left-hand side. Steven Schmidt. That was Schmidt Racing. This is young Steven. Angela Neely there on the left-hand side, the runner out of Alvaton, Kentucky. During the week, a purchasing manager. She is in charge of procurement. Young Steven, a tad quick out of the gate, leaves the red light, but like we said earlier, it means nothing here in qualifying. 897, 180 miles an hour for Schmidt, 895 for Angela at 171 miles an hour is Angela Neely. Rich Pika and Shannon Minji get ready to do battle next. As I understand, it is time to call our Indy finalists to the lanes. Andrew Hill and John Kunsak, stock eliminator finalists, need you to the lanes, please. Craig Meyer and Mike Gramlich, our Super Street final round contestants, need you to the lanes. Rich goes 0-9 off the line for the runner out of Coshocton. He goes 894, 166. Shannon Minji at 881 at 182. Super Gas, we need Jason Lynch and Marcus Bush. Super Comp, we need Jason Lynch and Pat Martin. Jason, you're going to be busy. Super Stock, need Dave Dupps and Chad Taylor. To the lanes, please, for the finals in Super Stock. Our Spitzer Race Cars, top dragster category. We need Ed Dudley, looking for Ashley Tidrick at the same time. Comp Eliminator, Todd France and Ray Skillman. Finish off our comp field from Indy. And in our Brodix, Steve Schmidt, top sportsman category. Need Jeff Sexton and Tim Irwin. Our final round contestants from Indy. Need you to the lanes, please. Tom Hunter, Tim Jerikaris rolling in next. Runner on the right side out of Batavia over in Illinois. Another Steve Schmidt powered machine. Another Mike Spitzer chassis hot rod. Well, that was just wacky. Jim brought the RPMs up. The car leapt off the line. Tom Hunter just kind of creeped off the line, and then Tom just kind of kept on going. Jim sat there for a minute and said, what do I want to do? Well, I'll just kind of follow Tom on down the racetrack. So we go 0 for 2. Fred Krikora and Jimmy Glossum. Fred out of Grafton. They're on the left-hand side of the racetrack. And certainly tell the difference in age between the two cars. A little bit longer, a little bit lower roll cage. Krikora's car, built in 2011, Glossum's car. Back in 1996, 20-year-old chassis over here on the right-hand side. Big block Chevrolets a pair. A93 by Krikora, 178, 9 flat by Glossum. 163 miles an hour. Still only 3 890s. Irene and Rick and John leading the pack on the Mosier Engineering Super Shootout competition. Joe Orlando coming up next. Runner out of New York. Flip speed shop machine over there on the left-hand side. Jeremy Mason, your reigning champ. Here in the division, the youngster out of Lexington, Kentucky. Good-looking race car. New Miller fabricated chassis machine over here on the right-hand side. Jeremy and Gary Moon, a division championship in 2015. Start picking up the pace here in 2016. 891. Pretty good opening shot for the boys out of Kentucky. 884, 167 by Joe. And Jeremy Mason's 891.0 right now puts him in the top 8 so far. But I got a feeling we'll tighten that up a little bit. Bill Jackson, otherwise known as Nitro Joe's dad, up on the line right now. Used to be Bill and Mary Ann, quite the campaigners. And Nitro Joe was the son, but Nitro Joe, who does a tremendous job with statistics here in the drag racing world, kind of taken over. Ran into him at dinner last night here at the racetrack. Like Dad said, we're now known as Nitro Joe's mom and dad. Jackson off and running. John O. Gerber over here on the right-hand side, 899, 170 by Jono. Bill Jackson goes 872 at $1.69. Talked to Nitro last night, said his knee's been giving him some fits. Got to wear the brace every day, but he's out here doing what he needs to do. Tim Marsh up on the left-hand side, the runner out of Fort Wayne, over Indiana way. Driver to be named later, not yet in the database. Tim Marsh rolls the bulbs. Back him up real quick, reload him, get him in, both bulbs in. All right, let's try this again. Tim Marsh got back in and would gotten all sorts of funky. He goes 883, 176. We'll reload the car here on the Budweiser side of the racetrack. Get them relocked, reloaded, and re-ready to go. Once again, need our finalists from all of our Indy competition. To the lanes, please. Top Sportsman, Jeff Sexton. Tim Irwin. Comp Eliminator, D. Todd France. Ray Skillman. 892, 175 up on the scoreboard down there. We get our next pair in. Top Dragster, our Spitzer Race Cars Top Dragster category. Looking for Ed Dudley and Ashley Tidrick. Need you to the lanes, please. Dave Dupps, Chad Taylor, need you to the lanes. Jason Lynch, Pat Martin, we need you to the lanes. Andrew Hill and John Kunsak, our finalists in stock. Need you to the lanes, please. Jason Lynch and Marcus Bush are finalists in Super Gas. And last but not least, Craig Meyer and Mike Gramlich are finalists in Super Street competition. Need you to the lanes, please. Greg Troop. Jeff McRoby for our next pair in. Greg Whelan and Neal, the undercover Moser Engineering car. They're on the left-hand side. In time runs, qualifying runs, if you will, for our Super Comp competitors. 876, 156, 894 by Greg. 180 miles an hour. Scott Mackey. Scott goes through 894 to 173. Over here on the right-hand side, the Budweiser lane, a well off pace. 935 lap at 170 miles an hour. Adam Gerber up now on the right-hand side, the Ohio-based Adam Gerber. 600 cubic inch big motor Chevrolet, and another driver to be named later. Some of our contestants rolling in late today. Not a chance to get the tech cards up to the tower yet. Get everybody logged into the computer. We'll get all that done this evening as we finalize everything and get everybody registered, checked and tacked, ready to rock and roll for tomorrow. Tomorrow. There's always tomorrow. 883, 175 by Gerber, 891. 170 mile an hour shot on the other side of the racetrack over the summer lane. John Sickish and Rick Hughes. Rick out of Fishers, the A&A transmission entry. Sickish out of Ohio. John lists his age as old and retired. Kind of goes along with Plenty 9. Eddie says that's correct. Okay. Eddie looked at me like, what the heck are you talking about? 885, 156 by John. 886 by Rick Hughes at 170 miles an hour. Ed McLeaf to Jeff Smith. Yeah, I know. Like Warren says, everybody up there looks at me like, what the heck are you talking about? Hey, it is what it is. Ed out of Shingle House, Pennsylvania. You know, that's one of those town names that I'd like to, get Professor Peabody and Sherman jump in the Wayback Machine and go back to the day that the city council decided to name Shingle House, Pennsylvania. Shingle House, Pennsylvania. I mean, I'd just like to hear the rational thinking behind it. Ed McLeaf goes 897 to 176. 894 by Jeffrey Smith. Now, see, he's from Plymouth, Indiana. You can figure that one out. Guy who owned the most land in town drove a Plymouth. I mean, that was pretty simple. 172 miles an hour. Krista Schneider and Brian Horton rolling in next. Krista out of Rochester Hills, Michigan. Just sounds like a nice neighborhood, doesn't it? Rochester Hills. It's like a town where Nettie'd be from. She says she doesn't want anything to do with Michigan. Brian Horton on the right side. Runner out of Walbridge here in the Buckeye State. Brian leaving before the tree's activated. Gets absolutely no time. Krista goes 9:10 at 171 miles an hour. Irene Shelton, 8:902. Still leading the pack. Best lap down the racetrack for the qualifying run for the Super Shootout. Pat Lamont, Matt Hewitt. Next pair up. I still see still see Super Comp cars around the bend over there, although it looks like they're getting a little sparse now, so we're getting towards the end of this round. Probably another 10 pair to go or so. Pat in the left lane out of Lake Villa, Illinois. Matt Hewitt out of Milan. I know where Milan is. I've been there. They've got a nice drag strip there. Milan runner goes 870 to 166, 894 for Pat Lamont. 170 miles an hour. Warren's awful busy up here. I think he's getting ready to string Christmas lights. The Filter Mag, Chevy Camaro up next. They're on the left-hand side. And Justin Mosier over here on the right lane. Ultra Mag Camaro off and running. Here comes Justin Mosier trying to catch up with the door car. Justin doesn't do it. He runs a 961. Hello. 896, a $153 for the Ultra Mag Camaro. Here comes another door car. This time it's Ed Wilcox out of Fatso's Bakery. Well, like a truth in advertising sign there. Fatso's Bakery. P-H-A-T-S-O. Fatso. Bakery up Detroit, Michigan way. Jason Hardig out of Lancaster. The Millennium Trailers dragster there on the left-hand side. Fatso's Bakery. I mean, it just makes you feel good about buying your donuts there, doesn't it? You get Bear Claw. A Phil Long John. And a couple of dozen glazed, and I'll take care of everybody in the tower with that. 899, 144 by Wilcox. 902 by Jason Hardig at 170 miles an hour. Jacob Elrod up on the left-hand side. Sunoco team car. Runner out of Ohio. Got to tell you, I was at a race one weekend and saw Mr. Elrod win 3 categories on the same day. Off and running, the Mosier Engineering. Sunoco, a bruising transmission car, motors through 884. 180 miles an hour, 894 over here in the Budweiser lane at $166 for speed. Gary Fleener and Eric Manuel. Eric's right down the road in Elyria. Gary's right down the road the other direction in Port Clinton. Well, how about that? Gary Fleener out of Port Clinton had the best package all year and won the paint job on the car from R&R Auto Body. Tip of the cap to Gary for the best package. Maybe even a little bit bigger tip of the cap to R&R Auto Body. 902 at 178 miles an hour for Gary Fleener in the R&R Auto Body car. 9 flat for Eric Manuel. 174 miles an hour. Kinder Reinchild and Janice Swan. Next pair in. Kendra working her way down track, the fast lube. Armor coating car over there on the left side, the summit lane. Excuse me, Kendra goes 902 at 174, 887 for Janice at 175 miles an hour. Chuck Ridenauer and Kevin Trusty. Kevin is trusty. Out of Ohio, Groveport. Which direction's Groveport? Got any idea, Nettie? Are you from around here? Chuck Ridenauer out of Indiana, the Hoosier runner. Chuck off and running. Kevin's sitting and thinking about it. Okay, now I'll go. It's time. Da-da-da-da-da-da. 888, 172 by Ridenauer. 863 by Kevin. His trusty steed goes through at 183 miles an hour. Nick Folk and Phil Smida. Next pair in. Folk Road Motors through 884 to 178 for Phil Smida. An 888 lap at 182. Phil's another one of those guys, got a full poker hand. 888, pair of trip eights and a pair of fives to go along with it. Beats that trip eight and a pair of twos we had earlier. Todd Kajawa and Leo Zinda. He'll back up now for his official Norwalk qualifying lap after going numerous of rounds in our Indy runoff. Jawa at 894 to 167 miles an hour, 886 at $1.79 for Leo. Motors on down the racetrack. Both drivers a little quick out of the gate, but they can work on that. Jack Sapanic and Tyler Bohannon, the youngster out of Louisville, works for the people with all them brown trucks. Racecraft chassis machine, the World Products car. Tyler wheeling and dealing. Dragster here on the Budweiser side of the racetrack. Again, all of our final round contestants for Indy should be in the lanes. You know who you are. Called you out a couple of times. Should be in the lanes. Just about to wrap up our Super Comp qualifying session. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pair left. I think that's it. It's time to start crowning champions from Indianapolis. The Spring Spectacle, presented by the Skillman Automotive Group. Jack Sapanic working his way down. Tyler Bohannon on the right-hand side, 894 by Tyler. 883 by Jack. Tyler goes through at 171, Jack at 175. Jimmy Hinkle now up on the right-hand side. HRE. That would be like Hinkle Racing Enterprises. That works. Undercover chassis machine, living the dream, racing he calls it. A little small block combination for him. Again, another driver to be named later, a late arrival here at Norwalk today, getting his way, working his way in, getting his lap down the racetrack. .943 by Hinkle at 168. That might be off the pace just a bit. Let me check. See, it's the 890 category, 890, 943. Yeah, he's about a half a second off. 881, 169. They're on the summit side of the racetrack. Brian Fitzpatrick and Brian Willingham, a painting contractor. During the week, Pat Fitzpatrick over on the left-hand side. Former U.S. Nationals champ, won it all 9 years ago. Let me tell you, win an Indy marathon race, with about 3 first rounds to get through. You hang the Indy winner tag on your resume. That's a pretty good tag. 1092, 115 by Willingham, 868 by Fitzpatrick. I want to see if he can make a few adjustments on that one. Joe Fusting and Michael Kubiak. Didn't GM name body styles on big trucks after him? No, that was Kodiak. Okay, that was Kodiak, not Kubiak. All right. Sorry, my confusion. Body shop owner out of Grafton, Ohio. Kubiak making his first lap down track today with his racecraft chassis machine. Fusting out of Illinois. The hydraulic plumbing business. He's a hydraulic hose specialist. You can make a hydraulic hose that doesn't go psss. You do good. 888, 166 by Joe. 885, 171 by Kubiak. By the way, hydraulic hoses that go psss, they're not any good. You say all sorts of words when that happens. Pat Fitzpatrick now, the runner over here on the right-hand side. Stephanie Shelton up on the left-hand side, the McElvain Dragster, a member of the Fitzpatrick team. We had junior up a little bit earlier, this is senior. Yeah. Fitzpatrick clan might want to check the overflow. Appeared to be steaming a little bit. 921, 167. Stephanie goes 893 at 174 miles an hour. Don't see anything on the track. Didn't see anything coming out of it. Just looked like it was venting a little bit. That'd be me on a Thursday afternoon after the boss and I have our weekly chat. Kurt Valtman out of Ohio. Who, me? Need to vent? Nah, never. Kurt is a transportation manager. Now, I don't know what. He just kind of directs who goes what and where. Michael Shelton out of New Carlisle. McElvain and Mickey Thompson car there on the left side. Former Division III Super Comp champ. Been to the Jegs All-Star race for Division III. Couple of times. Runner-up 2013. Say old Michael over there on the left-hand side of the racetrack, or should I say young Michael. Definitely knows how to put a package together, and just like that, he goes 8,903 with an 11 on the tree. A 14 thou package on his first shot at the racetrack. 894 by Valtman. Nice lap down the racetrack for the young man. That'll throw him into the 90 mix. Billy Riddle out of Michigan there on the left side. Steve Hoyt. Saw Steve campaigning his Corvette through the day today. Super Comp ride. Quick out of the gate. Just about to wrap up our Super Comp time trial session. Steve goes through 931 at 133, 886 by Bill Riddle. 175 miles an hour. Dean McElvain and Chad Lamont. Looks like these two gentlemen will be our final pair. And time trials for all of our Super Comp competitors will be put to rest. It looks like we may have a hold here for just a moment or two. So on hold here for just a moment while we check things out and get things squared away. Top into the racetrack. Hold up Dean and Chad for just a moment. Then it's time to get into our final round contestants. Conclude our eliminations from our spring spectacle of speed in Indy. Final round in stock and super stock getting ready to come at us, as well as super street, super gas, super comp. Our Spitzer Race Cars top dragster category, final round contestants, Comp Eliminator. We'll crown our champion and, of course, our Brodix. Steve Schmidt, top Sportsman field, will crown our champions as well. The only cars left to be determined. Victorious winners from Indy will be our alcohol dragsters and alcohol funny cars. We will address that tomorrow as they work their way through final qualifying. All of our alcohol dragster and alcohol funny cars get a run coming up a little bit later on this evening. And we will address our Indy final round semifinals and final round battles tomorrow. All right, top end taken care of. Here comes Dean, here comes Chad. And as they say, there goes Super Comp. McIlvain Motors through 895 at 180, 897 for Chad Lamont. Runner out of Fox Lake, Illinois. A financial advisor. I laugh when I say that because, well, if they wanted to take a look at my finances and try advising me, I can see a bottle of Excedrin in their future. First off, they'd look at me and they say, what finances are you talking about? You haven't got any money. Well, I understand this is a licensing lap for a racingrvs.com machine. And in the licensing procedure, there are a required 6 laps down the racetrack, a launch, R2, a 330 squirt, a half-track squirt, a couple of full quarter-mile passes, obviously, just getting a launch off the line there and driving it straight and true down the racetrack. And now it's time to get into eliminations. Final round coming at us. Super Gas, the category. Jason Lynch still in 2 cars. He'll be up first in one, and he'll hustle back and jump in the other. See if he can join the ranks of drivers that have doubled up on the divisional trail. Happened a few times on the national event circuit. Been a little bit more common on the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series Tour, but still, to win 2 races in one day in 2 different cars at the same event is quite the accomplishment. Jason left side. Marcus Bush right lane. Marcus is trying to give Jason the opportunity to concentrate fully on the Super Comp final round. He's 11 on the tree, gets the win on a double breakout. 987.9, Marcus Bush, your Super Gas winner. Jason Lynch goes 986.7, and by 12 thousandths of a second, Marcus Bush is your Super Gas champ. He was better off the line by 16 thou. Parlayed it into a win at the other end by 12 thousandths of a second. Here's Michael Gramlich, the Waldridge Automotive. Chevy Malibu taking on Craig Meyer. LaGrange County Dodge. Mother Mopar's favorite Fury machine here on the right-hand side. Both drivers in their last round of elimination were dead on the money, honey. Dead on 90s. See what we've got now. Gramlich out of Maybe, Michigan. Maybe your Super Street winner. Maybe your Super Street winner. Finish line stripe? No maybe about it. He is your winner. 1088, 134 for Gramlich. 1087 by Craig Meyer. He comes up 11 thousandths of a second short. Need our Sportsman Harley classes to the staging lanes, please. Dragon Bagger, Pro Street, Hot Street, Pro Gas. Need all of our Harley Davidson Sportsman classes to the staging lanes, please. Super Street for your second qualifying session to the lanes as well. Be your final qualifying run for the Mosier Shootout. Super Street, I need you to the lanes, please. All right, here's your final round in stock. Old school, new school. Camaro's a pair. The Copo Camaro of John Kunsak, right side. 946 the dial. Andrew Hill in on a 1080. The 350, 70. Chevy Camaro on the left side, and I still like that car. Classic Chevrolet Camaro body style. Second generation machine. Andrew wheeling and dealing that little 427. Trying to catch him now. The Copo Camaro starting to make his top end charge. Coming. Stripe. It's the Copo getting the win. 948. Andrew goes 1083. The Copo gets there and takes the stripe by 4 thousandths of a second. 48.9 on a 46. Your winner, 83.9 on an 80. And Andrew Hill comes up 4 thou short down at the other end of the racetrack. All right, super stock, final round. Dave Dupps taking on Chad Taylor. The Super A super car, they're on the left-hand side. For Jegs, Mickey Thompson. 392 cubic inch. Jeff Taylor built power plant taking on Dave Dupps. The heads up. Chevy Cobalt GTE automatic engine. Red light, start. This one's over with at the beginning. Chad Taylor's your super stock Indy champion. Getting the win as Dave Dupps goes red. 10 flat for Dave. 9:44 by Chad. Holding the nickel. Going down the racetrack. But it was all over with at the start as Dupps lit the red bulb by 14 thousandths of a second. And Chad Taylor was celebrating inside the car, and, well, Dad Jeff was back here clapping his hands. Comp Eliminator final round from Indy coming at us now. Todd France taking on Ray Skillman. Skillman's B Econo Altered. 74-year-old dealer out of Greenwood, Indiana. Took the win down in Bowling Green last year to end the season. Tried to start off the 2016 campaign with a Wally, little Lucas Oil drag racing win. He's got to get around the reigning champ, though, Todd France. France, the F Supermod automatic. 304 cubic inch bow tie combination underneath the hood of that Pontiac G5 body style. France. 920 the index. Skillman 805. Both indexes have been trimmed. Skillman considerably. Todd's away. Here comes Ray. France gonna have to huff and puff and blow the big house down to get the win. He does it 867, 142. Skillman just a little bit out of the groove down there. Lifts to a 790 at 141 miles an hour. France goes 867. And your reigning champ in the division, Comp Eliminator battles for 2015. Starts off 2016 with a win. Congratulations to Todd. Congratulations to Mike Gramlich. Congratulations to John Cusack in our stock eliminator battles. Marcus Bush gets the win in Super Gas. Here comes our next final round. I don't know if it's going to be our top dragster, top sportsman category or super comp. We can see Jason getting strapped into the carsprotectionplus.com entry over there. Jason getting ready to take on Pat Martin, and it looks like it's going to be the final round in Super Comp. Jason already taking home the Wally. Getting beat, I should say, in the Super Gas finals. Marcus taking one Wally from him. You certainly don't want to get to two final rounds and not take home anything. Again, Harley Davidson, Sportsman riders, our Dragon Bagger, Pro Gas, all you guys that know who you are. Harley Davidson Sportsman riders, need you to the staging lanes, please, and Super Street. Need you to the lanes as well. Super Street cars need you to the staging lanes. Come on down. Super Street and our Harley Davidson Sportsman. Gas classes, we need you to the lanes, please. Jason's in. Pat Martin's in. So we get ready to continue on. Crowning our champs from the Spring Spectacle of Speed event over at Indy. Started out the first of the month at Indianapolis. And well, here we are, 19 days later? Finishing everything up. Ray Skillman getting a little out of the groove down track, checking the racetrack to make sure that it was car and not racing surface that combined to get the car up next to the left-hand wall before Ray lifted. But again, 3 rounds to go. Crown our champions in Super Comp, crown our champion in our Spitzer Race Cars Top Dragster category and crown our champion in our Brodick Steve Schmidt Top Sportsman field. You see our Super Street cars rolling around the corner, getting ready for their second qualifying session today and the final qualifier for the Draw Racers for Christ, Mosier Engineering Super Shootout. You'll see them coming on the track, and all of our Harley-Davidson Sportsman riders need you to the lanes, please. Looks like the equipment rolling off the top end. And while we've got Racing Jason and Pat Martin set up and ready to go, we're going to roll into our Spitzer Race Cars Top Dragster final pair. Ed Dudley. Able to get around young Mr. Coughlin a little bit earlier today. Able to get around Mr. Sackman in that last round of elimination. It's been dialed in the 660 zone. Got a 661 back up on the scoreboard now. For all you Ford fans out there, that's a Ford in the final round of our Spitzer Top Dragster class. 845 cubic inch Ford over there on the left side. And a little blown big block, and I mean little, only 468 cubic inch combination for Ashley Tidrick over here on the right-hand side. The dietitian out of Cynthiana, Kentucky. She's dialed into the 619. Tidrick's had her hands full today. Craig Sullivan in the second round. Joe Hessling in the last semifinals and quarterfinals. Out of the gate they go. Both drivers cutting teen reaction times, and the win goes to Ashley Tidrick. 620 on a 619 dial. Throws down a 28 thousandths package. 63.7 by Dudley on a 61. He was 14 on the tree. Ashley gets the win by 13 thousandths of a second. I understand that this is Ashley Tidrick's second Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series Wally, and her first one came likewise on a rain-delayed final round. Wonder if she'll be doing a rain dance tomorrow. Rained out in Joliet and finished it in Columbus, and she won it last year in Columbus. Won the Joliet race in Columbus. Now she wins the Indy race in Norwalk. Like I said, she's going to be doing a rain dance tomorrow. Tim Irwin taking on Jeff Sexton. Finals of our Brodick. Steve Schmidt, Top Sportsman show. Irvin, left side, the R&D man over at Mosier Engineering. 770 the dial, 693. Here comes Sexton. Timmy was dead laid out of the gate. He's going to look at that reaction time and go, oh my, did I really do that? 711, 166. Jeff Sexton walks away with the Wally here this weekend. So Jeff Sexton, your Brodicks. Steve Schmidt, Top Sportsman, winner here this weekend, running 711. Sounds like a good night to go to the casino. Is there one nearby? Have they got casinos in Illinois or in Ohio? I know they got them in Illinois. All right, final round now in Super Comp. Getting ready to come at us. Racing Jason in the finals of Super Gas. Came up 12 thousandths short to Marcus Bush. Now he's got to take on Pat Martin here in the finals of Super Comp. And let me tell you, you get to 2 final rounds, you don't want to go home with 0 wallies. So that puts a little bit additional pressure on Racing Jason, the carsprotectionplus.com machine. See if he can take home the win here in the 890 category. Pat Martin, well, Pat's not going to be a walkover. Yep, good lights, both runners. Here we go. Oh, and an 888.5. Pat Martin breaks out. Gets there by 12, breaks out by 15. Jason goes dead on 5, 15 on the tree. Throws down a 20 thou package, and racing Jason Lynch, carsprotectionplus.com, your Super Comp champion here this weekend. So congratulations to Jason Lynch in Super Comp. Chad Taylor in Super Stock. Jeff Sexton in Top Sportsman. Ashley Tidrick taking the win in Top Dragster. Todd France taking home the Wally in Competition Eliminator. Michael Gramlich in Super Street. Marcus Bush in Super Gas. And John Kunsak in Stock. Rounding out your winners from our Indy race. Billy Rowe Jr. out of Allentown, Pennsylvania. I do believe that would be Allentown. The A probably looked like an H on his tech card, but it's Allentown, Pennsylvania. And Rowe goes through 996 at 130 miles an hour for our Pro Gas Harley competitor. Here comes one of our Dragon Bagger entries. Good looking ride. Looks like he's got the tag on the back still. Hold on just a moment while we get the category set. Yep, Don Lynn out of Belle Vernon, Pennsylvania. He is a mechanic by profession, riding his Road King here in the Dragon Bagger category. Harley mechanic by profession. Just kind of cruising on down the Budweiser Boulevard here at Summit Racing Equipment Motorsports Park. Goes 1442 at 93 miles an hour. .996 at 132 miles an hour for that Harley going down the racetrack. Red Bow coming at us now. Another Pennsylvania-based Harley aboard his machine, the S&S Custom Bike over here on the right-hand side. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa. Rode that puppy out, set it down about 200 feet out. You could see a little bit of a wobble as it came down to terra firma with that front end. Just about took out that 330-foot cone. You know, there's a lot to be said for wheelie bars. I mean, really, there's a lot to be said for wheelie bars. All right, Super Street category getting ready to come out. Round number 2 of qualifying for our 1090 cars. Final opportunity for them to make their way down track and get a qualifying run in for the draw in RFC Mosier Engineering Super Shootout. So qualifying session number 2, Super Street. Getting ready to come at us. Fred Squires, Dale Schaefer, going to be the first 2 cars down the racetrack. Here's Warren to tell you all about it.
Thank you, Bob. Second time these Super Street cars have seen the track. They see that 1090 hanging down there on the scoreboard. Looking at them right now. It's pretty simple. Cut a light, run the number. Fred Squires, Dale Schaefer. Finish line left side, Fred Squires, 1097 at 132. He gets there first. 1099 at 131 for Dale Schaefer. So that's how we start out the 1090 category. Rob Cropfeld, Ernest Sawyer III coming up now. Cropfeld, summit side of the track out of Hamilton, Ohio. That's a 71 Vega. Alongside Ernest Sawyer III from Detroit, Michigan. 82 Camaro. Again, the predetermined index is 10.90 seconds. Try to run as close to that 1090 as you can without going under. Red line for Cropfeld here on his qualifying run. Cropfeld in the Vega at 1106 at 132. Ernest Sawyer a little bit better there, 1097 at 128. Larry Zepchinski out of Valparaiso, Indiana, the Barracuda, alongside Joe Malfeo from Worth, Illinois, 72 Malfeo goes 001 on the tree. Doing the job there. See what the finish line looks like. How about a 1096, 129 for Joe Malfeo. Zepchinski runs the number 1090 with an 8. 1090 with an 8 at 121. Jim Unum, Anna, Ohio, the 67 Chevy 2. He's in the summit lane. Budweiser side of the track, it's Frank Benson from Bath, Ohio, 66 Nova. Vincent, 7th hour red. Down track they go. Finish line 1089, 145 for Jim Unum. Frank Vincent, 1099, 125. Coming up now, it's Holly Burke from Strongsville, Ohio. Holly, the hairdresser, in the 79 Camaro left side. Steve Eckert, right side. Pataskala, Ohio, the home base for the 91 Cutlass. So Eckert falls off a little bit there. Picks it up mid-track. 11:02 at 146 for Steve Eckert. Holly Burke, 1095 at 128. Here's George Decker, Defiance, Ohio, 66 Chevy 2, left side. 1090 alongside Kenny Davis, Pataskala, Ohio, 77 Vega. He's already seen the track a time or two today. Vega dialed in. He's 008 on the tree, 1092 at the stripe, 140 for the speed. George Decker, 010 on the tree, 1093 at the big end with a 134 on his time ticket. Don Gandy, Columbia, Tennessee, pulls up now. The IROC Camaro left side of the track. The Tennessean runs alongside Scott Stillings out of Floyd's Knob, Indiana. That's where Bob Uttner is from, right? 77 Vega wagon. So Don way early. forgot to turn the box on or something. Not sure what that was all about. 1072 at 148 for Don Gandy. Scott Stillings, 1094 at 123, right side. Rod Ferris pulls up now, Dover, Ohio. That's a 71 Camaro over there on the left side. 69 Mustang. Both of them closing on the finish line. 1099 left side for Rod Ferris at 128. For Eric O'Hava, 1094 at 142. Coming up now, it's Barney Barnhart, Wadsworth, Ohio. The 66 Chevelle over there left side alongside Jason Satterley. Right side of the track from Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. He is a machine builder by trade, driving the 99 Firebird. Jumping off the line there. 005 on the tree. Finish line says 11 flat for Jason Satterley at 124. Barney Barnhart way under the index, 1067 at 151. Two more coming at you. Scotty Reinshield, defending division champion out of Brookville, Indiana. 69 Corvette. For Fast Lube, he'll stage it up left side alongside Donnie Garrett from Massillon, Ohio. The 67 Chevy 2. At the stripe. Donnie Garrett gets there first, 1087 at 138. For Scotty Reinshield, 1094 at 147. Tom Head pulls up now. He is from Highland, Illinois. If you're headed down I-70 on the way to St. Louis, you'll see the signs for Highland. He's down there in the St. Louis metro area. Karsten Nyerges out of Burton, Ohio. Driving the 80 Camaro. $10.85 for Karsten Nyerges at 132. Tom Head with an 11.05 at 134. Pulling up now, it's Jack Fisk Jr. The runner out of Thornville, that's a 96 S10, pulls up alongside Mark Smith out of Bowling Green, Kentucky. We'll be in Bowling Green next weekend. The attorney driving the Mustang right side. At the finish line, Fisk 1088, 132. Smith 1094, 135. Chuck Campanella pulls up now in his Roadrunner. 440 power under the hood. A retiree out of Michigan takes it on. Rising Sun, Ohio. 74 Camaro right side. Scoreboard says 1075 for Chuck Campanella, 131 for the speed. Steve Yannick is 1096 at 134. Here's Tony Tanner, Morning View, Kentucky. The 82 Oldsmobile alongside Carl Sari out of Ashtabula, Ohio. WS Racing 70 Dodge Dart. 1085, the number for Tony Tanner at 132. Carl Sari, 1089, speed of 120 miles an hour. Gary Horseman out of Festus, Missouri, the 61 Ford Falcon. He'll stage it up the left side of the track alongside Ed Jerusik. Elyria, Ohio, the 91 Mustang over here on the right side. .1089.6, just about dialed it right for Gary Horseman at 140. 1099 at 138 for Ed Jerusik. Wayne Kelly, Mount Vernon, Indiana. He'll pull up in the 79 Malibu. He's in the Summit lane left side. On the Budweiser side, it's Gary Rogers from Tipton, Indiana, the 66 Chevelle. Rogers goes red. Down track they go. 1099 for Gary Rogers at 148. Wayne Kelly 1094 at 137. Next up, it's going to be Mike Price from Perrysville, Ohio. The Jackson Racing Engine 69 Camaro. Alongside Jeremy Mason, Lexington, Kentucky. Division III champ in Super Comp last year, running here at Super Street. Mike Price way out in front, gets there first, 1086 at 125. Troubles there for Mason, 1139 at 145. Phil Schmida, Canfield, Ohio. His 88 Cavalier. He was runner-up last year here in the category alongside Scott Mackey from Milford, Michigan. The Babalu Racing 66 Chevy 2. So Mackey trying to get that red light out of his system. About 11 flat for Scott Mackey. 11.00 at 149. 10.93 for Phil Schmida at 149. This is Brian Workman pulling up next. The 72 Nova out of Willard, Ohio, alongside Jeff Mandel from Culleoka, Tennessee. 69 Camaro pulls up Budweiser side. Perfect light for Workman. 1091 with an O at 126, a 10 thou package as he's one off. Perfect on the tree. Jeff Mandel, 1096, 144. Next up, it's Adam Beverly out of Willard, Ohio. The 70 Nova pulls up alongside Pam Keener. I'm trying to hit that 1090. About a 1095 on both sides. 1095.3 for Beverly at 139. 1095.7 at 134. For Pam Keener. Brian Bear, North Ridgeville, Ohio, 79 Malibu. Pulls up alongside Jerry Rosenmeyer from Streamwood, Illinois. The Stone Mountain Scaffolding 68 Camaro. And he is being pushed back. Some troubles there for Rosenmeyer, so Brian Bear will make the single over here. Try to get it dialed in on that 1090. And Brian Bear with a 1092 at 126. Rosenmeyer will have to pop the hood open, see what's going on there with his ride, and see if he can get back around for our next session. Two more coming out of the water box right now. Left side of the track. We saw the number 1 guy and the number 2 guy. Now here's the number 3 guy in Division 3 last year. Bob Schmidt out of Grove City, Ohio. This Chevy 2. He was a winner last fall, or last summer, I should say, down at Gateway Motorsports Park, alongside Lewis Murray, Eureka, Missouri. 73 Camaro. So off the stop, here comes the Camaro. Both of them go 1094. 1094.2 for Bob Schmidt, coupled with a 001 light, 142 for the speed. For Lewis Murray, 1094.5 at 152. Here's Rodney Boyd and Scott Sattler pulling up now. Left side, 78 Malibu right side. Rodney Boyd way under. 1069 at 130, not even close. Scott Sattler, 1089.4 at 139. Your next two, it's Rod Rudrick, Fredericktown, Ohio. The Plymouth Sundance, alongside Damian Hazelton from Continental, Ohio. A 92 Camaro out of the Lucky Dog Racing Stable. Rudrick was 1/1000 from perfect, but it's still red. 1074 at 125 for Rod Rudrick. 1085 at 133 for Damian Hazelton. Super gas to the lanes, please. Once again, super gas. We need you to the lanes. Super gas to the lanes. John Gregory from Elyria, Ohio, alongside Rudy Matthews. Rudy Matthews from Ohio City, Ohio. Gregory at the controls of the 93 Mustang. Matthews driving the 69 Camaro. John Gregory, left side of the track, 1109 at 135. Rudy Matthews runs the number 1090 with a 7 at 146. Ryan Boland pulls up now out of Wilmington, Illinois, the South Oak Motorsports 79 Fairmont, alongside David Whitefoot from Hebron, Kentucky, at the wheel of the 69 Camaro. Down track they go. Finish line says 1094 for Bolin at 135. Whitefoot, way too quick, 1067 at 126. Richard Sperry will pull up now. 64 Chevy 2 out of Markle, Indiana. Alongside Kristen Kiger. Kiger from Massillon, Ohio. 67 Chevy 2. So Kiger, rolling to a stop, pulls over along the guard wall. Not sure what happened there. Maybe something in the drivetrain. In the meantime, Richard Sperry out the back door to an 11:03 at 120. Kiger comes to a pause at about 400 feet. Gets out, takes a look. Looking under the car. Getting back in the car. Not sure what's going on, but we'll know here in just a minute. Control your language, Bob. There are ladies present. Super gas to the lanes, please. Super gas. We need you to the staging lanes, please. Super gas to the lanes.
NHRA All Access is your exclusive ticket to watch live racing from the comfort of your own home or on the go all season long.
You know, with live streaming NHRA All Access, my friends and my family, they can watch me race around the country and turn those win lights on.
From sunup to sundown, NHRA All Access is live right at your fingertips. From qualifying to the finals, we have you covered. Can't get enough of the world's most extreme sport? Sign up for your personal pit pass to all of the action at NHRAAllAccess.com.
The best thing I like about NHRA's All Access is I get to watch the Sportsman competition throughout the country, and as a bonus, I get to watch my son, Sean Langdon.
I'm Ashley Sanford, and I love NHRA All Access because it shows all the sportsman classes, the competitive races, and best of all my family and friends get to watch me race.
Never miss a race again. An entire season will be yours for only $99.95. Join us, NHRA All Access.
Is your goal an NHRA championship? Then Ultronics has what you need. Ultronics DataQuest system is the latest in state-of-the-art data recording. The DataQuest full-color touchscreen dash is the only system available that puts your data at the touch of a fingertip. DataQuest's new integrated switch panel allows complete control of all your car's accessories directly through the touchscreen. And Ultronics DataQuest is an NHRA contingency product, which means you get paid to win. With tech support experts available 7 days a week, Ultronic is always there when you need them. For products that will get you to that final round, remember Ultronics and DataQuest data acquisition systems. Order one now at www.ultronicsinc.com.
Race car to hot rod. If you have a leaf spring vehicle, you can count on the Calvert Racing Team to set you up with the best in leaf spring performance. From their Caltrack system to split mono-leaf springs to their full line of shocks, Calvert Racing has been revolutionizing leaf spring systems to outperform the competition. It's no secret, with the Caltrack system equipped on 7 out of 10 of the current NHRA World Champions and the first leaf spring car in the 6-second quarter mile, Calvert Racing has what you need to get you to the win light. Visit their website at calvertracing.com for more information for their leaf spring application, bolt-on 2-link system, and Caltrack's traction bar system. For over 45 years, racers have come to depend on Moroso Performance products to help get their car to the winner's circle. With a full line of oil system and must-have racing products, it's important that the factory support goes farther than just the purchase. For 2015, Moroso Performance is expanding trackside support to most divisional races, while continuing to pay contingency on all Moroso oil pans. The Moroso Trackside Support Trailer is designed for the Sportsman racer's needs and peace of mind while attending these events. Stop by the Moroso Performance Trailer and have your tire pressure gauge checked for accuracy on the Moroso fully certified calibration tool. Maybe it's time to replace that old coil wire with a new one for the season. Remember, that coil wire will see 8 times the workload of the rest of the spark plug wires. Stop by the trailer and see just what is available for purchase. Moroso Performance product questions and inquiries can be answered in person by a factory representative. Moroso Performance, since 1968, it's our passion that drives us.
So again, on hold for our little cleanup down there, one of our Chevy 2s, the driveline appears to have locked up on the car and left a little deposit of fluid down there. So we'll get the car to the point that it is movable. They're working on containing the fluids and the substances on the racing surface. As soon as we get the car movable, we will get the car moved, and then we will, there we go, getting the deuce on underway now. Now we can finish addressing whatever substances are on the surface, and then get back into our Super Street qualifying session number 2 for our Draw on Racers for Christ. Mosier Engineering Super Shootout, quick 8 contestants. Super Gas, you've been called to the lanes. I see quite a few of you already there, so thank you very much. Super Gas, we do need you to the lanes if you're not there yet. Super Comp will follow. We'll get back into our Harley Davidson Sportsman gas classes. Then it'll be time for our Spitzer race cars. Top Dragster, first round of qualifying. Our Brodix and Steve Schmidt Top Sportsman machines will be right behind them for their first session. Comp Eliminator behind that. Do our quick pre-race ceremonies with our invocation and our national anthem. Then get into qualifying session number 1 for Top Alcohol Dragster and Top Alcohol Funny Car competitors with us this weekend. Our Top Fuel Harley and Pro Fuel Harley bikes will be out right behind that. Then we'll be into first round of eliminations in Super Street, Super Gas, and Super Comp for our quick 8 Mosier shootout contestants in each of those categories. So 8 cars in Super Street, 8 cars in Super Gas, 8 cars in Super Comp that qualify for the Super Shootout. Stock Eliminator will then be up for their second qualifying session. Back into our Super Shootout semifinals in Super Street, Super Gas, and Super Comp. Another round of Super Stock qualifying. our finals in our super shootout, and our jets to round out the evening. Fireworks after the jets, and we'll put day number 1 into the record books here. The Summit Racing Equipment Motorsports Park Cavalcade of Stars presented by Budweiser here this weekend for you. We've got the Chevy 2 going off the top end of the racetrack. Looks like the Mop and Glow gang down there getting their mopping done. We're just about ready to have a glowing racetrack again and get back into our 1090 Super Street time trial runs, qualifying runs for the draw, and Racers for Christ Super Shootout. Quick 8, that'll be coming up a little bit later on this evening. So right now looking at Super Street and then into Super Gas for qualifying and time trial runs.
When it's time to purchase a data acquisition system, turn to the industry leader Computech Systems. Computech has been providing racers with the best in motorsports technology since 1986. Just ask any of our past NHRA contingency winners, including Alan Johnson, Warren Johnson, David Rampey, and Al Kenny. Computech's DataMax data logger with a digital dash will fit anyone's needs. Give Computech a call today to discuss their data acquisition system and reserve your free copy of the latest demo software. The DataMax from Computech can help put you on the fast track to the winner's circle. Call 1-800-870-8383 to order risk-free with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Also, visit us on the web at www.computech.com. K&N now brings you an extreme duty oil filter, and the same engineering that goes into the world's best air filter has developed a premium oil filter that features a 1-inch nut on the bottom of the can for easier installation and removal. This high-flow oil filter protects some of the most expensive racing engines in the world. Shouldn't it be protecting yours? K&N oil filters are available at all automotive retailers. Find out more online at knfilters.com. When you want proven performance, there's one brand that's been around for over 75 years, Edelbrock. Building the finest American-made performance products for the street and track, Edelbrock's Total Power Package delivers dyno-proven parts for maximum results. Edelbrock has thousands of made-in-the-USA performance products for all makes and models. Visit Edelbrock.com to get your free 2014 Edelbrock Performance Catalog and to see what's available to take your ride to the next level. Hogan's Racing Manifolds would like to thank all of their past and present customers for making them such a success, as they are now celebrating over 41 years in business. One thing has not changed. They still take pride in each and every manifold they build. One of the ways that Hogan's Racing Manifolds likes to give back to their customers is by offering contingency for all NHRA national and divisional events. Though they have made their reputation in the racing field, Hogan's Racing Manifolds also builds manifolds for the street enthusiast and for show cars. Visit them online at hogansracingmanifolds.com, Facebook, or just give us a call today.
Jiffy Tide, the preferred manufacturer of quick connect fluid fittings since 1963, is proud to once again be a major contingency sponsor of NHRA. Jiffy Tide will be posting contingencies at national, divisional, and JEG Sports National events in support of the racers. Jiffy Tide Quick Connect fuel fittings are approved for use in virtually all fuel, water, oil, and transmission systems in your race car. Unlike threaded fittings, Jiffy Tide Quick Connect fittings connect and disconnect in seconds with no tools and feature revolutionary valve technology at both the socket and plug for minimal flow restriction and added safety. In addition, Jiffy Tide's 100% leak-proof seals hold up under the most extreme racing conditions. Get the racer's advantage. Make the switch to Jiffy Tide Quick Connect fluid fittings today. Visit us on the web at jiffytidemotorsports.com.
Cleanup still underway down on the racing surface there. We'll get all the parts and pieces picked up. Those of you watching in and listening in on via D3 TV, you can see the track equipment and the track workers out there on the right-hand side. The Budweiser lane addressing the cleanup that needs to be done. Sitting here with my briefcase, just getting ready to pull out the K&N Racer Appreciation gift certificates. We'll figure out tonight what qualifying positions are going to get the certificates. Just got off the phone with Greg Boutte at K&N, and we were talking. He says, there have been a few people that you've passed them out that have gotten a hold of me, but he says, I really haven't heard from that many. And he says, just remind them. He says, K&N has over 6,000 pieces available in their catalog for your toter home, for your street car, for your race car. He said, that gift certificate that we're giving away, he said, it's good for anything. It doesn't have to be for the race car. So just kind of keep that in mind. If you end up being fortunate enough to pick up one of the K&N Filter Racer Appreciation gift certificates this weekend, he could, like he said, he had one guy call him up and wanted to get a filter for his toter home. He said, Evan Jess, that works. So by all means, but we'll figure out tonight and start announcing tomorrow what positions and what qualifying numbers are going to be recipients of the K&N Racer Appreciation gift certificates that will be given out this weekend. Of course, we'll do it again next weekend down in Bowling Green at the Sports Nationals. Hope to see everybody there. Should be quite the weekend. Looking at the long-range forecast, and one I'm looking at looks pretty good. So I'm getting excited. Should be a great race down in Bowling Green. Should be a great race before we wrap everything up here at Summit Racing Equipment Motorsports Park. And again, the the cleanup going on right now. On the right-hand side, the Budweiser lane. Looks like we've got the floor scrubber out there doing a little track scrubbing, and we'll get that taken care of. Get back into our Super Street qualifying session number 2.
Is your goal an NHRA championship? Then Ultronics has what you need. Ultronics Perform Air weather stations have been the choice of champions for over 20 years. The Perform Air's unsurpassed accuracy and prediction technology will put you in the winner's circle. Ultronics Perform Air systems are available from trailer mounted to handheld, with paging and text messaging capabilities. With Perform Air's new apps, you can receive your weather and prediction right on your smartphone. And Ultronics Perform Air is an NHRA contingency product, which means you get paid to win. With tech support experts available 7 days a week, Ultronics is always there when you need them for products that will get you to that final round. Remember Ultronics and Perform Air weather stations. Order one now at www.ultronicsinc.com.
Harley HP carburetors have been the standard in racing carburetors for nearly 2 decades. So how do you make them better? You make them 38% lighter, increase the fuel capacity by 20%, and add 30 other new features. They're available in our all-new hardcore gray hard coat anodized finish with black billet metering blocks and base plate for superior corrosion protection. They're also available in natural tumble-polished aluminum with your choice of black or red metering blocks and base plate. The aluminum Ultra HP comes in 600, 650, 750, 850, and true 950 CFM.
As you can tell, the equipment are making its way off of the racing surface. Drivers, if you have strayed from your cars, I will give you a little heads up. It's about time to get back to your cars. We'll be getting back into our Super Street and Super Gas time trial sessions. Would like to remind our stock and super stock contestants coming up during your qualifying this evening, since you don't have the shootout to run for, we have the Krogan Colonial Bank Stock Eliminator Showtime and Super Stock Eliminator Showtime. We will have a winner of the best wheel stand contest, a winner of the longest wheel stand contest. Our good friends at Krogan Colonial Bank will also contribute to the quickest run, the fastest speed. The low qualifier will get a bonus, and our judges, who will be sitting at the table over in front of the Summit Club, will also pick their fan favorite. And that will happen in both stock and super stock. So big tip of the cap to everybody at Krogan Colonial Bank for their support here at Summit Racing Equipment Motorsports Park. Our stock and super stock showtime this evening during qualifying session number 1, or excuse me, qualifying session number 2 for our stock and super stock competitors. So big tip of the cap to them. And I do want to remind everybody here at Summit Racing Equipment Motorsports Park, they accept text messages as an anonymous method of reporting conduct and behavioral issues. If the behavior of a guest, or for that matter, anyone on the grounds becomes disruptive or violates the guest code of conduct here at Summit Racing Equipment Motorsports Park, you can call or send a text message to 419-554-0550. Give them your exact location, followed by a detailed description of the issue. And if you're in the seating bowl, provide grandstand name, section number, row and seat number, as well as a general description of the offender. And that goes on at each and every event here at Summit Racing Equipment Motorsports Park. They also now have a Tag a Child program, not necessarily something that we have to worry about this weekend, but for the upcoming national event in June. Might be good to know that they now wristband children at the big events here at Summit Racing Equipment Motorsports Park. You can bring your child to the guest services booth on either side of the track. They will put their name, phone number, and seat number on the wristband, and in the event the child gets lost or disconnected from the parents, they'll be able to identify and notify the parents immediately. Tip of the cap to everybody here at Summit Racing Equipment Motorsports Park, thinking outside the box in providing customer service. Super Street getting ready to come back at us. Bitsy Satterley, Rob Voss. You want it back, Warren? Okay, we'll give it back to Warren for the rest of the 1090 cars. Here we go.
Thank you, Bob. I know you got 3 days worth to get through here, so save a little bit of the voice as you can. Why? Sans, why? Bitsy Satterley. Lucas. Forgot what I was doing. I pushed the button. 1085 for Bitsy Satterley at 133, 1093 at 118 for Rob Voss. So back to action here in Super Street. As before, the magic number at 1090, you see it down there on the scoreboard. They're trying to get the cars dialed as possible without going under. Rick Watson and Ron Voss head down track now. Rick Watson 1099 left side at 116. Ron Voss right side 1096, speed of 139. Your next pair, Dan Funk, Pataskala, Ohio. 62 Nova left side. Alongside Frank Jenkins. Galion, Ohio, right side. Great looking ride that is over here on the right side of the track. $10.95 left side for Dan Funk, $127 for the speed. Jenkins shuts off the timers to a $10.92 at $139. Brent Rooker, Wasco, Illinois. Summit Racing side of the track, 69 Firebird, alongside Mike Ruzicka out of Asheville, Ohio. Or Ruzicka? One of them. How about a 70 Duster? It's Mike. That's right. He's in the Budweiser one. Rooker is dead late off starting line. Doesn't matter now. Will matter in round one. 10.88, 136 for Brent Rooker. Mike Ruzicka with a 10.93 at 125. Coming up now, it's Kelly Sperry. Sperry out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. You don't want to get a call from Kelly Sperry on a Friday afternoon and say, bring a cardboard box. She's in HR. Butch Dresbach. That does not stand for Hot Rod. Although Kelly's in the Hot Rod right now. Butch Dresbach out of New Carlisle, Ohio. 88 Thunderbird. To make their way down track. Kelly and Butch. Butch and Kelly. How about a 10.91 for Butch? 10.91 at 137. For Kelly, 10.93 at 134. Steve Town pulls up now. Bloomingdale, Michigan. Driving the Dodge alongside Roger Weaver. Weaver in the 67 Mustang. Start. At the finish line, it's an 11.05 for Steve Town, 124 for the speed. 10.91 at 136 for Roger Weaver. Coming up now, it's A.J. Buchanan out of Vickery, Ohio, alongside Zach Running from Lapeer, Michigan. Buchanan, 91 Mustang, left side. Zach Running, 87 Firebird, right side. So our safety crew down there at the top end of the track taking a look at some stuff. So the doors open up here on our cars on the starting line right now. And as soon as we get everything sorted out down there past the finish line, we will be back to action.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be a participating major sponsor of the NHRA Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series. Let our performance race tire technology help put you in the winner's circle. When you're looking for an advantage, remember the name Hoosier Racing Tire, because they truly are tires designed for champions. See us in the manufacturer's midway or contact the authorized Hoosier Racing Tire dealer nearest you for product information to accommodate your racing needs.
Jay Buchanan and Zach running. Off and running now as we continue on with our 1090 category cars. AJ working his way down track. The Mustang out of Vickery goes 1087. 132, 1087 as well for Zach running at $123 for speed. I don't know, I think I'm going to take the microphone away from Warren every time I hand him the microphone. He ends up problems out on the racetrack. James Hinkle and Matt Ball coming at us now. Hinkle out of Danville, Kentucky. They hold a pretty good street rod event down in Danville. Never had the chance to go, but I've read about it and talked to a lot of people that have been, and one of these days, that's one of those items on the bucket list, you know. 406 cubic inch, little Chevy 2, first generation machine. And the S10 for Matt Ball out of Troy. Machine underneath the hood of that Chevy S10 working its way down track. 1088, 129 for Ball. Hinkle Motors through 1085 at 123. Mike Price, our only perfect 10-900 laps so far. Qualifying for that super shootout. Here comes Matt Davis, youngster out of Vermilion, Ohio. Nick Ackery out of North Olmsted, over here on the right-hand side. Ackery's Camaro over here on the right-hand side. Out of the gate and running. For another 406 bow tie combination. In fact, a pair of them. Seems to be the engine du jour here in the last few pair. 1093, 132 for Matt. 1090, dead on 3 for Nick Ackery. 145 mile an hour machine. Dan Hedges and Brian Richardson. Brian out of Woodburn, Indiana, a delivery driver during the week. Wonder if he delivers as quickly as he drives his race car. The 98 Firebird, big block Chevrolet. Underneath the hood, uses a lot of throttle stop and now charged from behind. Dan Hedges out of Plainwell. It's like up in Michigan, he said, pointing north. 1087 at $124 for Dan. 1087 at 144 for Brian. You can see what the bigger motor does over the small block. Allows you to come from behind with a much greater rate of speed. 20 miles an hour difference. That pair is Don Moyer and Dennis Floyd. Roll in. Dennis wheeling and dealing the Ragtime 67 Camaro out of Wakeman. Wonder if that's where Apple got the word for their, no, that was Sony and a Walkman. Okay, never mind. Don Moyer out of Pickerington. Always wondered what they Pickeringed in Pickerington. 1095, 142 by Moyer. 1104 for Dennis Floyd at 141. Again, time runs, qualifying runs for our 1090 contingent, our super street cars. Looks like we're about to bring the super street contingent to a close. We're going to roll over to the 990 cars and see what we can do with the super gas machines. Alex Miller up in the Monza. Miller in the Monza from Mansfield. I'm feeling a redundancy of M's there. Joe Kiefer out of Mazzillion. Camaro on the right-hand side, another small block combination. Miller's going to use the big block in the Monza to come from behind go 1088. Another bigger mile-an-hour car, 143 versus the 131 for Joe Kiefer. And boys and girls, guys and gals, ladies and gents, I do believe Super Street is now on the books. Their qualifying has concluded. One of our Harley runners, Bill Rowe, out of Allentown, PA. Oh, aboard his Screaming Eagle machine now. We saw him up a little bit earlier. As he's riding two bikes in competition, he'll motor through 1071, 123 miles an hour, and it's time to go into Super Gas. I'd hand the microphone to Warren one more time, but he keeps getting stuff all over the racetrack out there. Give him a perfectly good racetrack. The next thing I know, we got commercials. Mike Kramer's up in the little Chevy S10. I wonder if he's any relation to that Kramer. Nah, couldn't be. Mike's working his way down track, so's Leo. Little S10 out in front, Zinda closing in from behind. 987, 166. Kramer motors through 958, 138 miles an hour. Rob Eaker and Bob Kasanka rolling in next. Eaker out of Canby, Indiana. Canby, Indiana is kind of like maybe Michigan. Canby, maybe. Bob Kasanka of Oak Harbor. 989, 146 by Eaker, 1037 for Kasanka. Looks like that Oak Harbor runner may need to drain the ballast tanks a little bit there. A little slow at a 1037. Edmund Richardson, I think I've heard that name before. Robbie says go. Robbie out of Lansing. 27 Roadster over here on the right-hand side. Edmund there in the Corvette. Don Davis built race cars entry. Edmund, one of the multitude of Corvette Roadsters here this weekend in competition, 987. 159 miles an hour, 986 by Sesco. On the right-hand side of the racetrack. Well, we've got a gaggle of 9900s for our Super Shootout. John Sickish and Larry Turner. If you want to play in the shootout, you're going to have to be on the money, honey. Dead on with a 0 or a 1 or a 2. They have tightened it up considerably. Sickish goes 995 at 162. Larry says, well, hey, if you got to go that quick, I'll just go quicker. 962, 148 miles an hour. Wally Hack up in the Monza. Kenny LaFollette out of Sarahsville. Sarah must have been a heck of a lady to have a town named after her. That's all I've got to say. The 88 Mustang, all Ford all the time, 557 cubic inch. Blue oval, motors through 981 at 153, 984 by Wally. 142 miles an hour. Ray Connolly pulls in. And Childs on the right-hand side. Connolly right down the road in Elyria. Dan out of Van Wert. about Dan and Ray? Dan's trip 0 perfect. Goes 988 at 151. Connolly's 006, and he runs 998 at 168 miles an hour. Shane Snyder, Steve Williams. Shane, Steve, Shane. Shane on the left side, yet another one of the Corvette Roadsters. This time a 63 edition. Out of all the Corvette Roadster body styles, I have to say my favorite is the 57 edition. Don't know why, just like it. I'm sure you have your favorites. 988, 153 by Snyder. 989, 146 by Steve. In the True Blue Probe. Another perfect reaction time there for Snyder. Gary Landers, a bricklayer out of Bel Air. It is a 34 Chevy Roadster bodied machine. Wheeling and dealing the Gremlin. One of the Kenosha Flyers here this weekend. Big block Gremlin goes through 986. 140, 996, 122. For Gary Landers, Troy Jr. up. There's one of the 57 Corvette body styles that I like. Dave Bisher, Fort Wayne, Indiana, the Starfleet machine. Gotta admire a guy that looks at a 1980 Olds Starflyer and sees race car. I mean, there's a man that's got imagination. $988, 142 by Dave. $988, 166 by Troy. Coughlin's machine picking up a little bit stronger speed on the top end of the racetrack. Janice Swan up in her Opel GT, and Haley Gregory wheeling that Chevy Cobalt. So a pair of ladies getting ready to get after it right now. Haley right side, Janice left lane. 73 Opel GT, short wheelbase, narrow skinny car. Not exactly the quintessential super gas car, but for Janice it works. And I like Opels. 987 at 159, 988, 173 by Haley. Here comes Tricky Murray. Murray Hebert out of Baxter, Minnesota. Let's see, now in Louisiana, that would be Hebert. Minnesota, it's probably Hebert. Heating and cooling contractor. Up on the right side, Tyler Schneider out of Rochester Hills, Michigan. Chevy Monza. Whoops, that's not working so well. Tyler's machine kind of coughing, sputtering, stuttering. Comes to a stop out there about 210 feet. Murray Hebert goes through 954 and 151. Little puff of smoke coming out of the back of the car. Sounded like an electrical pop, an electrical short underneath the Monza. Crew guy very astutely, quickly ran down track, flipped the off switch. But we still had a little bit of smoke coming out of the car. Something shorting out underneath the back end of the Monza. So for Tyler and the rest of the kids down from Rochester Hills, Tyler vacated the premises. Crew guy flipped the off switch for the power system. Track crew ready with the extinguisher. So they got the back hatch open, checking underneath and getting the issue addressed there in the car. Make sure we've got the electrical system off and get the shortage taken care of. Schneider's Monza left the starting line. You could hear it popping and cracking a little bit. He obviously got off of the throttle and up against the wall to make sure that if anything was going to happen, it was relatively close. The safety crew here from Summit Racing Equipment, Motorsports Park, getting to it relatively quickly and able to assess it with a little fire aid to make sure that we had nothing going on the track or in the car as far as burning the car up, leaving Tyler with something to work with. So we'll get that taken care of. Got a little fire aid, a little mess out there on the racetrack to clean up. We'll get that taken care of. We'll get that cleaned up. We'll get back to our Super Gas qualifying session. So we'll get a little clean up here in the Budweiser lane and on the Summit side of the racetrack, and we'll get back to it here in just a bit. their qualifying sessions, as well as the alcohol dragster and alcohol funny car contingent. So they'll be coming up for their first shot at qualifying for this weekend's event as well. All of that yet to come here at Summit Racing Equipment Motorsports Park. Lights will be coming on just a little bit. We're going to have a lot of excitement under the lights tonight here at the 10th Annual Cavalcade of Stars presented by Budweiser.
JE Pistons is the industry leader in forged racing pistons. JE Pistons offers custom and off-the-shelf pistons for almost every application, including small and big block Chevy, Ford, and Chrysler V8s. JE is also your source for Chevy LSX, Ford Modular, and new Hemi pistons. JE has ramped up their off-the-shelf part numbers to over 40,000 pistons ready to ship at a moment's notice. Still can't find what you need? JE Pistons now offers 2-week standard delivery for all custom piston orders. Still need them faster? JE also offers expedite services that can ship custom pistons for almost any application in as little as 5 days. If you demand the best for your engine, visit JE Pistons online or call today.
So finishing up some cleanup down there on the racetrack after that pop, snap, crackle, and pop. Coming out of the Monza, Hank Stewart, Tim Tyree, sitting and waiting patiently for their shot, as is the rest of our Super Gas contingent, to make their way down the quarter mile. Do want to let everybody know that here at Summit Racing Equipment Motorsports Park, a McElvain Race Cars Junior Dragster, complete except for motor, tack, and clutch, is being raffled off, and tickets are only $5 each. You can buy your ticket at the Quarter Mile Clothing Store. Throughout the racing season this year, the drawing will be held Saturday, October 22nd. The car features a Mosier rear axles assembly, one-piece Wriggles Performance fiberglass body, Mickey Thompson rear slicks, the chassis powder coated, sponsored by McElvain Race Cars and Summit Motorsports Park. Again, tickets are $5 each, can be purchased all year long. So if you got somebody you know that's coming up, hey, a 5-spot or 4 chances for 20, whatever the case might be, good opportunity to take a little quick shot on a junior dragster for that up-and-coming driver that you know of coming along. Again, the drawings will be held Saturday, October 22nd at 7 p.m. here at Summit Racing Equipment Motorsports Park. So good chance to pick up a junior dragster for like next to nothing, like a 5-spot or maybe $20 or whatever the case might be. But tickets are $5 a piece. You can buy them at the Quarter Mile Clothing Store here at Summit Racing Equipment Motorsports Park. Like the Budweiser and the Summit lanes, pretty much taken care of. Got a little bit of spray going down, and Hank Stewart, Tim Tyree, and the rest of the gang getting ready. Drivers, if you strayed from your car, I'm giving you a heads up. Time to get back to it because, well, we're not that far away from getting back to it. Of course, do want to remind all of our racers, we'll make this announcement several times over the weekend, but non-denominational chapel service presented by Racers for Christ. Sunday morning, 2 services, one at 7:30, one at 9 a.m. in the media room here at Summit Racing Equipment Motorsports Park. Chapel service, 7:30 a.m. Sunday morning and again at 9 a.m. Sunday morning, presented by Racers for Christ. It'll be in the media room here at Summit Racing Equipment Motorsports Park. Everyone, of course, is invited. Chapel service, 7:30 and 9 a.m. Sunday morning. Hank Stewart and Tim Tyree getting ready to get after it. And 90 dead on 4 by Hank, 16 on the tree. Little 20 thou package for Stewart, 986 for Tyree. 145 miles an hour as we get not one but two Monzas going down the racetrack that time, and either one of them snapped, crackled, or popped. Devin Eisenhower and Mark Sanders. The Street Heat, Motorsports, Chevy Cavalier in the right lane. Eisenhower over here on the left-hand side. John out of Lebanon, wheeling that Camaro Roadster. Got to believe that that's just a bit of a chilly ride out there today. Ooh, speaking of chili, doesn't that sound good? Foot-long chili dog. Yeah, that'll work. 988, 160, 985 by Mark Sanders. 168 miles an hour. Foot-long chili dog. Little cheese, little onion, ketchup. Yeah. Yum, yum. Not that I'm getting hungry or anything. No, you're all right. Eat away. Richard Spradlin and Bob Hanshoe up next. Richard over there, the Ohio-based runner in his 67 Nova. Hanshoe here on the right-hand side. Wheeling that stretch nose Pontiac. 436 bow tie combination for Hanshoe underneath the hood of the Firebird. The Bird goes through 988 at 147, 989 by Spradlin. 144 miles an hour out of that Renegade Chevy 2. Dale Barnard and Rocky Clark, the next pair in. Dale, another one of the Roadster contingent. Another one of the 34 Chevy Roadsters. Rocky in the Grand Prix here on the right-hand side. On and off the throttle stop. That little Roadster just rocket shipping down. Goes 986 and 160. Rocky's Grand Prix, 1017 at 178 miles an hour. Rex Stamps and Mike Lagos. A couple of Chevy Camaros on the line right now. Second, third generation body style. Stamps. The early model machine there on the left side. He's a little late out of the gate. Lagos is a little early off the line. With the 92 edition, he goes 976 at 151, 1011 by Stamps. 140 miles an hour. Neither driver what you would consider being on the number that time around. Ron Erks, County Motor Trailer Sales entry. Good looking little Chevy S10. My screen says 63 Corvette. My eyes say Chevy S10. Even with one good eye and one bad eye. I'm pretty sure that's a Chevy S10 and Corvette. Call me wacky. Either that or Ron knows a heck of a body, man. That's all I got to say. Jody Davis, 969 at 153, and Ron wheeling that 63 Corvette that looks like a Chevy S10 goes 982. 166 miles an hour. I mean, that's got to be a whale of a body, man. If you can make a 63 Corvette look like a Chevy S10, you got some skills. Jacob Elrod up in his Corvette Roadster. Now that's a Corvette. I'll drink to that. Maybe that's my problem. I haven't been drinking enough. What is it? Charlie Flanagan, left side. Charlie wheeling his 81 Camaro. I think it is about that time. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. I'll guarantee you that. 987, 151 by Flanagan, 998 for Jacob. 165 miles an hour. Here comes the Malibu. Joe Carbasio. And a 69 Camaro to be named later. There on the left-hand side. I laugh, for those of you in the grandstands that obviously don't know, I laugh when I talk about having one good eye. I had eye surgery just 3 weeks ago. Still dealing with recovery in the left eye. Concentrate and focus with the right eye. I'm still pretty sure that was an S10 a while ago. 992 for the Camaro at 161. 984 to $147. Speed out of the Carbasio Racing Chevy Malibu. Another driver to be named later. Had several cars rolling late this afternoon. Saw many a trailer still rolling in as we were working our way through the late rounds of eliminations from the Indy race. Rob Cropfield over here on the right-hand side. Another one of the Corvette Fleet O Roadsters here this weekend. Corvette, or excuse me, the Camaro on the left line brought the RPMs up. You can see the car rock backwards off the starting line. He goes through 988 at 143, 997. Cropfield's car, the little vet over here on the right-hand side of the Hamilton. Now of Austin Benner. Jim Falby alongside the Dart. The Dart. 540 cubic inch Mopar underneath the hood of the 68 Dart. 991 at 148. Falby's been 9901 and 9911. 2 laps down the racetrack separated by 100th of a second. That's pretty consistent. 987 by Benner. He also of the 990 opening lap group. Brock Haas and Larry Rodell. Larry 8th in the division last year. Rock. The Haas and Carruthers. C5 Corvette bodied entry goes through 994. 167. 988 at 154 by Larry. This bald man transmission roadster. Ed Rudick and Bob Kokorin. Robert up the Pontiac Grand Prix out of South Lyon, Michigan. It's on the other side of town from North Truth, South Lyon. Ed Rudick up on the right-hand side. The elevator repairman calls the car the ups and downs entry. I wonder how he gets that. Kokorin working his way through. 001 on the tree to 986 at 162. 987 by Rudick at 164 miles an hour. Again, time trials, qualifying going on for our Super Gas contingent. Mustang coming up on the left-hand side, and Eddie Arnold. Eddie Arnold. Oh, okay. Sitting up here going, Eddie Arnold, wasn't he in Green Acres? And it's like, no, that was, what did you say, Eddie Albert? Eddie Albert. Green Acres. Mustang off and running. Headed for that end of the racetrack at a rapid rate. Goes 992, but only 103 miles an hour. He uses the reverse philosophy. Shoots himself down the racetrack and then slows up at the other end. Makes that 171 mile an hour car going by. Really have to stop and think about his rate of closing. 985 at 171 for Eddie Arnold. Brenda Hunter and Tim Gillespie. Timmy's up, another 33 Ford Roadster bodied machine, and Brenda up in the Corvette on the left side. She is a lone ops coordinator. Kind of like she says yes or no. Gillespie right side. Brenda left lane. Roadsters a pair. For t'other end of the racetrack. 004 light for Brenda. 991, 163, 986 by Gillespie. 152 miles an hour. Who are Super Street, Mosier Engineering, Draw and Racers for Christ shootout contestants. Been determined. Price, Foss, Workman, Napier, Zepsinski, Funk, Bear, and Snyder. Congratulations to our shootout gunners. Paul Richardson comes off the line, the 87 Olds Forenza. Car goes left, Paul goes nope, save it for another day. 985 by Lee Newmeyer, 142 miles an hour. 1279 if you're scoring back in the pits for Paul Richardson. Dan Outing and Brian Folk. Folk race cars. Hoosier Tire. Camaro Roadster over here on the right-hand side. Outing in the left lane out of Michigan. He's 54 and retired. I'm older than that, and I'm not retired. Jealousy creeping into it at a very rapid rate. Nice Roadster. Years younger. Runs 989 too. 991, 169 for Brian. He's 10 on the tree. Little 29,000s package. Roger Bishop. And Skip Sadler coming in next. Roger left side, his Monza. Sadler at the wheel of the Corvette. Roger Bishop motors through 988, 149, 988 by Skip Sadler as well. Attention in the pits, please. Attention in the pits. Harley Davidson Sportsman motorcycle. We need you back to the lanes, please. Harley Davidson Sportsman motorcycles. We need you to the lanes. Our gas class Harleys need you to the lanes, please. And Super Comp. Super Comp needs you to the lanes. Here's Tim Schmidt and Carl Root. Carl in that drop dead gorgeous Chevy 2. Tim Schmidt, the not bad looking Camaro Roadster there in the left lane. $987, $170 for Schmidt. $987, $163 for Carl. Runner out of Illinois, making his way down track. Mike Jurowsic and Ron Brady. Again, Super Comp needs you to the lanes, please. Super Comp to the lanes. And our Harley Davidson gas class competitors. Dragon Bagger, Screaming Eagle, Pro Gas. Gentlemen, if you would, we need you back to the lanes, please. Harley Davidson, gas class competitors need you back to the lanes. Brady working his way down track. 006 goes 1015. At 159. Jurassic's 004 and goes 1099. Wait a minute. We're in Super Gas, not Super Street. Dwight Noost the Pig Farmer. The 82 Dodge Rampage goes along with the rest of the fleet of cars that we so far that fit into the, gee, when's the last time you saw one of those categories? Kind of like that 89 Sundance we saw earlier today. 989 by Dwight, 15 on the tree, 155 miles an hour. Rick Sarmento alongside the 34 Dodge Roadster with the big motored Mopar combination. Goes 988 at 157. Steve Theodore and Doug Croft. Our next two contestants here in Super Gas. Croft out of Wabash, Indiana. Steve Theodore out of Columbus. It's Ohio, Columbus. No, it's Columbus, Ohio. 988, 162 for Theodore. 987, 152 by Doug Croft. Gary Linkhorn and Bill McCulloch getting ready to come up. Little short wheelbase roadster for the runner out of Pickerington. That's the short wheelbase red one in the right lane. You can see the difference. I mean, visually, see the difference in the wheelbase between the two cars. Gary Linkhorn's machine over on the left-hand side, a much more stretched out 27 Ford Roadster. Former U.S. Nationals champ winner. Takes the Roadster through 987 at 154, 982 for McCulloch. He goes through at 139. Here's another one of the earlier models. 27 Ford Roadsters. This is Jeff Gerber out of Massillon and Tom Diamond out of Dublin. And again, a pair of 27 Ford Roadsters, one short, one long. Gerber goes 986, 147, 988 by Diamond, 159 miles an hour. Smith up alongside Corrine McMillan, the McMillan and wife race team. Ajax, Ontario, Canada. Making a tow down from north of the border. Past national event winners. That's that racecraft power plant underneath the hood. Jeff Smith, Michigan-based runner, yet another one of the 27 Ford Roadsters. 984, 147 by Jeff, 989 by Corrine, 161 miles an hour. .993 by Joey Ship there in the left lane, and the little Cutlass. Nathan Vrooman goes 9906 for the farmer out of Wabash in his Beretta. John Pelicane driving the Kircher C5 Corvette Roadster bodied machine there on the left-hand side, and Ron Lower. Pelicane went down in Bowling Green last year. I do believe he did. He won here too? Okay. He had a good year last year, finishing third nationally. Pelicane goes through 991 at 160, 10 flat for Ron Lower. The Sugar Creek Builders entry out of Dundee, Ohio, not to be confused with Max Dundee from down under. Nick Ackery and Johnny Squires. I like John. His dial-in board visible on the right-hand side of the car and very visible. Ackery out of Cleveland, the Muscle Lubricating Products entry. First generation Camaro. Certainly see the difference between the two. Both of them Camaro, 68 Camaro body style. One a converted stock car, one a Pro Belt race car. 9908, 160 by Squires, 986 by Ackery. 137 mile an hour machine going down the racetrack. There's another Corvette roadster, this time Steve Eckert. The Pataskala Flash. I liked his old car better. The old Anglia. Yes, I did. Lance Pinto up on the left-hand side. Pinto driving the Cavalier. You'd think with a name like Lance Pinto, he would have a Pinto. Or at least a Ford. $992, $149 by Pinto. Eckert goes through $987. 166 miles an hour. Matt Martin making his way down the racetrack. Finalist earlier today. Our paving and sealing entry goes through 984 to 168. Gary Harding out of Canal, Winchester. Takes his Camaro down the racetrack. Here comes the Monte Carlo of Tim McGuire. And yet another 63 Corvette Roadster. They're on the Summit side of the racetrack. Corvette hustling on through, 22 on the tree, 987.4. 16 on the tree was McGuire in his Monte Carlo. And runs a 985 down at the other end. Bill Jackson, 900 out of the Jackson Scratcher. A little bit earlier. Jerry Spohr up on the right-hand side. Mustang. 532 cubic inch blue oval combination. Now look at Bill Jackson, 9,900 again. I think he said 148 miles an hour for Bill, 1016 by Jerry Spohr, 130 miles an hour. Jackson, back-to-back 9,900s. Paul Fiddler, Alan Bush. Saw Marcus get the win earlier. Alan's old Chevy Nova. Paul Fiddler getting ready to wheel his Vega down the racetrack. One thing about Paul, he doesn't fiddle around. Fiddler rotates the little Vega through at a 987 lap at 142, 989 for Alan Bush at 175. Dave Goins coming up on the right-hand side. Another one of our fleet of Firebirds here in Super Gas action. Down to about our final 8 cars here in this session of Super Gas. Get all the boys down track for their second qualifying run. We will get our draw and Racers for Christ Super Shootout presented by Mosier Engineering Field set. We know who our Super Street cars are. Soon to figure out who the Super Gas contestants will be. 989 for the Firebird at 150. 989 for Dave Goins. Also at 150 miles an hour. Mia Tedesco up. And her Cavalier for the young gun out of Pittsburgh, PA, Ryan Boland. There on the left-hand side, the Wilmington-based Ford Mustang. Overhead door contractor. This garage door repair and installation. Like the gentleman we had earlier in the elevator repair business. It's all about the ups and downs. 983, 145 by Bola, 977 by me. 170 miles an hour. And yes, I do know that some garage doors open to the side, but not many. Justin Mosier pulls in now his C5 Corvette. Up alongside Jason Lynch's Oldsmobile. And going to the late rounds. Super Gas, as well as Super Comp. Came up just short, 12 thousandths of a second, the Super Comp final. Got the win in Super Comp over the aforementioned Pat Martin. Justin Motors through 986, 174 for Jason. 13 on the tree, 9901, and he's sitting there talking to himself, going, where was that run a while ago when I needed it? Could have used that against Marcus Bush. But hey, it's all about the timing. Right place, right time, wrong place, wrong time. Brian Richardson, Joe Fisher. Joe's up in the Corvette. RacerRVs.com machine. Richardson up in his 34 Chevy Roadster there in the left lane. Richardson goes through 981, 145, 1002 by Joe. So Brian's off pace. Joe's falls off a 10th from his earlier run, and that'll take care of Super Gaz. Our Dragon Bagger getting ready to come up now. Don Lynn. Bell Vernon, PA, right-hand side runner. To our Harley-Davidson gas class competitors. Super Comp, if you're not in the lanes, you're late. We need you in the lanes, please. Super Comp. Qualifying session number 2. You should be in the lanes as we speak. Lynn making his way down track, the 2000 Road King. The Dragon Bagger competitor goes 14:26, 94 miles an hour. Picked up 2/10 from his earlier run. Picked up a mile an hour in speed, so a little bit better run going down the racetrack that time around for our Dragon Bagger competitor. John Toth coming up, the runner out of Pennsylvania, the body shop owner. Up on his hot street machine. 105 Harley over here on the right-hand side. See if we can keep the front end down on the ground a little. Here, yeah, there we go. His way down track, much better pace this time. Staying off the center stripe, keeping the front end down. How about a 978, 135 mile an hour runner for John Toth as he motates his way on through. Super Comp, you should be in the lanes. Super Comp, you should be in the staging lanes for your second qualifying session as Greg Bowe comes up. Street Pro Harley for Greg Bowe out of Hopwood, Pennsylvania. Greg's bike there on the summit side of the racetrack. motor not liking the upper RPM band. You can hear it popping when he gets into the upper R's. Goes 10:51 at 123. Still picks up a half a second from his run earlier today. And William Rowe, Allentown, PA based runner. Screaming Eagle. The drag bike, you could go into your local Harley Davidson dealer and buy straight off the showroom floor. Wheelie bars, signboard, everything you needed to go racing. Billy Rowe working his way down. Still got to say, the best Harley Davidson racer I have ever seen was up in Canada. Had a Screaming Eagle Harley on a trailer behind his Road Glide. 10:68 at 124 by Rose. He motors down the racetrack. Towed into the racetrack on his Road Glide, the Screaming Eagle machine on the trailer behind him, and loaded in the box in front of the trailer, or in the front of the trailer, was a tent that was fabricated in black and orange with Harley logos on it. Set up camp right there in the pits, raced his Harley all weekend, put it back on the trailer, and headed home aboard his other Harley. It was just cool. Jeff McRoby and Josh Gant getting ready to roll in. Our Super Comp cars getting ready to come at us. Warren, you want to dance again? All right, you take your chances. I'm going to go see if I can find something to eat. I think they've got food around here somewhere. I'm pretty sure. I'll get Nettie to take me out to dinner here. All right, here comes Super Comp. Here's Warren one more time.
Thank you, Bob. First pair off the starting line, Jeff McRoby and Josh Ganant. 890, the target number this time around. Josh Ganant right out of the box. 890 with a 6 at 174. 890 with a 6. 896 at 156 for Jeff McRoby. Next up, it's Janice Swan from Mooresville, Indiana. The Race to Win Motorsports Ruman chassis entry. Janice to stage up in the Summit Lane alongside John Sickish over here in the Budweiser side out of Belmont, Ohio. Old and retired is what he says. There they go. Now they're looking at the big end of the track, trying to hit the number down there, which is an 8900. 889.5 for Janice Swan, 175 for the speed, 885 with a 9 at 158 for John Sickish. Two more dragsters pulling up. John Grundy, Ashland, Ohio. The advanced chassis, small block Chevy powered entry alongside Todd Kiava out of Elkhart, Indiana. From Vintage Trailers. The green car goes red. At the finish line, Kiava with an 892.4 at 168. John Grundy, 891, 155. Here's Scott Mackey pulling up next out of Milford, Michigan, the Babalu Racing Dragster, alongside Leo Zinda. Zinda already seen plenty of track time today. Went a long ways in our finish of our Indy race. And here he is now qualifying for the Norwalk event. Zinda out of Clinton Township, Michigan. Runs both Super Gas and Super Comp. Ready, off they go. Zinda 010 on the tree. At the finish line, Leo Zinda 890 with a 7. Dead on with a 7 at 179. Scott Mackey 893 at 173. Two more coming at you right now. Michael Gramlich out of Maybe, Michigan. I believe Michael already picked up a Wally here today. Alongside Jim Jericaris out of Batavia, Illinois. The Spitzer car right side, the American car left side. Both of them big block Chevy power. Better this time around. Ramlich, 009 on the tree, 892 at the stripe, 164 for the speed. Jarek Harris off pace on both ends, 1087 at 71. Rick Forish, the Forish and Spitzer entry out of New Palestine, Indiana. Again, looking at that 890 down there on the board, trying to hit it. Alongside Brian Horton from Walbridge, Ohio. The American Race Car Chassis entry. Horton in the Budweiser lane. Forish in the Summit lane. Off the stops, back on them again. Here we go. Rick Forish, 887 at 183. Brian Horton dead on 890 with an 172.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if I could have your attention for one brief minute or two. We have actually, up until the last couple of hours, we're running pretty much on our mark. And then we ran into a series of unfortunate events, and it has set us back a couple hours. So we're going to have to make some adjustments to the schedule. And those adjustments are going to be as follows. First, the Draw RFC Super Shootouts presented by Mosier Engineering. Those will be split equally among each of the respective 8 qualifiers in Super Street, Super Gas, Super Comp. So once again, the Draw RFC Super Shootouts presented by Mosier Engineering will be a split. And those monies, I believe, can be collected in registration. Secondly, the Stock and Super Stock Showtime presented by Krogan Colonial Bank. Those Showtime sessions for tonight have been canceled, and the program will be run integrated into your qualifying session on Saturday. So once again, the Stock Eliminator Showtime and the Super Stock Eliminator Showtime, both presented by Krogan Colonial Bank, those qualifying sessions have been canceled for this evening, and the Showtime with the cash bonuses will take place tomorrow during your regularly scheduled qualifying session. So that leaves the remainder of the evening, which will run as follows. Eight o'clock, you're going to want to be in the grandstands as we go qualifying round number 1, Top Alcohol Dragster, followed by Top Alcohol Funny Cars, followed by Top Fuel Harley, Pro Fuel Harley, Pro Stock Snowmobile, Competition Eliminator, Top Dragster, Top Sportsman, 300-mile-an-hour Jet Dragsters, Jet Funny Cars, and Fireworks. So once again, the run order for the evening, we are going to start at 8 o'clock with Top Alcohol Dragster. You're going to want to be in the grandstands. Really, that from 8 to 10, that 2-hour window from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. is going to be pretty much sensory overload, starting with Top Alcohol Dragster, Top Alcohol Funny Car, Nitro Methane Burning Top Fuel Harley, Pro Fuel Harley, Pro Stock Snowmobile, Competition Eliminator, Top Dragster, Top Sportsman, Jets, and Fireworks. So again, that is going to be a 2-hour show from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. So that is our schedule for the evening. And again, you're going to want to be in the grandstands by 8 o'clock sharp when we kick things off with 280 mile an hour top alcohol dragsters. And with that, that is probably one of my only cameo appearances of the weekend here in race control. So I will hand the baton back over to the broadcast team. Take it away.
Well, thank you, Bill. Looking forward to 8 o'clock. As Bill said, make sure you make your way to the grandstands at 8 o'clock for the show. Pat Fitzpatrick, Ron Fox, leading the starting line right now. At the finish line, win 892 for Pat. Let's try this again. 892 for Patrick Fitzpatrick. 168 for the speed. Rock Haas runs the number. 890, 890 with a 4 at 181. Your next pair, dragsters, both sides of the track. Bill Rudy, Lima, Ohio, the Race Tech chassis entry alongside Charles E. Back from Moorville, Ohio. Back is off and running. Rudy is not. 891 with a 5 at 159 for Charles Back. Bill Rudy sits silent on the starting line. Take that back. He's going to make his pass. We're just waiting for the other car to clear the other end. 887, 167 for Bill Rudy. Bruce Broker, Cleveland, Ohio, the 81 Camaro. The door slammer, left side. Super Comp, heavily populated with dragsters, but the occasional door slammer will try to make the field. Bruce Broker. Pretty good with this car. He was #1 qualifier, I believe, over in Indianapolis last year. Alongside Adam Lear out of Newark, Ohio. Lear in the dragster. Broker falls off the pace. Not sure what's going on with the Camaro. In the meantime, Adam Lear out the back door, 880 at 176. He's a 10th too quick. Broker way off pace, 1129 at 87. Two more dragsters at the starting line. Left side, backing up right now. Kendra Reinshield out of Brookville, Indiana. Kendra at the controls of her dragster alongside Joe Orlando. Orlando out of Armonk, New York. The Flip Speed Shop Suncoast dragster. Both of them with big block bow tie power sitting behind the driver. At the finish line, Kendra Reinshield, 892, 168 for the speed. Joe Orlando, 893 at 166. Larry Burnshausen and Steve Spaulding backing up from their burnouts right now. Burnshausen out of Manitou, Illinois. The Sloan Racing Transmission Gebhardt chassis entry. Alongside Steve Spaulding, right side of the track out of Malway, New Jersey. The undercover car, triple nickel bow tie machines on both sides. So Larry Burnshausen Off pace 934, 170 for the speed though. Plenty of speed. Not sure where he lost the ET at. 885 at 169 for Steve Spalding. Two more. Jack Sapanik out of Moosic, Pennsylvania. The undercover car alongside Angela Neely. Neely out of Alvaton, Kentucky. American Race Car Chassis entry right side. .002 at the start for Angela Neely. 890 with a 5 at the finish line at 172. A 7,000 package here in qualifying for Angela Neely. Jack Sapanik, 888 at 175. Dennis Klein pulls up now out of Athens, Alabama. Another undercover car pulls up left side alongside Michael Kubiak from Grafton, Ohio. Racecraft chassis entry. Very popular big block power behind the driver for both of these racers. Klein and Kubiak. Klein 881 at 180. Kubiak 888 at 171. Steve Bueller coming up now, Freeport, Michigan. The Profab entry. 598 cubic inches of bow tie power behind him, alongside Rich Pica from Coshocton, Ohio. The Race Tech chassis entry, right side, with a 620 power plant. $890 with a 6, 176 for Steve Bueller, 887 at 167 for Rich Pica. Coming up now, it's Kimber Fusting out of Waukegan, Illinois. The Parker Store Spitzer car, alongside Jim Glosson from Lake Villa, Illinois. Glosson Racing. It's a racecraft entry. Finish line says 888 for Kimber Fusting, 175 for the speed. Glossom 890 with a 6 at 164.
Attention. We had 5 judges tonight that was going to participate in the Krogan Colonial Bank showdown. They were going to judge our stock and super stock classes. What we're going to do is we are going to bring you back tomorrow. So if you would, please at some point go into our corporate office, seat Katie, and she will give you the details about tomorrow's rescheduled Krogan Colonial Bank stock super stock showdown. So again, if those 5 judges could go in our corporate office, see Katie, and she'll give you tickets for tomorrow and also give you all the great details about tomorrow morning.
Here's Tom Hunter coming up now out of York, PA. The Phantom chassis entry alongside Rose Richardson from Woodburn, Indiana. The P&R Express Advanced Chassis ride. At the finish line, it's going to be an 891 for Tom Hunter, 891 at 181. Rose Richardson, 893 at 170. Phil Schmida, Canfield, Ohio. American chassis car alongside Derek Denny, also nestled down in the frame rails of an American. Pleasant View, Tennessee, the home base. Both of them trying to cut that perfect light on the 4/10 Pro tree and run that 8-900 down at the big end. Attention in the pit area. Attention in the pit area. Top alcohol dragster to the staging lanes, please. Top alcohol dragster to the staging lanes, please. Once again, top alcohol dragster to the lanes. Smida, 892, 182. Derek Denny, 896, 179. Once again, attention in the pit area. Top alcohol dragster to the staging lanes, please. Top alcohol dragster to the lanes. Here's Josh Camplain, Stephanie Shelton. Camplain out of Shelbyville, Indiana. Shelton out of New Carlisle, Ohio. Pulling up side by side, the Camplain machine entry. Shelton running for Whitefoot Racing. Once again, top alcohol dragster to the lanes. Josh Camplain, 891 with a 5 at 171. Stephanie Shelton, 887 at 74. Mike Jerusik out of Elyria, Ohio. Pulls up alongside Jacob Elrod. Elrod out of Herod, Ohio. The Powerhouse chassis left side, American chassis right side. Elrod's other car carries that big number 1, your Super Gas National Champion for 2015. Finish line says 892, 181 for Mike Jerusik. Jacob Elrod, 891, 179. Two more backing up from the burnout right now. John O'Gerber, Shreve, Ohio, and Joe Fusting out of Grays Lake, Illinois. Gerber, the Mack Sherrill 565 cubic inch Chevy power plant. Fusting in a 2016 McIlvain chassis ride with a 588 Chevy behind him. Finish line 888 at 167 for Joe Fusting. John O'Gerber, 887 at 171. Fred Krokora, Grafton, Ohio, pulls up alongside Chad Lamont from Fox Lake, Illinois. Krokora in the Summit lane, Lamont in the Budweiser lane. Chad Lamont, good looking pass. How about an 888.9, 174. Fred Krokora, 889 at 179 for the speed. Jeremy Mason, your defending Division III Super Comp champ out of Lexington, Kentucky. Miller race car ride alongside Stephen Schmidt from Massillon, Ohio. American chassis ride over here in the Budweiser lane. Identical 012 lights for both racers. Finish line says it's an 889.4 at 176 for Jeremy Mason. Steven Schmidt, 887, 3 under at 181. Next pair approaching the starting line right now. Left side, as Bob would say, a driver to be named later. Right side, Kurt Valtman from Brook Park, Ohio. Valtman is in. Down, away they go. Left side 888, 166. Right side Valtman 891 at 170. Two more backing up from the burnout right now. It's Pat Lamont from Lake Villa, Illinois. An undercover car alongside Tyler Bohannon out of Louisville, Kentucky. Bohannon in the Racecraft chassis entry. So racers, as you can see, our lights are coming on here at Summit Motorsports Park. When our lights are on, your lights need to be on as well. Must have a working tail light on your race ride as it heads down track. It's got to be powered on from the time you come past the ready line all the way past the turnoff, so we can see you from the tower and our safety crew can see you as well. So once again, our lights are on, your lights need to be on as well. Pat Lamont, 889 at 170. Tyler Bohannon, 885, 171. Here's Greg True, Cleveland, Tennessee. Undercover chassis car. Alongside a ride that's not in the computer just yet, but will be by the time we get to eliminations. At the stripe, it's an 8900 for that car with no info in the computer. How about an 8900 at 170? 889 at 181 for Greg True.
Tony Elrod and Ed McLeaf rolling in next. McLeaf on the right side out of Shingle House, PA. Elrod on the left side out of Howell, coming down from Michigan. Super Comp cars working their way through final time trials. Alcohol Dragster needs you to lanes, please. Alcohol Dragster needs you to lanes. 932 by Tony at 170, 885 by Ed. 178 miles an hour. Gary Fleener and Krista Schneider come in.
So a little check on the starting line here. as our crew heads out. Make sure the track is good, clean, no moisture out there, good and sticky. Before we send our next pair out. Single there for for Gary Fleener. Fleener, 884 at 180. Krista Schneider sits back here behind the starting line. A little bit of cleanup here. Figure out what to do with Krista. Again, top alcohol dragsters, you should be headed for the staging lanes. If you're not there already, you need to head that way. I see several of you lining up over here behind the tower right now. And again, if you have not headed that way, you need to do so. Again, a reminder for you racers, if you are getting set to make a pass out here at Summit Racing Equipment Motorsports Park, anytime you're on the track and our lights are on, your lights need to be on as well. Got to have a working tail light on your racing vehicle, and it must be on anytime that you are on the track and while your vehicle's in motion. Here's Krista Schneider, Rochester Hills, Michigan. Off and running on the single. Finish line says 892. 892 at 171. Another car that's not made it into the computer just yet, but will be by tomorrow. Left side, alongside Jeff Mandel from Culleoka, Tennessee. ProPrab chassis entry. How about an 889, 175 left side there, the Summit lane. On the Budweiser side, Jeff Mandel with an 888 with an 8 at 182. Another late arriver here. Left side alongside Brian Folk, Durand, Illinois. American Chassis Ride, right side. At the quarter-mile mark, it's an 880. Left side at 173. Brian Folk, right side, 892, 176. Two more backing up from the burnout right now. It's Adam Gerber, Massillon, Ohio, alongside Brian Willingham. Out of Sullivan, Ohio, American Race Car entry left side, undercover chassis car right side. Again, the magic number down there on the scoreboard, 890. That is the predetermined index for this class. Finish line says Adam Gerber with an 889.2 at 177. Brian Willingham off pace 905 at 165. Kevin Trusty comes up now, Groveport, Ohio. He'll line up alongside Jason Hardig. Hardig from Lancaster, Ohio. Hardig Budweiser side, Trusty Summit side. Kevin Trusty, 895 at 182. Jason Hardig, 888, 172. Two more. Here's Howard Michael from Newport, Michigan, alongside Bill Jackson. The Jackson Scratcher entry out of Mansfield, Ohio. I think he's got that super gas thing figured out. How about two 9,900s in a row for Bill Jackson? Looking for an 8,900 here in Super Comp. He's 009 on the tree, 908 at 169 at the finish line. Howard Michael, 892 at 170. So as our super gas pairings wind down, super comp, excuse me, super gas usually cars, super comp, dragsters, super comp. Here's Dean McElvain, race car builder out of New Carlisle, Ohio, alongside James Hinkle. Living the dream, the undercover chassis entry. So with Super Comp winding down to their final few pairs, spectators, you'll want to head for the grandstands as Top Alcohol Dragster will be coming up in just a couple of minutes. $887, $181 for Dean McElvain. James Hinkle, 934 at 169. Rick Hughes pulls up now left side, the Summit Racing lane out of Fishers, Indiana. The A&A Transmission Raleigh Engineering Power Chassis entry alongside Bill Riddle from Brighton, Michigan. Self-employed racer with an Adkins car, both of them sporting the big block Chevy power plant. Down track they go. Rick Hughes, 891, 171. For Bill Riddle, 887 at 176. Dragsters just keep on coming around the bend. Chuck Ridenour out of Plainfield, Indiana, pulls up alongside Dave Goins from Plymouth, Michigan. Ridenour driving the Race Tech machine. Goins in the undercover chassis bow tie power Ford 557 cubic inch power plant. Perfect light for Dave Goins. 889.5 at 171. For Chuck Ridenour, 891 at 172. Here's Pat Fitzpatrick, former U.S. Nationals champion out of Peoria, Illinois, alongside Nick Folk. Folk from Durand, Illinois, the Folk race car's American chassis entry. Folk also a national event winner in the past. Folk finds the tree, 001 on the tree. 894 at 178 on the time ticket for Nick Folk. Pat Fitzpatrick, 886 at 169. Here's Jeff Smith Jr. out of Plymouth, Indiana, alongside racing Jason Lynch. Lynch already a winner today out of Pleasant View, Tennessee. The Tedesco Racing Cars Protection Plus Dragster. So Jeff Smith Jr. way under the index, 876 at 172. Jason Lynch, 886 at 181. Two more dragsters coming around the bend here. Irene Shelton, Mansfield, Ohio. Last pass, 890 with a 2. For Justin Mosier, Portland, Indiana, the home base for the Mosier Engineering American Race Cars Dragster. Irene Shelton way early on the starting line. 889.7 for Irene Shelton at 161. 889.4 for Justin Mosier at 181. This is Super Comp, but a pair of door slammers will stage up now. Ed Wilcox, Detroit, Michigan. Alongside the Camaro, filter mag on the side of the car. Late 80s Camaro will be pulling up here in the Budweiser lane. At the finish line, the two door slammers getting there. How about an 899 at 141 for Ed Wilcox? Budweiser side, 896 at 153. One more dragster backing up here. This is a licensing pass here with the Racing RV's livery on the side of the car. And with that, it is just about showtime. So spectators, if you've not made your way to the grandstand, you'll want to head that way as Top Alcohol Dragster waits in the wings for their first qualifying session.
So our licensing lab making their way down the racetrack. Again, the NHRA requirements for licensing, 6 laps down the racetrack, a couple of soft launches, mid-track squirt, a 330 squirt, a mid-track run, and then a couple of full-on passes. You can see that time, just a little bit more of a launch and a little bit harder hit than they made earlier today to get the licensing laps done. You have to do it under the watchful eyes of your fellow competitors so you can get a couple of them to sign off on your license once you have made your laps. But hey, then again, everybody's got to go through the steps in the process to get their requirements taken care of and get licensed to compete in NHRA drag racing. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we're coming up on the bewitching hour of 8 o'clock that you heard Bill tell you about a little bit earlier. Top Alcohol Dragster, Top Alcohol Funny Car getting ready to come around the corner out of the staging lanes and make their way down the racetrack here at Summit Racing Equipment Motorsport Park. The 10th annual Cavalcade of Stars presented by Budweiser. Our Top Alcohol Dragsters and Top Alcohol Funny Cars going to blister the quarter mile here at Norwalk for us. After that, we'll get into our Top Fuel Harley Davidsons. Pro Fuel Harley will be right behind them. Our Comp Eliminator qualifying session coming up. Then it's into the 6-second, 200-mile-an-hour Spitzer Race Cars Top Dragster category, followed by our door cars in the Brodix Steve Schmidt Top Sportsman category. We'll close out the evening with our Jet Dragsters and our Jet Funny Cars here at Summit Racing Equipment Motorsports Park, and of course the ever popular and pre-required fireworks display to close out day number 1 of the 10th annual Cavalcade of Stars, presented by Budweiser here at Summit Racing Equipment Motorsports Park. So still a full evening of excitement and activity to come at you. And let me tell you, we have got a field of Top Alcohol Dragsters, a field of Top Alcohol Funny Cars. I'm telling you, we've got 20 Top Alcohol Dragsters trying to qualify for an 8-car show. And let me tell you, you get 20 trying to squeeze into 8. I don't care if you use new math, old math, or Common Core math, it just doesn't work out. You cannot get 20 into 8 spots. So the competition to qualify, just to qualify for the show here this weekend in the Alcohol Dragster ranks is going to be nigh on to some of the fiercest that we have seen all season on the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series Tour. And you know what? We're going to do it again in Funny Car. Last word I had was we had close to, if not right at 15 alcohol funny cars trying to squeeze into yet another 8-car show. And 15 into 8, again, new math, old math, Common Core math, I don't care what kind of math you use. 15 does not go into 8, just doesn't work. So the competition to qualify for our Top Alcohol Funny Car show going to be pretty strong as well. The Comp Eliminator field, we've got some beautiful conditions. Little bit of a cross headwind tonight that'll affect the Comp Eliminator cars. Same as it will for our Spitzer Top Dragster category. The all-time record bump for the 32-car field, a 647.3. We did that last fall down in Bowling Green, Kentucky, under conditions that, well, let's just say weren't as prime time as the conditions are tonight. Cool air, relatively dry air, a good adjusted barometric or adjusted altitude with some pretty decent barometer readings. I have a feeling that before all is said and done this weekend, and possibly even tonight, a new record NHRA bump for a 32-car top dragster field. Our top Sportsman cars, our Brodix and Steve Schmidt Racing top Sportsman cars, they're going to be huffing and puffing their way down the track just as quick, just as fast as some of the top dragsters. We've already seen the shoebox Chevy of Johnson make his way down track in the low 6-second, 220-mile-an-hour range. He could qualify for the top dragster field with the shoebox car. So let me tell you, it's going to be nigh on to incredible. Then the Jet dragsters, the Jet funny cars coming up tonight. If you've never seen the Jet car show, which, well, if you haven't, you've been missing out in life. Your life has been shortchanged. But we're going to fix that for you tonight. We've got the Jet dragsters and the Jet funny cars both coming at you this evening here at Summit Racing Equipment Motorsports Park. So our dragsters are coming around the corners. The drivers are suited up and getting ready to go. Again, 20 top alcohol dragsters trying to squeeze into that 8-car show. And let me tell you, you get 20 trying to squeeze into 8, it becomes an incredibly tight, quick field. So this is going to be fun. Before all is said and done tonight, it's going to be a tough show to get into, with yet more qualifying coming up tomorrow for our top alcohol dragster, top alcohol funny car, Spitzer Race Cars top dragster, Comp Eliminator, and our Brodix Steve Schmidt top sportsman fields. So a full evening, a full night of activity underneath the lights here at Summit Racing Equipment Motorsports Park. Getting ready to come at you. If you're not in the grandstands yet, I invite you to make your way there. We're getting ready to pound the ground and send them at a very rapid rate from this end of the racetrack to that end of the racetrack in just a few moments. And I understand we have little bits of Mother Nature perspiring coming down on us. I don't like perspiration. I don't like freckles on my asphalt. You thought I was going to say something else, didn't you? It's just one of those things. Hang on. Bear with us. The screen on the radar screen is showing to be pretty quick in and out. And this should be a relatively light, so don't stray too far. We should be able to get right back into it. Our quarter-mile activity here at Summit Racing Equipment Motorsports Park, top alcohol dragster. Qualifying session number 1 getting ready to come up.
A K&N high-flow air filter will keep your vehicle running at high efficiency day after day. As it protects your engine, K&N's technology allows your engine to breathe all the air that it needs. The original lifetime air filter's easy to clean when it gets dirty, and it never needs replacing. K&N, it's like having a new air filter in your car every day. These filters are handmade in the USA, and you can find out more online at knfilters.com. VP Racing Fuels is the world's leader in performance fuel technology. That includes VP Small Engine Fuel, the perfect fuel for 2-cycle and 4-cycle gas-powered tools, including chainsaws, generators, trimmers, blowers, and more. VP Small Engine Fuel is blended with no ethanol. ensuring easier starts, worry-free long-term storage, and fewer repairs. The two-cycle blend is pre-mixed with oil, so there's no measuring, no mixing, no mess. Just pour it in and start it up. Learn more about VP small engine fuel online at vp-sef.com.